in that regard?
I think it looks a very balanced side. You know, they have plenty of batters in their lineup, and when you talk about bowling options, especially spin options, they got plenty. And it's good to see Rizwan coming back to the side, and Fakhar Zaman logged out to open the innings for Pakistan. That will be encouraging for Fakhar to come out and be himself.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful opportunity for him to come out and get some runs. Also, you've got somebody like Abrar Ahmed and Mohammad Nawaz in spin options. Does it normally, you've played a lot of cricket here, does it normally offer a lot of turn from the times that you played, or has it changed?
I mean, there were occasions when it offered a lot of spin. The surfaces, especially in summers, when we used to play in August and September, it used to offer a lot to the spinners. But in winters, it was kind of a tacky kind of a pitch, uneven bounce and all that. But other than that, when you talk about reputation of Faisalabad, it has been favouring batters. But here, when you talk about ODI cricket, batters, they have to manage their innings in a proper way, and over-management when it comes to bowling is very important. How you're going to fare in different spells of bowling. So I think that is going to be ultimate test of players.
What's going to be the key then in these conditions, Vern, from whatever you've seen, from whatever you've heard?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Pakistan opted to bowl first. I think given the last two T20I internationals, they've had South Africa in trouble in that power play. So it's going to be a big ask for South Africa. Of course, during the daytime, I do expect that surface to turn quite a bit. And like everyone has alluded to, when there's a bit of dew, the ball do seem to skid on at night. So it's going to be important how South Africa start out with bat in hand. But I do feel there is that opportunity for them to get themselves in, to apply themselves and give themselves a little bit of extra time to get going on the surface, because runs on the board will be key.
Yeah, in ODI cricket, as a batter, you're not rushed. You know, what we saw during T20 matches, South African batters were, you know, very intemperate, I would say. They were playing too many strokes. But here, they can bide their time and actually structure something good.
Which might work in their favor as well, because, you know, there's so much talk around strike rates in our part of the world, but just in terms of the fact that you've got 50 overs. So as rightly pointed out by Amir, they're just talking about how it might help our batters. Now, just this crowd, you know, it's just been amazing to see that they've already turned up. It's the game hasn't even begun yet, but I can tell you that the crowd has been building up nicely. It's going to be absolutely electrifying. That's one thing that we can vouch for. It's time to take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll have a closer look at this Pakistan and South Africa side. Don't go anywhere. Well, historic occasion at Faisalabad here. We've got a crowd building up outside. There's people already inside. And I can tell you that it's going to be very, very noisy. You know, you talk about deafening noise in cricket. That's what we'll experience here in Faisalabad. And why not? You know, they're getting to see their heroes after 17 years. You know, there's been domestic cricket here, but they haven't really seen an international cricket match. So the energy is absolutely unmatched. People from Faisalabad, you know, all smiles. Look at that excitement that we see, that anticipation that we are talking about. Right, so Pakistan has won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So up first, we'll be seeing the fast bowlers who will have a task or two here. We spoke about the conditions, how it's going to help the spinners as well. Earlier today, I caught up with Naseem Shah to find out how well he's prepared for this particular match. नसीम, इतने सालों बाद फैसलाबाद में इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट वापस आ रही है. इट्स ऑल्सो मेंट टू बी सोल्ड आउट. तो पहले तो थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में बताएं कि हाउ एक्साइटेड यू आर टू बी प्लेइंग हियर.
बिल्कुल बहुत एक्साइटेड है सारे क्योंकि फैसलाबाद में बहुत अरसे बाद एक तो इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट आई है और यहाँ का क्राउड जो है बहुत एनर्जेटिक है. और यू नो हम डोमेस्टिक के लिए तो उसमें भी बहुत सारा क्राउड आया था और ये तो भी इंटरनेशनल मैच है तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि बहुत क्राउड आए और होपफुली अच्छा खेले ताकि जुगत कम पड़े हमें.
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि T20 फॉर्मेट में बॉलिंग करना और वनडे फॉर्मेट में बॉलिंग करना, ये स्विच इसको कैसे देखते हैं कि बॉलिंग में कैसी एडजस्टमेंट्स करनी पड़ती हैं जब आप इस फॉर्मेट में आते हो?
देखिए T20 क्रिकेट ऑब्वियसली डिफरेंट है. वनडे क्रिकेट बहुत बेसिक, जैसे यू नो आप टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेलते हो आपको बहुत ज़्यादा डिसिप्लिन रहना पड़ता है क्योंकि लॉन्ग क्रिकेट है 50 ओवर्स. डिफरेंस बिल्कुल है लेकिन आपको एडजस्ट करते जब आप लंबी क्रिकेट खेलते हो तो यू नो आपके लिए आसान होता है क्योंकि लॉन्ग टाइम पे आपको एक अगर बैटिंग है तब भी आपको डिसिप्लिन रहना और अगर बॉलिंग भी है तो लंबी देर तक आपको डिसिप्लिन और बेसिक चीज़ें जो है ना वो करनी है. तो आई थिंक सारे लड़के रेडी हैं, तैयार है और ऑब्वियसली एज अ प्रोफेशनल जो भी फॉर्मेट आता है उसके लिए तैयार होते हैं.
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि फैसलाबाद आपने डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट खेली हुई है, यहाँ की कंडीशंस नॉर्मली कैसी होती हैं?
नॉर्मली जब हम लोग खेले थे तो पिचेस यहाँ पे आई बिलीव थोड़े स्लो होते हैं और मेरे ख्याल से कि उसी तरह के पिचेस एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि यू नो रिवर्स पे ज़्यादा चांसेस होते हैं फास्ट बॉलर के लिए और आई थिंक जो स्पिनर्स हैं उनको भी थोड़ा हेल्प मिलेगा. तो आई थिंक ऐसी भी नहीं है कि यू नो बैलेंस विकेट हमको देखने को मिले थे, लेकिन लेट्स सी कि अब यहाँ पे किस तरह के पिचेस हैं.
चलें, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर थॉट्स एंड गुड लक फॉर दिस वन.
थैंक यू.
Well, there you heard it from Naseem Shah. All these people have come out to watch their favorite stars and they're obviously dressed up to the occasion. Babar Azam fans, they're everywhere. Everywhere, any part of Pakistan you go to, you will find them. And this is obviously not half of what you can expect here in terms of the crowd turnout because there are lots and lots of people that have queued up outside. So, like I said, lots to look forward to and lots to look forward to in terms of leadership as well from you know Pakistan perspective. Amir, Shaheen Shah Afridi, we've seen him briefly as a T20 captain, but that was very brief and then he got changed and now he comes back into that role. We've seen him also part of Lahore Qalandars. How do you see this sort of contest or challenge for him?
See, the most important aspect in captaincy is how you utilize the talent available for you. You know, as a captain, you have to obviously give them confidence, encourage them, but at the same time, you have to keep the players in their comfort zone to start with as a captain and gradually learn how to take them out of that comfort zone to be able to get most from their talent. So I think the usage of talent is going to be the key for Shaheen Shah Afridi, and then his own bowling. How he's going to manage different spells and how he's going to use other bowlers alongside him.
ODI cricket, a different ball game to T20's one. Just in terms of South Africa, you know, with their leadership, how do you think he can really sort of utilize his resources?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for young Brieske. Of course, given the nature of the surface where he grew up in Port Elizabeth, similar low, slow conditions, turning conditions. So I think he'll be well aware of the kind of leadership obviously expected of him, but also those changes, I think, in terms of how he marshaled his spin bowlers, his fast bowlers. I think we heard Nasim Saab mention there that reverse swing might play a role here a bit later on, and I think this element in the bowling department that I'm fascinated about is obviously an element that has gone missing, in the recent past, but I do feel with the dryness of that surface, there will be a bit of reverse swing, so it's going to be important to see how both captains marshal, especially the seam bowlers. We expect the surface to spin, but I think it's going to be the seam bowlers who's going to have a massive say towards the back end of an innings.
Okay then, I mean, we're talking about totals here because we are reaching that part of the show. What total do you think, South Africa, when we talk about South Africa, what would they be comfortable with?
I think given the nature of the surface, you perhaps have to set your sights a little bit lower. I think if you can get 260, 270, you'll be well within this contest this afternoon.
Would Pakistan back themselves to get 260, 270?
I think with Dio round, it should be gettable. But I think if South Africa gets to 260, that'll be a huge effort, let me tell you that.
That will be a huge effort, and I can tell you that the support is definitely going to be there for Pakistan. Wonderful atmosphere already. People have lined up to see all the action. See you guys after the short break for all the live action.
17 years later, Faisalabad wakes up to international cricket once again. The noise, the colour, the passion, all back where it belongs. A new series begins, and with it, the two new captains take charge. Shaheen's first ODI as Pakistan captain and Bretsky's first as Pro-Chase leader.
तो सबसे एक्साइटमेंट इस चीज़ की है कि कल जब मैं पाकिस्तान का मैच नहीं जाऊँगा तो फिर पाकिस्तान की टीम क्या शोर मचेगा, बाबर बाबर।
मुझे बहुत खुशी है, मेरे शहर फैसलाबाद में साउथ अफ्रीका की टीम आ रही है। पाकिस्तान को तो हर कोई सपोर्ट करेगा, मैं तो साउथ अफ्रीका को करूँगा।
The stage is ready, the trophy awaits, and the wait finally ends. There's a lot of excitement in the air as we once again come to Faisalabad for an international. It's a 3 ODI series for the KFC presents Vigotel Mobile ODI Series 2025. First ODI live from Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. It's Shaheen Shah Afridi's men versus Bretsky's Pro-Chase. So after a decent T20I performance, Pakistan looking to wrap up the ODI series as well. A couple of new faces, but generally the team's DNA is still the same. Pro-Chase, on the other hand, have got this great opportunity to introduce young blood, and it's serious talent in the ranks for the Pro-Chase in this ODIs. The pitch, it looks bone dry, it looks grassless. A lot of plates, but the plates are holding up, and it appears as if some reverse, some spin will take impact on the surface. A lot of people in all roads lead to Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. The toss was won by Shaheen Afridi, decided to bowl first. And so it's up to the Pro-Chase how they produce the goods with the bat. I've got JP Dumini here with me to describe the talent in South Africa's lineup.
Yeah, thanks, Ramiz. We've got 3 debutants for South Africa in Pretorius and Ferreira and Kishile. Wow, we've got Quinton de Kock back after 2 years at the ODI level. And South Africa opting for the 2 frontline spinners as well in George Linder and Quinton, or rather Bjorn Fortuin, along with Ngidi and Williams to make up that bowling quartet.
What have Pakistan got? A new leader in Shaheen Shah Afridi. Fakhr makes a comeback. Saim, Babar, Rizwan, Salman Ali Agha. The middle order and the top order looks pretty decent. Then there's a lot of spin options for Shaheen Afridi in the shape of Nawaz and Abrar. Salman himself. Saim Ayub has become a frontliner with the ball these days, so he'll be used quite well here by Pakistan. Right, the teams are standing by for the national anthems. It's a very good tradition, healthy tradition. And so it's going to be South Africa's national anthem first.
Morena
a huge roar, and well, the national anthems are usually emotional pieces, and so crowds have the vibe to go through the day. It's going to be exciting to watch South Africa, how they bat on a pitch which is alien to South African conditions. Very dry, grassless. The ball may just stay low at times, but anyway, international cricket, ODI cricket is about challenging yourself and adapting to the conditions. Rashid Riaz is out there with Mr. Ghafoor. Asif Yaqub, in fact, sending in his 23rd ODI match. I don't know whether there's less pressure on the umpires when they're dealing with white ball cricket, or whether there's more pressure when they're doing test cricket. Anyway, SIS Saikat standing in his 70th ODI. And there they go. Pakistan have chosen to field after winning the toss. South Africa need to get off to a good start here. Quinton de Kock, a lot is expected of him. His skills, his experience will come handy in a team that is flooded with young talent and inexperience.
Last played for South Africa in the Cricket World Cup in 2023. It's 10 innings. It's at nearly 600 runs at a shade under 60 on average. He's alongside the debutant, Luhandre Pretorius, the 19-year-old, full of talent and spark and the ability to really take down opposition. He's shown some glimpses of that already in the other formats. And those are the numbers in List A cricket, just the 15 matches. But an aggressive player with the two left-handers for South Africa to open the innings here in Faisalabad.
New captain Shaheen Afridi has the new ball and looking to strike hard. First up, he's got this great ability to challenge the technique of a batsman in the very first over of his spell. It's not the first part, but the last part, the last death overs, the last 10 overs where Pakistani bowling seems to struggle. But he's out there to provide Pakistan with a head start. Two slips in place for the left-hander. Three men on the offside at point, cover and mid-off. Two on the onside in the ring. He's got this vicious in-swinging angle against the right-hander, and that can be troubling for the left-hander as well. Hence the two slips in place for an outside edge. There we go, first ball. Oh, on the bounce. The ball just stopping a little bit, and that's going to be the key here. How you adjust, how you adapt on a pitch where the balls may just stop a bit on you.
Yeah, been a lot of talk already up until this point. Only one delivery bowled, and the surface coming into question in terms of its slowness. Rambo, you were out there for the pitch report, and the first thing you spoke about is the amount of turn that you expect.
He's ready to attack. Have a look at the stance there. Leaves it well alone. Actually, some of the practice surfaces give you an idea of how the actual surface is going to play, because it's the same square. And so when we saw Pakistan and South African spinners bowl on those surfaces, the ball was turning a lot. Too early to maybe have a shot cover in pace, but he's now been installed, so that's a good ploy. Fielder taken away from the leg side, put at shot cover. Puts it away into the gap. It's Abrar who does well with a slide.
Pretorius off the mark in ODI cricket for South Africa. As mentioned, we saw the change of field. Mid-wicket coming across to the offside. And we spoke about the pitch. Will be on the slow side as we've anticipated coming into this ODI. And interestingly, with Pakistan winning the toss and electing to bowl first.
There's certain surfaces, JP, as you'd know, where slogging can help you a great deal to deal with the uncertainty of a track. I don't know whether we're too early thinking on those lines, but I think swinging the bat through the line, if it gets just a little bit tough for you, as a batsman, could seal the deal.
Yeah, the beauty, it's a longer format, so you have some time to settle in, get assessment of the conditions. The one thing this is going to do on a surface such as this one, which is a touch slower, it's going to test the technique of the South African batters. And more importantly, what is your position on point of release? Are you nice and still? Are you having the ability to play under your eyes? And the attempt is really to try and hit the ball into the ground as quickly as possible.
Seen a lot of T20I variations now being adopted by the batsman in 50 overs cricket. Yeah, there's initial hesitation, but a misfill allows a single. After over number 1, 3 without a wicket, South Africa. Two teams for you. South Africa have got a young side. Pakistan have got an experienced hand. Naseem Shah is going to bowl the second over. A lot of interest in his form, how he bowls. How beautiful is that? How lovely is that straight drive? Meeting the ball with the full face of the blade, and there, just letting the world know how talented this guy is.
Yeah, lovely confidence booster on his debut for Leandro Pretorius. And we spoke about positioning and point of release, nice and still. Not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination, but the ability to play it under his eyes and find the timing.
From a bowling perspective, what would be an ideal pitch map for Naseem Shah with the new ball? He's a natural swinger of the ball. Of late, he's been getting less success. Last 10 matches and just 15 wickets for Naseem Shah. But his pitch map could have space for cutters, the off cutters, the leg cutters. A nice line. It's tempting the left-hander for that swinging cut shot.
Yeah, you'd feel that the pitch map will certainly be a touch fuller, particularly with the new ball. Remember, we're back into ODI cricket, 2 new balls, one each side, and allows for the ball to swing a little bit longer than it would in T20 cricket. And both these 2 opening bowlers for Pakistan will certainly try and target the pads and the stumps of these 2 left-handed openers.
Yeah, beautifully timed once again. The ball flies across the surface to the mid-on field. It didn't allow any chance for a quick run. Still a lot of people queuing up to get into the stadium. Yeah, there's a lot of interest, massive interest in this ODI series, taking place after a gap of 17 years here in Faisalabad. How cool is that for the fans to once again sample some top quality cricket. Nice, really nicely punched through the offside. Shahenshaah Afridi will give up the chase. Great piece of timing and placement.
Value for shots here at the Iqbal Stadium. Again, position perfection from Leandro Pretorius. Doesn't try to overhit it at all. Just great timing, finds the gap and races off to the fence.
Single of the last ball of the over, he'll keep the strike. Pretorius 12 without a wicket.
Yeah, 2 boundaries thus far in the South African innings, both from the hand of and the bat of Leandro Pretorius. Really been impressed by his positioning thus far. Quinton de Kock yet to face a delivery.
Great thing about Pretorius and youth who are making debut or playing this format for the first time is that they don't come out there with any extraneous stuff in the mind. They're out there as fresh recruits and treat this as a normal service, normal business, batting on a surface like this. Is flown through the offside. Pretorius comes across as someone who's really well positioned to play those drives, and I think that's the way to go on this surface. See off Shahenshaah Afridi as safely as possible. There's got to be a game within a game, and I think it's important that his first 3 or 4 overs are not met with any kind of risk.
The exuberance of youth, Rambo.
Yeah, absolutely. So refreshing to see. You're out there, you're just being as instinctive as possible.
The interesting thing to note here, Pretorius playing in his debut, de Kock coming back after 2 years, de Kock huge amounts of experience. And what an opportunity for Leandro to play with a player of the caliber of Quinton de Kock, batting alongside him.
On the pads, worked away nicely, cleanly played for a run. KFC, official food partner. It has taken 2.3 overs for de Kock to face his first ball. Standing out of the crease to meet the ball early. Right in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's a format that has found huge amounts of success as Quinton de Kock, renowned for scoring big hundreds in this format. Just played the 4 games thus far since return from retirement to international cricket, and this is probably a format we'll feel a little bit more comfortable. Time at the crease, an opportunity to accumulate a big innings.
Yeah, that is such a good shot. Once again, pure timing from another left-hander on the pads and put away through square leg for 4.
Yeah, Pakistan opting for a packed offside field, and looking for that shape is Shaheen Shah Afridi, but doesn't quite get it. And Quinton de Kock up to the task and finds the middle of the bat for his first boundary.
Good start against the new ball is of such value. And so far so good. 17 without a wicket. Pro chess. Oh, almost an inside edge. We saw that happen plenty of time during the T20I series. After 317 without a wicket.
It's an area of his game where he's pretty solid, is the ability to defend well. But it's the angle that does him here, does Quinton de Kock. He generally looks to dab that down to third man. Here's some of the highlights of the previous series a couple of days ago. Back to the first T20I in Pindi. And that's the inside edge.
Naseem's economy in the last 10 ODIs. He's going at 6.35, 15 wickets. So in 10 overs, he gives away, what, 63 runs and picks up a wicket, wicket and a half. His career economy rate, Naseem Shah's, is 5.48. His career record is superb. Babar Azam averages in the high 40s, in fact 50s. Pakistan obviously feel that batting will become a bit easier second time around, bit of dew around the ground, so the ball will come onto the bat nicely, and the pitch really will not deter them from taking on any total. But when you win the toss, then there's got to be some team game plan, and it has to be early wickets with the new ball. Has to be spin early in the first 10 overs or so. Nice, well stopped. That could probably be your go-to shot on a surface like this against pace. Full face of the blade and look to play through the V area. Anything square, the ball may just drop a bit in pace, and there's this problem of getting bowled off the inside edge of a blade.
On a surface such as this one, where the attempt is certainly to hit the stumps, trying to utilize the swing, yes. And I mentioned earlier about the fact that it's going to test the techniques of batters, and in particular the balance. Because you're looking to hit down the ground, are you going to be conscious of the head movement through to the offside? With that said, a change of angle by Naseem Shah, coming around the wicket now to Quinton de Kock.
Squared him up just a little bit, but the idea is right. He can take his time. It's 50 over format, 50 over contest, and they need his services for most part of this innings. He's got experience, has got this great ability to amp it up. Leg side field is being adjusted, put at square leg. Fine fielders comes into the circle, slips removed at mid-wicket. Plenty of changes for the last ball. After 4-18 without a wicket. Four overs, 18 without a wicket. One good thing about ODI cricket, JP, is that bowlers can get into the game by bowling a longish spell compared to T20Is, where they're in for a fleeting moment and then they're removed from the scene. On the bounce, it's a crowd catch. What? That was off the ground and straight at point. They're conferring. Wow.
Or you can go to side on, whichever. Yeah, just go back, please, and then forward. Batsman sitting to the ground. I've made my decision for the big screen.
Just a needless pause, but anyway, they wanted to be 100% sure. Once again finds the field on the offside. Plenty of open area to work the ball into the gap and pick up a single. Don't think South Africa would want to improvise at such an early stage of the innings. They'd be quite happy just playing the line and following a straighter path rather than taking a risk. Because if you want to, you can easily get it through the leg side. Just three men on the leg side field, a square leg and two men in the ring. Third fielder and a mid-on. Pulled away into the gap. Once again, great effort. Really is excellent piece of fielding. He had to really travel the distance and get it back into play. Hussain Talla doing a good job.
was an option that was used to great effect in the T20Is, particularly the last two in Lahore. We saw quite a few wickets from the Pakistan seamers on that occasion. Quinton de Kock riding the ball beautifully, great bit of fielding. It's been a feature of Pakistan, particularly in the shorter formats thus far.
The moment you go straighter, there's a chance of you leaking runs on the leg side. So it has to be precision-driven bowling stint here to use the offside field. Pull shot, and what a pull shot that is. Once again, Hussain Thalat comes in the way of that beautiful shot. Excellent piece of fielding once again by the deep fielder. 23 without a wicket.
Nice positioning from the under Pretorius. Extension of the arms to keep it down. Just rolls the wrist at the last second. You really get value for shots, don't you, here at Faisalabad, so field positioning is going to have to be spot on.
Getting a bit murky out there. South Africa Tour of Pakistan drew the Test match series. 2-1 affair for Pakistan in the T20Is. Now, how cool is that? That really is something very special from a special talent.
First boundary after 14 balls, but more importantly, just take a look at the execution here from Leandro Pretorius. Balance at the crease, head nice and still, and just a nice flow of the blade through the line of the ball. It's the angle from around the wicket once again that creates the space on the onside. And great execution by the young man.
Impressive debut so far. Goes wider of the stumps, probably was a slow Yorker. 116.8 kmph, that last ball, fuller in length. You got to be smart as a bowler on a surface like this, especially when there's a partnership brewing. It's looked a wee bit uneasy because that ball had variety and good execution as well. Nice bit of timing. Now that is regal, absolutely regal. Once again, strong wrists and whipping the ball into that vacant area on the leg side field. This is seriously good now from Pretorius.
Once again, that angle from around the wicket, creating the angle to play on the leg side, probably ending up on about off stump. But it's the balance that is so key here by Pretorius. Doesn't try to overhit it, but leans into it beautifully. Timing, sublime.
It's timing them beautifully. So what is happening now? The slip's gone, put at mid-wicket. There's more protection. It's a run-saving field now, force-saving field now. And is proved to be a heavyweight through the offside and through the leg side. And going at exactly 100, the strike rate. Slow ball, and once again, befuddling the batsman. That's good ploy from Naseem Shah. Very good comeback. With the field side, he's got this option to bowl a bouncer as well. And then he can do this also. Wider of the stumps, rolling his fingers over that one. The Yorker turned him around. Lack of pace meant there was no strength behind that attempted flick shot. miscued it. There's the slow bouncer. It's again well disguised. Sly piece of bowling from Naseem Shah, making a comeback here with few variations. Pakistan's leading home appliances brand, automatic washing machine, magic of one touch. Whips it past the infield for a run. Fielded at deep square leg, and so after 6:32 without a wicket. Proteas maintaining healthy run rate. We look for flow and rhythm, and well, this partnership seems to have flow and rhythm. 32 of 36. Still going to be Shaheen Afridi to continue bowling. Plays it fine this time. It'll be a boundary on the leg side. Just a feather touch, nothing more than that. So it was meeting the angle and helping yourself to a 4.
Yeah, it's a change of field by Shaheen Shah Afridi. Takes the slip out into mid-wicket and indicates that he's looking to bowl a straighter line, but on that occasion, slightly on the leg side. And Leandro Pretoria as well. He's found the middle of the bat on a number of occasions already in this brief stint of 29 of 28, and he doesn't miss out. Seems like a pretty good surface from a batting perspective, and it'd be interesting to see the ploy from the Pakistani seamers. As we saw in Lahore, there was quite a few deliveries with pace off. Is that a ploy that they're going to be utilizing here today a lot more?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're feeling the heat of this partnership yet. So it's business as usual. We have not seen a lot of slow deliveries, except in the last over when Naseem Shah went slow with those Yorkers and bowled a slow bouncer as well, which yielded good result. But Shaheen has been pretty keen on just bowling seam up so far. I think you've got to bank on accuracy, because you're not getting a lot of help off the surface. So variations, whatever you want to do, it's got to be within the stumps.
I feel like that's been the success story of the change of pace, really, from T20I1 to T20I2 and 3, is the line that they've utilized it. So South Africa really getting an opportunity to spread their arms, and in the first T20I,
an invite, went after it, but that one shaped away, so he missed that square drive. A rare miss from the left-hander. Usually has been right on the money, driving the ball sweetly. Yeah, something new from the left-hander, using his feet, missing the ball completely. 36 without a wicket. Yeah, South Africa still ahead. When you talk about win percentage, they have dominated Pakistan in the past, but here's an opportunity for the Pakistani team to make amends. Bowling change. It's going to be Salman Ali Agha. Bowls a straighter one to start with. The reason why he's been brought into the attack, two left-handers out there in the middle.
The two left-handers dealt with pace quite well earlier on. The ball came on nicely.
Pace or slow ones?
Yeah, first punch from Amir, well done, early on in the afternoon. There was always going to be spin earlier on in the piece, given all that conjecture around the surface, the obvious nature of the surface being drier, those cracks, although they were still immobile to begin with on first inspection, but Pakistan electing to put the opposition in, and Salman Ali Agha into the 8th over. Remember, we are here after 17 plus years in terms of international cricket. Through the fielder. That is very ordinary piece of fielding by Saim Ayub. And we leak 2 runs to South Africa.
There hasn't been spin for Salman Ali Agha as yet. In fact, the ball is sliding onto the bat quite nicely. Maybe he needs to bowl slightly slower.
Yeah, so far he's dotted them in around an average speed of 90 k's per hour. And normally also Salman Ali Agha is not the kind of bowler who will give it air. He's normally the one who just darts it in, keeps it on a line. Slip still remains in place. Gives him the charge, up and over. The angled and open bat face will get Luandre Pretorius 4 to close the over out. 8 done, 43 for no loss.
Yeah, you were talking about conjecture that this pitch is going to offer a lot to the spinner. But here the batsman did not bat an eye to it. Jumped out of the crease, made sure he creates that room to hit the ball over extra. He's growing in confidence. Pretorius, South Africa unscathed.
A 43 for no loss in the first 8 overs. The crowd is here already in very, very good numbers. And just yanking the noise up as well in the stands. The sellout, still a few seats empty, long queues await outside. It's been a long time coming. It's really good to see the stands full all around. Right then, it'll be spin in tandem now. Abrar Ahmed. More importantly, it'll be interesting to see the pace he bowls at. Is he brave enough to give the ball a little bit of air? Remember, does bowl the carom ball, the googly, the leg spin. He's got the entire variety up his sleeve.
He's not a huge turner of the ball, and we haven't seen the pitch responding to the spinners as yet. Maybe the lack of bounce helped Abrar. He's also a sort of a bowler who doesn't like to give a lot of air to the ball.
Yeah, South Africa have done their part really nicely, recognizing the hard new ball, the power play, the early pitch conditions, the best time to bat with the ball coming on. So they've made use of that part. And even now with the spin coming in, looking very proactive onto the front foot. On debut, Luandre Pretorius. He's playing a good hand so far. Tips it into the leg side for one. So variation in pace for Abrar in the first two deliveries. From 91 Ks to 80 Ks, the first two deliveries. Bowling the one that comes into the left-hander. Whether he gives it just a little bit of air and bowls the wrong one to bring slip. Now Quinton de Kock has an answer even better than that. Brings up the 50 for South Africa and the first big six of the evening.
Yeah, de Kock has been kept quiet till then. He saw closely what Abrar is looking to do and decided it's time for him to make his mark in this innings. What a hit that was.
He sends his partner back, and just in time. Another good over for South Africa, 8 off it, 51 for no loss.
Yeah, almost sold his partner down the river. Almost. It was a struggle for Pretorius to get back. A good throw would have sealed the deal for Pakistan there.
Good partnership, a healthy one, and it now is the 5th 50-run opening partnership for South Africa against Pakistan in the last 8 ODIs. Just through. He moved early but not quite out of the middle. And this outfield very quick. Hossain Talat this time not able to cut that off.
Although this pitch looks so unkempt, but it has played nicely for the batters. And look at that throw. No fear in the mind of the batter. Moved away from the leg stump with all the confidence in the world. Yes, the timing wasn't there, but still a good contact.
Absolutely agree with you. The confidence that the so far true nature of the surface has given them is allowing them to play through the right line of the ball. There hasn't been one that has kept dramatically low or has been a rank turner. That is why Luandre Pretorius, even on debut, is now 40 of 39, and Pakistan have struggled against South Africa to pick up wickets in the earlier part.
Ominous signs for Pakistan. Pretorius is looking very confident now. He's not a reluctant batter to use his feet. Have a look. He's been moving around.
And the fact that he's moving early is also a testament to the fact that so far there hasn't been big turn. So even if he does feel he hasn't gotten to the pitch of the ball or misses the line, he still knows it's not going to turn dramatically. Once again the ball flies, and it will fly into the Faisalabad crowd for the second time now for South Africa, this time courtesy Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, whether the ball is turning or not, this is a high-risk shot. But how well he managed that one. not only the elevation he got, but there was power behind that stroke. Went into the stand.
Also with that, what he's done well is he hit it straighter mid-wicket as opposed to square. Once again, the off-spinner, so the ball turning away from Pretorius, but he's hit it wider of long on. Pitch of the ball was available. Another really good over for South Africa. End of the power play, 11 come off the 10th, 62 for no loss.
Yeah, after winning the toss and inserting the opposition as a captain, you want early wickets. And that was denied by these two openers. Yes, they were challenged with those slow deliveries, but used the pace quite nicely and kept on hitting the ball into the gaps, and then excellent footwork. Enabled them to hit a couple of sixes too.
Eight fours and 2 sixes, and they've scored all around the ground, South Africa. .62 run this opening stand. The umpire will confirm that as the end of the first power play. Second power play now begins, 11-40. Pretorius moves to 49 on debut.
Yeah, not only these batsmen have been able to find boundaries and a couple of sixes, they have been able to hit the ball into the holes, and that's why they've been scoring consistently and at a rapid pace. Pakistanis need to break this partnership. It has stature to threaten.
Timing's been impeccable from Pretorius. He's been able to hit the gaps on more occasions than not. A dream start for young Luandre Pretorius on ODI debut for the Proteas. He brings up his maiden half century. It's been a fine knock from a very fine prospect from South Africa.
Yeah, he wasn't that impressive in T20 series played against Pakistan. But now, showing his true color, what he's capable of.
He also now becomes the 11th South African batter in the ODI format to score 50 or more on debut. Not often, Amir, you see Quinton de Kock as second fiddle, but he's just held back, only faced the 18 delivery, so hasn't had the bulk of the strike either. But he also is looking for some form. His numbers off late aren't the best.
Yeah, he really struggled in that T20 series against Pakistan, which concluded recently, and he has realized that he has to occupy the crease to get that confidence back and also the form and some rhythm in his batting. 11 done, 66 without loss.
11 overs. South Africa being put into bat by Shaheen Shah Afridi. 66 for no loss. He's been chanceless so far. Timing has been excellent. Young Luandre Pretorius has also picked up his maiden half century in one-day international cricket.
So far, 4 overs have been bowled by spinners. They had conceded 40 runs. And definitely, the spinners, they need to raise their game. Got to find the right idea to bowl on a surface like this. There'll be spin.
It's time for Vigotel, the official mobile handset partner in this series.
Oh yes, yeah. Do you think it's a selfie without pouting your lips?
Catch it! Just over the tallest man on the field. And Quinton de Kock just breaking shackles, picks up 4.
When you give attention to detail, the impact is even stronger. Now have a look, not afraid to hit the ball against the line. And they have managed it quite well.
And the sweep shot coming off a very full delivery, just allowing Quinton de Kock, one of his favorite areas, square of the wicket, to get under the ball to hit it over mid-wicket. Wayward. This game is of very fine margins. On that occasion, not the line Salman Ali Agha is looking for. Wide, 4. Just to make things worse, he will have to bowl one more, and 11 have already come off this.
Yeah, he's preferred to bowl round the stumps to the left-hander. It won't be a bad idea to try changing the angle. Bowl few over the stumps. Maybe there is something for him from this pitch. But another good over for South Africa. 78 without loss. He's highly spoken of, this youngster, and showing us why. Yeah, initially he was very watchful. Once he started to trust the pitch, he started to play his strokes, and with all the confidence in the world, got to his 50, well-deserved one.
Very good scoring areas as well. All around the ground, play to the merit of the ball. With that big 6 just before he brought up his half century. Down, long on. Thoroughly impressive. Ball flies. And once again a similar result. That is now 2 sixes to Quinton de Kock. Pakistan have no answers to this onslaught so far.
If you want to be a good batsman, you need to have good footwork. And that's why these batsmen are focusing on footwork. On that occasion, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, and was able to hit the ball on the up because there was no turn.
Yeah, mini meeting. Salman Ali Agha, Mohammad Rizwan, Shaheen Shah Afridi and the bowler all were in a huddle before this delivery. Haven't seen really any change of pace. Abrar yet to give the ball a little bit of air. He's consistently bowling quick on a surface which hasn't yielded any turns so far. Pakistan might have to change their strategy. Touch slower and a touch wider, maybe trying to draw these left-handers out of the crease. Shaheen is in close for that half hit. Once again, a slow delivery. Just now taking the pace off the ball, Abrar.
But with the last delivery, there was a hint to turn. Hint. And the reason why there was a hint of turn, because he bowled it slower.
The other standout feature for South Africa, even in the T20 series, was their running between the wickets. And how they kept the scoreboard ticking along in ones and twos, and similar again so far. Every opportunity to get down the other end. A rare play and a miss.
Top spinner from the wrist spinner, Abrar. De Kock didn't have a clue. Played leg spin. A deft touch. They'll earn him a couple of runs. Another good over for South Africa. Still unscathed. 88 without loss.
First of three in this ODI series, all games in Faisalabad. South Africa, they were put into bat by Pakistan, and at the moment, the first 13 overs are all South Africa. Variations that Abrar bowls, whether it's a googly or the carom ball, quick arm action, googly to the right, and the carom ball where he just rolls his finger over. Carom ball comes out in front of the hand, googly slightly side on.
With that kind of ability and so much in his repertoire, he should pick more wickets. That hasn't been happening in ODIs and also T20Is for Pakistan when you talk about Abrar. But he's been picking up wickets. M3U1U.
M3U1U with the ball. So Mohammad Nawaz and Abrar, the two frontline spinners. The way they've used Saim recently, he's also become a frontline bowler for Pakistan, whereas in the T20 format or in the one-day format. So with Salman Ali Agha, you pen them down as four spinners.
You know, the chat must have been how to clean up this partnership.
Well, how that conversation of a cleanup job went. Maybe some inspiration can be drawn from Super Saf. Premium detergent powder. Beans like a dream. Right, a few hands moving here and there just to make sure the fielders are in the right position. So there is long off. And Salman Ali Agha very close in catching. Pakistan now looking to just experiment with changes in field. Maybe draw the false shot given the field positions. But the bowler needs to oblige with a similar line and length as well. So they are bowling slower and outside the off stump.
You know, the last delivery was indicative of the fact that there is some turn for the spinners. Only if you bowl it slower. It's all about exploiting the conditions in a proper manner. Initially, the bowlers used as spinners, they were very flat, and that's why they were not able to extract anything from the surface. And isn't it surprising, when Shaheen Shah was bowling those cutters and slow ones, he was getting the pitch to respond, not these spinners.
And he will hope, the captain, the ODI captain for Pakistan, that Saim Ayub can maybe get more revs on the ball, get one of the balls to turn and grip. Very lucky he gets away with that. 14 done, 92 for no loss.
It's a seamless start. It is a very impressive start by the Proteas. 92, and without a wicket down after 14 overs, there's rhythm, there is quality. Shaheen, Naseem, Salman, Abrar, Saim, the bowlers used. The wickets column is still not being utilized. Checked off. Vernon, I'm just a little bit surprised with the lack of spin. Is it because the way they bowl, because they bowl at a faster pace? Maybe you need an original spinner here to exploit the conditions, not your all-rounders?
Yeah, afternoon, Rummies. Good afternoon to all our viewers. I'm surprised myself because it did look a very dry surface, so you expect the spinners to have played a greater role up until now. But I do feel from time to time, perhaps it's a little bit too quick through the air. I think it's a kind of surface that instructs you to take a bit of pace off and get the surface to do the work for you. But also take no credit away from the way these two opening batters have imposed themselves on the Pakistan spinners, not allowing them to settle. Because very often as a bowler, you're trying to get into some sort of rhythm. Every time they've given it a bit of air, these two batters were looking to score, and that makes it so much more difficult to bowl that pace that you're after.
Pretorius with a very fine 50 on debut, showcasing his talent. Good against pace, good against spin so far, and there's, I think he's probably gone. If it's not an inside edge, he's done. Umpire says not out. I think probably there was an inside edge. I'm not too sure. Shaheen Afridi, what is he thinking? DRS timer is on. They've sent it upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. We'll go to front on when ready, please. Ball passes close to the bat and the gloves. Can we go to ultra edge, please, when ready? Yeah, can we just freeze it there? The ball clearly hits the gloves. Asif, you can still have your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
A very good read by the umpire. Normally are good at hearing the woody sound, but off the glove to read it was absolutely fantastic. A review is lost by Pakistan, but the appeal was definitely on.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that could have saved him on that occasion. It's a bit of glove, because everything else looked adjacent. First time Luandre Pretorius has gone outside of his customary style of play. Opted for the reverse sweep. Up until now, he's kept it conventional and it's worked, it's paid off. Don't change something that's worked, son. Yeah, there's just so much to like about this partnership, Ramis. You've got the experience of Quinton de Kock on the one end, and you've got the youth and exuberance of a young Leandre Pretorius. Yes, an exciting player. But what excites me most is the conversation that must be happening between the two. For the first time, international debut on ODI cricket, getting the opportunity of betting alongside the Quinton de Kock, understanding when is a good time to score. And you certainly feel with the current surface, this is the best time to bat. At the end of 15, South Africa 94 for none.
If you're looking for an ideal spread of dots and ones and twos and fours and sixes, this is it. 9 fours, 3 sixes, good rotation of strike, 25 singles, few dots, just to consolidate the position. Nearing a 100-run partnership as an opening pair.
Yeah, talk about cricket being brought back to Faisalabad after 17 years. I absolutely enjoy these smaller outer venues because you certainly get some passionate crowds. So it's good. I mean, we owe them the opportunity to come and watch live international cricket. Very often they'll be sitting behind the television sets applauding Pakistan cricket on. So yeah, they have an opportunity to come out and witness it live. 3 ODI matches being played at this venue. South Africa off to an absolute flyer.
The ball coming onto the bat very nicely. Few hints, glimpses of the ball gripping and spinning, but not a lot.
Yeah, and I was actually getting to that point, Ramis. I think having Quinton de Kock out in the middle, he might have observed that this might be the best opportunity for South Africa to score. Whilst the ball is nice and hard, it comes on, certainly identified that it might get slower and more tougher as the game goes on. Once the ball loses the hardness, the spinners might come into play. So it's also important to have an in-batter there during the course of this inning, South Africa. You don't want to have 2 new batters at the crease at one stage. So as well as this partnership is going, there will also be a keen eye on one batter being in at all stages.
Smash goes flying across the turf to the long off fence. Really hits them hard. Pretorius getting there with a lot of improvisation, and I think that's the mantra they need to follow through for the next few overs. No need to take risks. Yeah, keep on doing that. Still a long way to go. Plenty of overs left in the kitty. It's Pakistan who have got to come up with answers.
I think also, given the nature of the modern day one-day cricket, of course, between overs 10 and 40, you need to have 5 fielders inside the ring. So there's also a window of opportunity to up the scoring ante.
Catch it, and well, it's taken brilliantly. Really is a cracker at point. Mohammad Nawaz has been having it great with the ball, with the bat, and as a fielder as well. Took a blinder in the T20Is at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore, and Pretorius will be bitterly disappointed because he's batting so well. A little bit of flight, the ball gripped and spun.
Yeah, an excellent piece of bowling, just slowed it up outside the off stump. But that's also an excellent catch by Mohammad Nawaz at point. Well, Pakistan, they pick up their first. Pretorius, he goes for 57. South Africa 98 for 1. And also, with the fall of that wicket, the players will take a drinks break.
Lohandre Pretorius, very impressive, 57 on debut. Got out just at the wrong time when he was looking good. De Kock is still out there, plenty of experience, well settled. This really was extremely well taken at point, diving full length, Mohammad Nawaz. Terrific hands, ball just spinning across and taking the ball away from his reach. Edged it to point, who was in and caught it well.
Yeah, it's such a difficult shot to play on a surface like this, but Saim Ayub, excellent changes of variation in pace. New better to the crease for South Africa. Tony Dezorzi, 150 to go with a 100 in this format for him. A young ODI career. He's an exciting player to watch. Well, after taking a catch, he's back into the action, Mohammad Nawaz.
Yeah, trust him to be attacking the stumps. Let's see whether he spins the ball. That last ball did spin from Saim Ayub. Here we go then, Nawaz with a brand new spell. Straight away some flight. It's again a little messy Pakistan in the field.
The one thing I always look at, Rami, is his body language in the field. You almost feel that with that partnership from South Africa, Pakistan just failed it a little bit in the field. But after that wicket, there's a new energy, there's a new buzz. You feel that these middle overs, they'll have to keep up that buzz. As much as you create opportunity with ball in hand, you also created opportunity with the field, the energy that you provide.
That one gripped and shaped back into the stumps from Mohammad Nawaz. Zosi played spin beautifully in the Test series. But stuck to the task, showed good defense, good temperament.
Yeah, I like that fielded square leg there, Ramiz. For one particular reason, there's no easy single. If you want a single, you've got to have to take the element of risk of lapping it to fine leg or try and go aerial downtown. We've just seen this ball starting to sit in the surface a little bit, so there's a little bit of purchase for the spinners to work with.
Off the mark with a stylish shot. With Bengal Flowers, 1100 plus branches. Open your current account from nearest branch to enjoy various free services and earn orbit rewards by maintaining or growing your balance. Runs with the shot, makes his ground. Both batsmen make their ground. 101 for 1.
Yeah, this was him. The way he set up Luandre Pretorius. It was quick and flat. And the batsman got in some sort of rhythm. And then, of course, he just dragged the pace back. You can see those two purple elements. Those were slightly slower. And because of that, Luandre Pretorius had to reach at it. An excellent diving catch by Mohammad Nawaz. Brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah, I just about summed up the delivery perfectly. Loopy and wide. He's got to take the lead now as a front runner in this innings. De Kock, plenty of experience. He's well settled. 38. That's chipped into the gap. Has enough force to make it to the fence.
Yeah, way too much experience to be missing out on freebies like these. It's a low full toss. It's cries of catch it, but there's absolutely no one in that region. Placement to perfection. Easy boundary for De Kock.
Yes, his ability to find the gaps. That's why he's such a success in white ball cricket. First boundary after 5 overs for De Kock. Then works the way towards the leg side for a run, easy run.
Yeah, you certainly feel this is a massive innings for Quinton de Kock. Of course, announced his comeback into international cricket. The one thing that you have to do is to put the runs on the board. He's had a bit of a dry spell of late in that runs department, so this is a wonderful opportunity for him. Magnificent start, 43 of 40 deliveries. But you certainly feel if he is to announce himself back in the colours of South Africa, he will have to get a 3-figure score, because there's plenty of competition in and around him. Likes of the Zorzi, Rickleton, Markram, they all in-form players for South Africa. But it's wonderful to see him back.
Gets it over Rizwan's head. Still work in progress. Dizorsi, last 11 innings in ODIs, 277 runs, average of 25.18. Strike rate of less than 100. 50 plus scores, none. But here's an opportunity for him. Batting up the order after very good platforms being set up by the openers.
Yeah, I remember Tony de Zorzi getting 100 against India in South Africa. Really announced himself with that 100. Of course, he's got a lot of potential, but also playing various different conditions, asking you as a batsman to make an adjustment. There's a low full toss. So as much as he got off to a flyer, it's also about understanding different conditions and how about to go in those different conditions. Young is an exciting player. He comes from my town these days, Ramiz.
Oh, that's a beauty. Spun across sharply. 107 for 1. A massive spin from close to the bat. Couple from him that have spun sharply and more than what the batsmen were expecting it to. We're going to root for D'Souza now, Vernon, because he comes from your land of plenty, which is Cape Town. Now, Cape Town is heavenly, absolutely beautiful city.
Ramiz, I need to correct myself. He's made the move from the Titans down to Cape Town. But nevertheless, he's in heaven.
Absolutely. Heavenly move. Down the track, lifts it effortlessly, gets it across for a 6. What a strike that is. Seriously good strike. Didn't try to overhit it. That was the key to success.
Yeah, this is the one part of Tony D'Souza's game that I absolutely adore. Once he's picked the left arm spinner, he's made his intentions clear. Gets himself into a wonderful position to launch this, not trying to overhit it. And as soon as it left the bat, we all knew it was going to travel the distance.
They'd be wondering what has happened to Faisalabad Cricket Stadium. So many people suddenly after 17 years. South Africa's flag flying high. They are beautifully set up for a very impressive first innings. They're looking for the ball, is he?
Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit on the competition that's been created within the South African squad at the moment. Of course, this team has gone to Australia, beat Australia 2-1 in their home conditions, gone to England, beat England 2-1 in their home conditions. So there's a lot of confidence spilling over. And of course, if you're a new batter coming in and you know there's someone in form ahead of you, more often than not, it's about the determination of getting more runs and putting pressure on those guys ahead of you. And they've created an excellent platform here, South Africa. Oh, I tell you what, that is some hit.
(91m6). That's another good way of playing spin. Play the ball as late as possible. Really was a massive hit. This 91m went out of the stadium.
That comes from your era. Hit a boundary and get off strike, right?
No, a dead bat. Not even a single after hitting a 4. Just enjoy that moment of hitting a 4. How the game has expanded. It's just brilliant to watch some of these young kids on the block, because they're fearless and they want more out of one delivery. That's a bat with positive intent. And so making this game so much more attractive for the fans. On the pads, a flick. Is it going to be stopped? Abrar. Well, he tries, drags the ball with him into the fence.
And this is the pressure that was exerted early on in the over on Mohamed Nawaz. Of course, you can see it's the arm ball a little bit quicker, but just down the leg. Easy pickings for a guy like Quinton de Kock. All he knew he had to get on was a little bit of blade. Yeah, it was an excellent effort in the end, but in the process, popping the ball back into his arm and taking it over the boundary, waiting for boundary.
Making sure that he doesn't tread on the pitch, keeping his feet off the playing surface. 118 for 1. Sixth, 8. 2 more matches here. The first one is gaining a lot of eyeballs. There's this cricket buzz in the city. Everyone is talking about the series. Some of them still waiting out there in the queue to get in. That really was wide. It spun, but from a wider angle.
Yeah, it certainly seems that wide angle seems to just sit in the surface a little bit now. I'm not sure whether it's the bowler's foot marks, but it certainly looks like there's just a bit of purchase wide outside the off stump. I also feel that M3U1U has managed to find a pace to ball on the surface to get it to turn. We've seen 1 or 2 ragging square, something which you've mentioned in your pitch report. Expected a whole lot earlier, of course.
Yeah, I felt that there's a lot more drama of the surface for the spinners, but this surface has held up well. Nothing seriously great off the straight, so whatever spin you're getting, it's off the straight.
And it's amazing from the outset. You ask yourself, what's a good target on this particular surface without having faced the first ball? And many would have said, if you get to 260, it's a good score. All of a sudden, that has changed dramatically with this start South Africa has afforded themselves. Must be thinking 300 plus. An excellent sweep shot by Quinton de Kock. It takes him to 50, coming off just 50 deliveries.
Playing an ODI after a gap of 2 years, and gets a great response from the dugout, from the fans here. This is a lovely sweep shot. Good, nice roll of the wrist, playing it down away from that fielder. No one at the back fence. Plays it down softly for a run. That's the other thing that approaches have done so well, the running between the wickets.
Yeah, appreciation from the changing room. Plays a massive part in conversation being held in the changing room, so good to see him back in the runs. Yeah, there's even a couple of South African flags wavering here in Faisalabad.
And the over after 20th, 125 for 1.
Yeah, they needed a good start in the surface. Pretorius, he got off to an absolute flyer. 57 of 60, and well supported by Quinton de Kock. Britzke, Kasile, Ferreira, the batsman that they will hope to get the bulk of the runs from. South Africa.
Whosoever is in form has got to hold firm. Quinton de Kock needs to play a long big innings here. Change of angle, round the stumps. Oh, that one came back strongly. So first real sign of the ball spinning and biting off the straight.
Yeah, a bit of a smile from Quinton de Kock because he didn't expect this. It's a change of angle. Oh, it's a lot of grip and turn. all of a sudden, it's just a believe again. You get one to turn in bounds as a spinner, you plant that element of doubt in the batter's mind, and that's what's key here. Key to see how Quinton de Kock's going to respond to it.
Need to show a bit more consistency if you're a spinner. There's a little bit of a pause, and he actually walked back for the second, Quinton de Kock. He's well settled to now play the variations, Quinton de Kock, and that's the advantage of a set article out there, set batsman out there. 54 of 53 is seen off a decent period with the new ball, and then now the ball is gripping and spinning. It took about 20 overs for the ball to settle down and to spin. Oh, that's full toss. That's gone all the way for 6. Bombastic, belligerent from the left-hander. Probably didn't catch it straight away off the hand. It's a boundary, I think, not a 6. Anyway, a loose half-trigger put away.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself here, Mohammad Nawaz. After the first one, got to turn. That's an arm ball. Lost complete control of it. A man of Quinton de Kock's caliber, he's not going to miss out.
Putting away the bad deliveries, Quinton de Kock.
I think it's so important. You talk about consistency. Yes, the 50-over format, 10 overs as a bowler you have in your arsenal, so you still have to be bowling good spells. What I find is with the T20 format, bowlers almost feel they have to change up. And that's where batters really capitalize, especially in the 50-over format.
A lot of cracks on the surface. Some that have spun more could be because of the balls hitting those cracks. That's it nicely. Waits for the ball, waits for any spin on it, and then creates that angle. And it's 1-3-2 for 1.
Good start by South Africa, 131 for 1, just the 21 overs. Nothing threatening the pads or the outside edge, as yet. Very consistent spin, the bounce has been consistent as well.
Just now, last couple of overs, you just see the spin being slightly more consistent, like you say. Mohammad Nawaz extracting the most degree of spin. Just picked up. The slower through the air, the more turn we're getting. There were a few that have just bit slightly more into the surface and spun sharply. It was almost time me and Ramiz were going to go look for another job. At the pitch report, one opposition was going to spin the other one out of control. Just gave me a wry smile after he finished his commentary stint, because the ball is just starting to turn a lot more. Up in the air, will fall in the vacant area. Once again, excellent running. 22 done, 138 for 1. .22 overs, 138 for South Africa. The one wicket, that of Luandre Pretorius, gave South Africa impetus up the order. Played his strokes, timed the ball well, and now once again another partnership for South Africa. 40 of 37 between Tony Dizorzi and Quinton de Kock. Beautiful scenes here in Faisalabad. Change in momentum of the game as well. Naseem Shah back into the attack with the ball. Seamers up front, bowled 7 overs between them. The ball came on quite nicely in that first power play. Right then, a challenge that you can take part in. KFC Flip the Bucket Challenge. Land it on your head and get finger-licking good prizes. JP spoke to Matthew Bretsky at the toss in terms of assessing, obviously an unknown surface, a lot more alien to South Africa than Pakistan, but both will be fairly new and are fairly new to how this might play out. Asked him about how they would go on about assessing the surface. Now a very good platform laid here and the ball just starting to turn. How do you see them playing out with 9 wickets in hand?
I think it also it's determined by the strategy of the Pakistan seamers. Yes, a hint of turn, a little bit of stop in the surface. Do they utilize the change of pace from the seamers as well? They do have mid on and mid off up, so from a batter's perspective, they would feel that if they can line them up, they can take the aerial route. It's coming onto the bat quite nicely with the seam up option. So they want to stay aggressive, no doubt.
So far, South Africa have scored very quickly and have kept it smart. Similar to the Inverex Exio, Pakistan's smartest hatchback EV. Charge fast and drive smart.
So well rehearsed, Ruruj. Even brought in your smart word as well.
Yep. Know the scripts down to the T. When I talk about the change of pace as the first slow delivery, the off-cutter, Naseem Shah's bowled 118 kilometers per hour. And so far, the understanding of the surface from South Africa, they can rely on it and hit through the line of the ball because it hasn't had that invariable bounce so far. Nikes playing square on the offside and even better with the pace on. Quinton de Kock, 62. Much needed runs for him as well into international colours. Only the 4 T20I games after he's re-emerged into international format.
Yeah, it's a format that I mentioned particularly at the start of the innings. We had an opportunity to really bat for long periods of time, gain some confidence in the white ball format. And it's a format that has found so much success, scoring a huge amount of hundreds in this format. It's a good start in the second spell from Naseem Shah. SA 139 for 1. The ability to play all around the ground. Quinton de Kock doesn't mind to use his feet with the aggressive option, particularly against the spin. Has been really good in his footwork. The timing has been really good. Touch game on point. More importantly, doesn't mind the sweep shots as well. And are we going to see another big one here by Quinton de Kock? The platform has been set. He seems to be moving really well, timing the ball nicely. 2 maximums thus far in his innings of 62 and just the 65 deliveries.
$85K is the delivery to start, and the turn that the pitch promised. A little bit more when the pace is slower, so more revs and a little bit of air in the ball. And you mentioned Quinton de Kock's numbers at the ICC ODI World Cup in 2023. 59 the average, 594 runs. He was the 3rd highest run scorer in that tournament. That was his last one-day international. Off memory, maybe 400s in that, just behind Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma on that list. Big shout. Has he trapped him in front? Maybe just impact outside. Umpire unmoved. Don't think Pakistan are interested in this either.
From a spinner's perspective, there is a hint of turn, as we can see. But now, as importantly, how do you match your field according to the deliveries you're going to be bowling? As we see consistently, there's been a ploy from outside the off stump. So what that suggests is the only mode of dismissal is really caught. And with a hint of turn, is there an opportunity to bring one more man across to the leg side, try and target the stumps, bring in bowl, bring in LBW as well as caught, possibly a leading edge. You have to create some opportunities here. South Africa foundation really well set. It feels like things are happening. More importantly, as I said, matching the field accordingly. I think there's a great opportunity here for Pakistan to try and make an impact in the game.
Field remains the same. Good over. Just the 2 singles off this from Saim. And will remain the same. 24 done, 141 for 1.
Not a bad debut by Leandro Pretorius, and what's been an absolute standout is his confidence at the crease, allowing the ball to come on beautifully. His balance has been exceptional, ability to play all around the ground, and certainly one for the future for South Africa. 57 of 60 balls.
Plenty of firepower to come in next for South Africa. But at the moment, Pakistan looking a bit toothless. A bit toothless in this bowling lineup that they have. And why that is Pakistan, we spoke about this earlier, struggled to pick up wickets in the first 10 overs against South Africa. But coming to the middle overs, now I'm talking about across the board in one-day international cricket, between overs 11 and 40, Pakistan bowlers this year in 11 ODI games have only picked up 1 wicket every 10 overs, which means between 11 and 40, Pakistan's average wicket-taking ability is 3 wickets only. which is 11th out of the 12 teams on that list, just ahead of Ireland. So numbers that Pakistan will need to look to work at. Comes back to the conversation in terms of who are the most likely to get you those wickets in that middle order. A conversation we can have a little while after, as we get 40 to 50, is that Pakistan's death ball run rate isn't great either. Right at the bottom of the list on that as well, Pakistan in terms of overs 40 to 50 in leaking runs. Out of the 11 ODIs this year in 2025, Pakistan have lost 9 of them. So numbers slightly on the alarming side. Nothing alarming about that. 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Hello, hair. JP Dumini next to me doesn't have to worry about that. On the other hand, Tizoe, the South African physio, Tony Dizozi, beautiful locks of hair. Bowled him! Chopped it on! Naseem Shah with the wicket that was very well needed for Pakistan.
Well, it's an angle that he's persisted with around the wickets to the left-handers. And a dismissal, a mode of dismissal that we saw quite often in Lahore in the T20s, a played on. We saw some great scenes from Quinton de Kock in this innings thus far, but unfortunately sees the back of him by that man, Naseem Shah. Well played, 63, South Africa. 141 for 2.
South African one-day international skipper Matthew Bretsky makes his way out. Enjoys this format according to himself. Still fresh into the ODI career, but he does have a certain love affair with this country in terms of venues. Scored 150 on international ODI debut in Lahore in the Champions Trophy versus New Zealand. Highest ever. Beg your pardon, it was a tri-series just prior to the Champions Trophy. Both teams, new captains. Shaheen Shah Afridi with the ODI captaincy, Matthew Bretsky. Similar responsibility on his shoulders, but at the moment work cut out, the platform set.
Trying to use the pace, and it's a shot that he's become well known for, the ability to just nudge it down to third man, but the angle of the bat unfortunately doesn't help with the angle of Naseem Shah coming back into him. Just finds the inside edge and disappointment. He was well set, and we know he has the ability to score big hundreds. He'll certainly be disappointed with that opportunity. Coming back into international cricket. Oh, shouts all round. An appeal from Naseem Shah. No reviews needed. And that's halfway mark of 25, 142 for 2.
142 for 2 in 25 overs. Quinton de Kock with 63. Fell in that previous over to Naseem Shah, chopped it back onto his stumps. Lohandre Pretorius caught Nawaz bowling of Saim Ayub for 57. Tony Dizorzi timing the ball well, joined by his captain. Yet to get off the mark. The crowd is fantastic, really clocking up the decibels here, because Babar Azam is fielding at long on just in front of them. Amazing how an individual can have so much of fan following. There's only a few that fall in that category in world sport. And every time he walks by, they go up.
Reminds me of you on the golf course, Suruj. Such a great following whenever we were playing in Pakistan. So many fans. Powered away. Powered away by Tony Dizorzi. And recognizes the back of a length and gets into a great position. Doesn't look to go the aerial route, but just firmly put on the ground and powers it to the boundary.
Not the best of deliveries either from Saim Ayub. Drops it short. Tony Dizorzi very quick onto the back foot. Gone! The slow delivery, the chip back to the bowler. Saim has 2. South Africa 3 down.
Well, we spoke briefly about the opportunity to bowl straight to line. It brings 3 dismissals into play. And that leading edge, particularly with the ball turning away, sees the back of Tony Dizorzi. And Saim Ayub, well, he's elated. And the 3rd wicket goes begging for South Africa. It's 147.
In at 5 for South Africa, Sinithemba Kashile making his international ODI debut. Plenty of experience at the List A career. JP Dumini. Is there another pronunciation of his name?
Kashile. Yeah, I had the opportunity to play with him for South Africa in T20 cricket. He's a great talent. Keeper batter. And what a great opportunity for him, particularly in the subcontinent. Crowds are on their feet here supporting Pakistan.
And he's out there to face Saim Ayub, who's picked up 2. A touch slower. Tony Dizorzi just chips it back. Simple take to Saim. Got the crowd involved as well. Tony Dizorzi was going at a fair clip, 18 of 20. Turn! Past the edge of Bretsky's bat. 26 down, 148 for 3.
Yeah, it's a part of the game. It's really going to be a test for these 2 batters for South Africa. One on debut, another one debutant as captain. And a prime position to be able to put in a captain's knock. Back-to-back wickets. 3 down now, but a healthy score thus far. But as predicted, we're seeing a little bit of purchase on the surface. And Nasim Shah, who saw the back of Quinton de Kock in the previous over, he continues. It's been a pretty decent spell second time around.
And we'll continue with the slip in place. The pitch just starting to do a little more in terms of turn. The carom ball from Saim Ayub's over, the last ball of the previous delivery of a great length just outside the off stump of Matthew Bretsky. Even of the seamers with the angle. Nasim Shah picked up Quinton de Kock from around the wicket, ball just jagged back in slightly. Even the first delivery here, just off the seam, comes back into the right-hander. Good call, great run. Another Tapal tea moment. Fans of cricket enjoying Pakistan's finest brand in the Tapal tea lounge. Important for Pakistan now to build on this. 141 for 2, 147 for 3, beg your pardon. They just want to build up a partnership of good overs, string together a few good dot deliveries and put the pressure back onto South Africa. Hold the game in this middle phase. But JP, shots like those sound at the bat every now and then. The surface still a very good surface. Brings up the 150 for South Africa.
Yeah, particularly with the seam-up deliveries, it's the ability to play well off the back foot. The elusive sound. Depends which side of the coin you are. From South Africa, they'll be happy. An opportunity to release the arms. Clearly over the line. Nasim Shah. The skipper, Matthew Bretsky, will face the free hit.
Mid-off, mid-off, mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. Protection square either side. Great delivery. Change of pace, not providing Bretsky any room to swing through the line of the ball.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one when you haven't really faced many deliveries on a surface such as this one, where it sits in the wicket a touch. Generally, when you see the ball short, you're anticipating that the ball is going to come quite quickly at you. You're having to stop your shot and adjust. Well disguised by Nasim Shah. Change of field. Slip comes out into mid-wicket.
Pakistan will be wary of the fact that of late they haven't bowled their overs in time, whether it's T20 internationals or ODI cricket, and you can just pick up the chatter on stump mic that they're behind on time. 4 spinners and the 2 seamers, so they ought to be getting this in time. Just why from behind the stumps, Mohammad Rizwan asking the boys just to get a go on, get the overs in quickly. Straight to the fielder for 1, 27 done, 153 for 3. .53, 48 and 58 deliveries respectively for South Africa to bring up a sequence of runs. Saim Ayub to bowl his 8th over, and this is good. The slip remains, protection straight down the ground, and the 2 men catching just in front of the bat. Extra cover and mid-wicket very close in. The one ball that did turn off Saim Ayub, last ball a couple of overs ago. Track your back to the Asia Cup. He bowled 2 absolute peaches to get rid of Shubman Gill and Jitendra Singh off that carom ball. Change of field as well now. Shah Afridi had just come in from mid-wicket onto that position. I go back a couple of overs ago again. The control with which he bowls the carom ball and the amount of revs he can get on the ball can extract some extravagant turn. Rolls his finger over, release from in front of the hand. Just feel he'll keep bowling those, maybe just draw Matthew Bretsky outside. Brings in those 2 men catching on the offside, the slip comes into play. I would like the line of the ball to start from within the stumps. So if the one that does remain straight, you bring LBW into play as well.
Nicely played by Bretsky. Feature of Bretsky's spin play is generally how he utilizes his feet, particularly playing off the back foot. And I think this is where it's really going to test Saim Ayub. The length of that delivery that we just had a look at was perfect. That in-between length where he's not sure whether to commit on the front foot or play off the back foot. That's the length that he doesn't want. It's just a free shot really for any batter, because it's responding off the surface quite slow. So you have the opportunity really to get into the positions quite easily. The encouraging part for Pakistan is that there is purchase. Pace so important, line so important, even more so the length of that straight delivery.
Touch slow with a little bit of turn. 28 overs done, South Africa 157 for 3.
.157 for 3 after 28. South Africa, after an excellent start, Pakistan just crawling their way back into this contest. Last 5 overs, 2 for 18. Well, it is the battle of the 2 young captains. I suppose it's a learning curve for both Sain Afridi as well as Matthew Bretsky. What have you made of his captaincy so far, Amir Sel?
Yeah, he handled the situation quite well, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Run appropriate changes. Rotated the bowlers in a nicer way. And this is very important phase of the game. Whoever make their mark in this passage, they'll have the say in this game. South Africa, no doubt, in a very good position with 158 for 3 on the board. And if they go on to score about 70 runs in this phase from 29th till the 40th over, Pakistan will have to think a lot.
It's coming around the wicket, great at angle to get the ball back into the stump side. Afridi. Perhaps a phase of the game that they've identified they need to pick up more wickets. There's no use allowing batters to get in. No matter who bowls at the back end of the game, once a batter is in, they can launch out the ground. But this is the part of the game where you can really inflict chains and have an impact as a bowler. It's good to see him bring himself back.
Yeah, that is the main reason. He knows the importance of a wicket here. That will give them control.
Yeah, is this that angle, As a right-hand batter, you're so used to with the left arm operating from over the wicket. He creates an angle where he can cut. This occasion, the one nipping back, so there's no room to cut and free the hands.
Yeah, so far, Sheila had his problems. He hasn't middled the ball consistently. Definitely, he has to adjust his approach here.
Yeah, it's a short one, but this time around he got a healthy piece of willow on that and dissected 2 fielders out in the deep for a boundary. Kasile brings up his first boundary.
Your first boundary after 20 balls. And that tells you that how well the Pakistani bowlers have bowled in this phase. But here was a delivery which Kashila was looking desperately for. A long hop, and he was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's a much better length from Saeed Afridi. I don't think you want to be bowling too short, because if you're being scored square off the surface, you're erring on the wrong side of the surface here this evening.
Yeah, when you talk about Shaheen Shah Afridi's strength as a bowler, it's by pitching the ball up. Whenever he tries to bowl back of the length, he struggles. So he might as well stick with his stronger point of the game.
Yeah, that's the end of the Afridi over. South Africa 164 for 3. Yeah, a couple of towers in that first 20 overs. But that was due to Quinton de Kock and Lohandre Pretorius giving themselves a wonderful start at the top of the order. And at the 4, you just see those towers are getting smaller and smaller, as we expect with this ball getting softer in this middle period.
Yeah, this move has a potential because Nawaz of late has been picking up important wickets for Pakistan. Yes, he struggled with his 3 overs because the left-handers were there. But now, both the batters bat with right hand. So he should bowl with a big heart, Mohammad Nawaz. And we saw the wicket responding to him as well.
Yeah, I just get a feeling from Nawaz's point of view, perhaps trying a little bit too much. We have seen a bit of purchase. The ball starting to turn as it gets a little older, but consistency is going to be key in this phase of the game. As a batter, you want him to change up. How many balls can he land in one consistent area, asking the right questions? It's brilliantly bowled. It's the outside half of the bat, which he won't mind, Mohammad Nawaz.
Yeah, boundaries are hard to be found at the moment. The way Pakistani bowlers have bowled, yes, a boundary was hit after 20 deliveries in the previous over of Shaheen Shah Afridi. But this situation can work in Nawaz's favour if he gives more air to the ball. Try and buy a wicket here.
I love the fact that they've employed the slip as well. So just thinking a little bit positive from a Pakistan perspective. Which you do feel the only currency for them is to pick up wickets on a consistent basis. You do not want to allow another partnership to form, because once you get into that final 10 overs, it's all about momentum. And on which side of the coin you do find yourself back then.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, when a captain gives you a slip fielder, he's asking you to bowl off stump line. Maybe fuller on that particular line, and that will give a chance to the left armer to pick up a wicket if he bowls off stump or just outside off stump.
Yeah, I certainly feel you want to perhaps be a touch fuller, invite the drive, bring that outside edge into play. You've got a slip in position, and of course he has the ability to slide one back as well. So you want to try and challenge both edges of the bat. Just a touch too short, the previous delivery from Mohammad Nawaz. That's much better. That's where you want to settle in for the evening, Mohammad Nawaz.
And there was hint to turn for him as well. A bit of air, the line was good too. At the batsman in a spot of bother.
A touch too short, but missed out from Matthew Brielska. Well, Mohammad Nawaz, he'll be pleased with that return. 3 off, 167 for 3. Yes, South Africa, that's how they've been going in the innings so far. 97 dots, 57 ones, 9 twos. Surprisingly, no threes whatsoever. 15 boundaries with the 4 maximums. Certainly strikes you as that kind of ground, that kind of venue where you won't be seeing too many threes, because it's a touch on the smaller side. It's a small venue, quick outfield, so no surprise that we haven't seen any threes on that accumulation of runs by South Africa.
Very well dug out by the right-hander. Sheila was a very well directed Yorker from left-arm fast bowler, angling in. It was off balance, but managed well. Showing some confidence now, Sheila.
And there's one aspect of Shaheen Shah Afridi's game that I really enjoyed working with him as well. He has the ability to bowl that Yorker. We had a chat in the last T20 game, and I kept on asking him, you've got that potent Yorker, why not utilize it more often? Yes, bat is expected, but it's another thing facing it. Around the wicket again, it's been airborne. He's picked the gap, Kasile, and he's going to pick up a second boundary to his account this evening.
Yeah, talk about maneuvering the length. Talk about using the angle. Did it so well. Never looked to overhit the ball. Just used the pace and directed the ball into the gap to pick up his second boundary. It started to look good.
It's over pitched again, and guess what? This time round, he's dissected the fielders at mid-off and mid-on with a classical straight drive down the ground.
That is the peril. When as a fast bowler, you're looking to find that Yorker length. If you don't, and this could happen. Turn out to be a juicy half volley. And the batter, Chile, was ready for it.
Yeah, this is brilliant from the youngster. Back after 6 years in international cricket. This is an excellent start. 20 of 18 so far. Dragging the length back from Afridi. And well respected.
Yeah, once again, we saw a bit of rhythm in the batting of these two. They've started to find boundaries. Now making Shaheen Shah Afridi think, not only as a bowler, but also as a captain as well. This partnership, 28 of 32 deliveries.
And that's down the leg side, and he'll have to re-bowl it again.
Hello here. 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Those are long, aren't they? Putting Ramesh to shame.
Chains of angle now for Shaheen Shah Afridi, coming back over the wicket to the right hand at Basile. Over pitched again, but the inside edge means a dot ball. South Africa after 31, 176 for 3. Yeah, it's good to see this crowds in. Cricket back in Faisalabad after 17 years. And they've come out in their numbers. And it's beautiful to see there's some South African flags as well as Pakistani flags. So no biasness about this crowd this evening.
Hey, we are cricket-loving nation. Yes, we all want Pakistan to win, but we do appreciate good cricket.
To continue, Mohammad Nawaz. Can he follow it up with another good over? It's a good start. It's a good start at this juncture of the game. As both teams, you look at what's going to be a good score from here onwards. With the platform South Africa has afforded themselves, they must be thinking 280 plus.
Yeah, the tried and tested formula is at the end of 30th over, whatever you get, you double it. So South Africa does have a chance to go past 280. They're in a very good position.
Well, well, well. What do you make of that, Amir Sohail?
Well, Pakistan Cricket Board is adding 2 more franchises, and the Faisalabad city has a chance to get the franchise, and if they do, then PSL is going to come to Faisalabad anyways.
Oh, that's the arm ball. I think he might have just gotten away with one here with Matthew Brieska. Yeah, you talk about doubling the score at the halfway stage, but you also have to factor in conditions. I don't think this is your traditional wickets where you can up the ante towards the back end. I think the game's going to slow down a touch. And again, I will say you perhaps have to set your sights just a little bit lower than what we've come accustomed to over recent years.
Yeah, I hear you, but at the same time, this pitch, the looks of this pitch has belied the behavior, that's for sure. The anticipation was more of turn from this one. So if the bowlers are not getting that purchase from this wicket, I think South Africa does have a chance to breach 300 maybe.
I certainly feel they've given themselves that chance of getting there. 178 for 3 after 31.5. One ball remaining before that all-important drinks break for teams to reset again. Perhaps revisit their strategies moving into the last half of this innings. Gretzky picking up a single. Well, Mohamed Nawaz has gone 3 and 3 in the last 2 overs. South Africa 179 for 3. And with that, the players will enjoy a cold refreshment. Well, South Africa lost 3 wickets so far in this innings. But the first to have fallen was Luandri Pretorius with the score on 98. Played a little cut shot. A wonderful catch by Mohamed Nawaz, and then they've lost 2 quick wickets in quick succession.
And how many times you have seen kickoff getting out in a similar fashion? And it was not Pakistani frontline spinner who did the damage. It was M3U1U once again reacting to the captain's call.
Yeah, he certainly has been the pick of the bowler, M3U1U. You certainly feel that perhaps adjusted to the pace of the surface much better than all the others. Nasim Shah, brilliant in terms of seam up front. Wonderful control, 1 for 25. But you get a feeling that this is going to be the area heading into the last quarter of this game where they will be tested in that bowling department.
And captain of Pakistan cricket team, Shah Afridi, realizes the delicate situation of this game, and hence going with his premier spinner in Abrar. He's looking for a wicket here.
Yeah, Pakistan in the last 12 overs They've been going at 4.5 to the over. So that's wonderful in terms of control. And that's exactly what you want from here onwards. You can curb South Africa to that sort of run rate. That will up the pressure, because they'll have to up the ante to score. Well, Abraham, he's into the attack. And he starts with a dot.
Yeah, he's been there for 22 deliveries, captain of South Africa, Rizke. But no momentum has been witnessed in his batting. This time around, goes aerial, does the distance. That'll be a pressure releaser for the captain.
Yeah, and he has the ability to clear the field. Matthew Briatska, he's just been strangled with some consistent bowling. With a bit of flight, the invite was sent, and he says, I'll have a bit of that. But what has been impressive about that shot is the area which he looked to hit it. Downtown, that's your safest bet at this ground.
Yeah, he wasn't bothered whether it was a googly or a leg spinner, went with that stroke because the room was there.
And that's often so important, especially when you're being bogged down, that you know your zone where you look for that boundary. Absolutely no hesitation whatsoever that he's going to go downtown. Yeah, clarity in mindset.
Yeah, he was fully committed to that stroke.
Oh, it's airborne. Was that a chance? By the player's reaction, I certainly do feel it was.
It wasn't on the stronger side of Abrar. He bowls with the right arm. It was towards the left side, but at this standard, should have been taken.
Yeah, the best spinners in the world will tell you you have to become the best fielders of your own bowling. This must, as it went quite sharply, you certainly feel there was enough time for him to get across to that. Last ball, it was short, it's pulled, and it's going to pick up another boundary, Matthew Briatska. That's the end of the over, 12 off, 191 for 3.
At any level, if you bowl such a delivery, you will be punished. Too short, friendly pace.
Is that the momentum? South Africa is after the one tower, 12. But I do get the feeling from time to time, Pakistan just goes searching. Go away from what's been working for them. Oh, that's airborne, and the easiest of catches at backward point. Fakhar Zaman into the action.
That was expected of Mohammad Nawaz. He was getting the ball to grip. A lot of turn on that occasion. Since he backed away too much from the leg stump, wasn't in control. But Fakhar was. An easy take for him, and he's amongst the wickets. Mohammad Nawaz, the left armer. Good contribution from Kashile. 22, it's 191 for 4.
Yeah, brings to the crease the South African T20 captain, Donovan Ferreira. Just look at that strike rate. But this evening, the quest is to form another partnership with the captain, ODI captain Matthew Breetzke, who's on 21, because there's still plenty of time left in his innings.
Captain of the T20 format, got about 17 overs to make his mark.
And we've seen this from time to time this evening. The ball just sits in the surface, but that has turned tremendously. Like you say, the body momentum of Kasile going too far leg side. And in the end, only meant to find backward points. And it's good to see that field who concluded that dismissal. Fakhar Zaman back into the mix for Pakistan. I'm a massive fan, perhaps one of my players that should be playing in your T20 side.
Yeah, he's proved himself time and time again. He can be really explosive. But he's been off the boil. Chance, chance. Enough time for Ferreira to get back.
Fortunately for him, Breetzke gave him the early no. You can see he set off immediately, but it was an immediate no, which allowed him some time to get back. And the last thing South Africa want right now is a run out, because they've worked so hard to get themselves into this position. You can just get the sense that there's a bit of nerves from Donovan Ferreira. Just give yourself a bit of time. There's plenty of time left. Oh, that is brilliant. Excellent piece of bowling by Mohammad Nawaz.
Excellent line, excellent length. And the batter had no clue.
Yeah, I think also something to take recognition of is Donovan Ferreira. This is his first list A match since October 23. So no wonder the jitters. Final ball of the Mohammad Nawaz over. And it's a dot, 193 for 4. Yeah, brilliant contributions from the two at the top. 57 from Pretorius, the Cox 63. Good to see him back in the runs for South Africa. And a couple of starts. One start. Breetzke 22 at the moment. They would love him to kick on. Be the anchor for a couple of partnerships to form later on in the innings. 16 overs remaining. What can they get in that remaining 16 overs, South Africa?
It all depends how the Pakistani are going to bowl in this passage of the play. Another wicket here will definitely have them ahead in this game.
Oh, short, it was picked up and it was deposited for a maximum. Yeah, sharp foot movement from the captain Breetzke.
Yeah, he was presented with similar kind of a delivery in the previous over, but this time around the result was even bigger. A 6 went all the way. At this standard, you cannot afford to bowl such deliveries. You will be penalized and punished.
Just to my point about it, having that extra fielder up in the ring. This is wonderful cricket awareness from Metro Breetzke. Yes, it was short, And again, no hesitation. But he has the power, the ability to clear the fence.
Better lines and lengths from Abrar after getting hit for a 6.
Yeah, it's really an art to be batting in this middle period as well, especially when conditions are a touch on the slow side, but really enjoy the confidence in Matthew Brietska, the intensity, the energy, looking to put the bowler under pressure. At the end of 35, it's 199 for 4.
You expected more from Abrar. He hasn't picked up a wicket, and at the same time, he's been expensive, going at the rate of 7 per over. The conditions are favourable for the spinners. It needed a big effort from him, but all eyes on Mohammad Nawaz. Broke the partnership in the previous over.
And it's so important that you understand the work that Mohammad Nawaz has done here. Your job from the other side is just to keep it tight. Don't you trying to be the hero on the night as well and disappear for a couple of boundaries. That just released the momentum. He's been brilliant in his comeback spell so far. And even that in the field, that's what bowlers appreciate. The clean striker of the cricket ball is Donovan Ferreira, but this is a completely different ball game out here. It's a touch game that comes to mind, the ability to work the ball into gaps for 1s and 2s, to set yourself up to be able to launch it a bit later on. Does he have the patience? That's the big question mark for South Africa.
Yeah, when you see a batsman committing himself on the front foot, even the ball is being released, it tells you he's feeling the pressure.
And he'll definitely feel the pressure now. 7 consecutive dot balls from Mohammad Nawaz. Like we all say and anticipate, something's about to give.
.200 on the board. Vigotel selfie moment. Don't they love it? Taking those selfies, sharing it with friends, and that too with Vigotel mobile.
Amir Bhai, what's your selfie game like?
I don't have the face for that. And I actually do not know how to pout.
Thought he was going to revert something to about your era. Well played and well left. It's a single down the ground. At the end of 36, South Africa 202 for 4.
Another partnership brewing, 11 of 17. Fantastic opening stand, that of 98, followed by two mid-40s. Now the T20 skipper of the previous series joins the ODI skipper in the middle. Pakistan just pulling this back. Good overs in between, but every now and then there have been boundary deliveries that have been dished up, which is why the scoring rate is kept at 5.5. That's up in the air, catch it is the call. Fielder should take this, and he does. Babar Azam under the ball, safe as houses. Abrar picks up his first for tonight.
Yeah, smiles all around for Pakistan. They understand the impact of the situation of the game. 14 overs left. And the powerhouse of Ferreira. We saw a few dot balls, felt the pressure, and looks for the big one. And straight to Babar Azam, who does the rest. Elation, yes please. He's caught one. Ferreira, he goes for 3. South Africa, 202 for 5.
Half the side now out for South Africa, 202 on the board, and in to the middle walks George Linder. Plenty of experience on the world circuit in franchise cricket. His 4th game in the ODI format. Can certainly hit the long ball. About 13.4 overs left in the first innings. He will hope to put together a partnership with his skipper along the other side, who's going well at 29. And it was courtesy a string of dot deliveries, 12 out of the last 16 deliveries when Bretsky and Ferreira were batting.
How often have we seen this in subcontinent? A string of dot balls, and all of a sudden you see a big shot being played, trying to release the pressure on debut. Don Ferreira. Spoke about the fact that there is a little bit of hold in the surface. Gets it above the eyes, entices him to play the big shot. Unfortunately, the execution belongs to the bowler.
At one point, South Africa were looking at 300, maybe even north. Now, given the projected score, 276 at 5.5 runs and over. George Linder and Matthew Bretsky both can play and hit the long ball and can get stuck in as well. But the surface now, with the amount of turn, with just a slight amount of hold, like you mentioned, JP, every now and then we've seen when they've tried to hit it with a vertical bat face, ball just holds. 204 for 5. .37 overs, 204 for 5, South Africa. Matthew Bretsky, 30 of 35, and spin in tandem will continue. Mohammad Nawaz now back in operation with the slip. Picks up one to long on. Innings. We'll come to you shortly. Slight amount of field change for the left-hander. Point falls back straight in line with the umpire onto the boundary. Long off comes up to mid-off. George Linder can hit the ball straight as well. Does he take mid-off on? Mohammad Nawaz opting to bowl wide outside the off stump. Once again, good from Pakistan. After the wicket, it's been just one 3-dot deliveries. Previous over as well. Very good. Last 30 balls, just 18 runs, 2 important wickets. No boundary since the last 20 deliveries now.
Yeah, and it's the field positioning as well for the left-hander. Square leg in place instead of your short, fine leg. That encourages the fact that you have to try and play straight as opposed to just turning it around the corner. And often that can lead to a thick edge. I think he's... Let me try that again, Uruj. Thickish leading edge. That's the end of 38 to 5 for 5. Take the glasses out.
"38 overs. 2 overs left in the second. Power play, 205 for 5. South Africa. Bosch, 14. Ngidi to follow. The 2 men in the middle for South Africa, extremely important if they are to get what the projected score at the moment has on board, 269. George Linder still very fresh to the crease. Matthew Bretsky is playing a good hand, but he'll want to continue. Naseem Shah back into the attack. Good run, comfortable in the end. We said we'll come back to it, and we have Innings EV, Pakistan's smartest hatchback. It is the Innings Zeo. Charge fast and drive smart. Few field changes. Now for the left-hander George Linder, long on the boundary, mid-off up in the ring. Protection square. Fine up in the ring as well. Carves it down to third for 1.
Well, Uruj, we certainly have the opportunity to play with our heroes sometimes and spend time with our heroes. I had the opportunity to enjoy some time with my heroes, and we saw the picture of Leandro Pretorius meeting Quinton de Kock a few years ago, and now the opportunity on the world stage to play alongside him and learn from the best.
Beauty of the sport. "19-year-old Leandro Pretorius now playing alongside Quinton de Kock. 98-run stand as well. Imagine an opportunity, his hero who had retired from the format. Why I'm chuckling away is because the director has certain things to say, not for the world to hear. He claims he's the hero to far few many cameramen, crew members around. Fans of the PSL all around as well. Great change up. Extremely so slow, that previous delivery. As a one delivery that has actually worked when it's been in line with the stumps, more importantly, almost that spongy tennis ball bounce. Oh, that's us. Tomorrow, what he is practicing is a game on for golf tomorrow. Myself, Vern, JP, and we're looking for a fourth, so if anybody's available. The last time story was Mr. JP didn't show up. He kept sleeping. Bowled him! Straight through, middle stump uprooted. The South African skipper has to go. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, my goodness. Asif Yaqub sticks his right hand out to signal a no ball. Naseem Shah, not the first time, has overstepped. And what a costly overstep this might be.
Yeah, the skipper, Brietska, gets a lifeline. An important one in the situation of the game, looking to go cross back, just squats on him a touch. Hits the top of middle stump. It gets the beautiful words, "You have to come back, sir." Second no ball, and second one to Brietska as well, so you'll get a second bite at the cherry.
Went through two extremes of emotion in a flash of a second, Naseem Shah. Dreaded news that of the no ball. The first no ball, the free hit delivery was a slow bouncer into the surface. Similar the second time round, Bretsky does get bat onto that. Now what an opportunity for Matthew Bretsky. It's time for him to get really stuck in with the surface, just starting to play a few more tricks, getting a little bit difficult to score. Want to stay out there till the very end.
Yeah, how costly for Pakistan is that going to be? Think about the phase of the game, just 11.1 overs left. I feel 6 down just has a nice ring to it from a Pakistan point of view. And that's the edge. That sees the back of George Linder. Has a quick glance to the umpire. An elation for Pakistan.
Well, he does get a W in the column, but that is of George Linder. Pace on delivery, the angle around the off stump, and a faint tickle to Mohammad Rizwan, who obliges. George Linder looks back in disgust. Naseem Shah can have the last dance. 7 overs, he's picked up 2 so far. Linda goes for 2, South Africa 209 for 6. $209 for 6, and out walks Corbin Bosch. 96 the strike rate, his 8th game tonight, a high score of 40, and he would love all of those 40 runs to come together this evening. 11 overs left. Nawaz to bowl his 9th. Protection down the ground as well.
Yeah, persisting with around the wicket angle is Nasim Shah, encouraging George Linder to look square, but unfortunately execution limited, and just finds a feather that sees it through to Rizwan.
Off the mark, Corbin Bosch with a single to the offside. It is a figure-free moment in the crowd, and you can get yours as well. You can download the app and get the insurance you need on your fingertips. South Africa will need the insurance of numbers on the board. 211 for 6. Last 45 deliveries, 32 runs with the 3 wickets. They've fallen in clusters. 141 for 2, 147 for 3, 202 for 5, 209 for 6. Most of the times one has followed 2.
Yeah, what's really been impressive, particularly from a spin perspective, is the line that they've adjusted to. We spoke particularly in that 20 to 25 over period where it was certainly a little bit wider outside the off stump, bringing an extra man on the offside, but it certainly brought more dismissals into play. Yeah, that's the line, asking the right questions. And the length, most important. Just allowing the batter, not sure whether to get on that front or back foot. Rietske, the man in your picture, has really played well off the back foot, the ability to move his feet well, adjust, playing square. And they've adjusted well as Mohammad Nawaz.
Oh yes, beautiful nice.
40 overs done. South Africa 211 for 6. last 10 overs in the first innings. South Africa at the moment projected score with 5.28. The run rate is 263. Last three wickets have meant that the scoring has just halted slightly. 12 for 2 in the last 5 overs. Naseem Shah, who could have had 3, at the moment is on to bowl his 8th over with 2 wickets tonight so far. Asif Yaqub will signal the 3rd power play, which means 5 fielders can be outside the 30-yard circle patrolling the fence. JP, there are a couple of good spinners in the South African lineup as well. At the moment, captain out there in the middle assessing what might be a good first inning score. You've had a look at the surface. Given what they have in their lineup as a bowling team, what do you think would be safe?
The projection gives us 263, and I think that's a bare minimum from where they are currently. Yes, there's a little bit of grip in the surface, a little bit of wear and tear. I think the big question really for later in the second innings is really how does the dew come into play? Does that affect the grip on the ball, particularly for the spinners? It is projected. You would feel that's why Pakistan chose to field while winning the toss.
No dew at the moment. You can always tell by the shine, the reflection from the tyres of the buggy. That's what Shaheen Shah Afridi also said, the toss. Practice sessions and the local information is that there has been dew in the past couple of days. Whether that remains to be the case or not, at the moment looks fairly dry outside. Last boundary now, 38 deliveries, so just over 6 overs now since the ball has crossed the fence.
I think the other important question, and certainly the approach to the Pakistan batting innings, is how they go about the power play. They start with the new ball. We saw in the batting innings of South Africa, that is what seems to be the best time to bat. Ball comes on nicely, a little bit of shine on it, and if the dew comes into play as well, probably comes onto the bat a little bit easier.
Direct hit, the crowd will enjoy comfortably in.
I must say it's a feature of certainly the white ball series up until this far. Both sides, from a fielding perspective, it's been pretty good. Running between the wickets, from a batting perspective, particularly Pakistan throwing their bodies on the line for the ball and really just backing up their bowlers.
Excellent delivery to end the over with pace on, beats him on the outside edge. 41 done, 215 for 6. The return to international cricket in Faisalabad has seen a full house, and they've been quite loud tonight. And so far, their home side is just trying to peg this back. The last 9 overs, they will hope they can wrap up the South African innings for not too many.
Well, you talk about the projected score, and you feel that Matthew Bresk has such a big part to play. You feel if he's there sort of 47, 48 overs, get close to that 290 mark. Great ability to play all around the ground against spin. Great foot movement up until this point as well. But given a life a little bit earlier by Naseem Shah with the no-ball wicket.
The other thing, we've seen that throughout the course of the 41 overs so far, it's not an easy service to get in. As the game has progressed, the ball's held up a little bit more, due yet to come in, so there is a little bit of turn. Bredsky does hold key here, and he'll want some support from Corbin Bosch down the other end. Started with the line outside the off stump, now starting to target the stumps, Mohammad Nawaz. Nicely placed, nicely timed, and very effective from Bosch to pick up 4.
Using his square options to good effect. They bowled a good consistent line and length. Has Mohammad Nawaz, previous couple of deliveries, looking to play it off the back foot. On that occasion, premeditated with great effect. And gets a welcome boundary for South Africa.
And picks up 1 to get down the other end. So 6 have come off the over with 1 to go. If South Africa can continue to do that for the next 3-4 overs to get around 46th, 47th over. About 5 runs in over. Add another 20-25 runs, and then can tee off in the last 3. Last ball of Nawaz's spell tonight. Gotcha. Thick outside edge. The chase is on from Naseem Shah, but in vain. Expensive over to close his spell out. 42 done, 2-2-5 for 6. Two wickets apiece to Naseem Shah and Saim Ayub. Mohammad Nawaz, his spell is completed for tonight. 45 for 1, 44 for 1 for Abrar, still has 3. With 8 overs left in the piece, Shaheen with 4, Naseem with 2. Imagine 6 of those 8 will be bowled by them. Options available in terms of Abrar, Saim, one of those likely to finish the quota out. Plenty of conversation around Pakistan and death bowling in terms of wicket-taking ability and also the runs conceded. Now, Pakistan in ODIs this year, 10 of them sit right at the bottom of the table, which is a concerning number. The economy 10.47 in the last 10 overs this year in one-day international cricket. We see the players who bowl in those, 5 of the 4 of them in action tonight as well. Out of those, in the death over, In those 10 games, Shaheen Shah Afridi is by far the most expensive of the lot. In the last 10 overs, 6 innings, and goes at over 13 runs and over. So not only does he have the responsibility to bowl in the power play and pick up wickets, but towards the back end when you want to look to close the innings out, Shaheen Shah Afridi 13 runs and over, Naseem Shah just under 11 runs and over. And less than a wicket in that phase. So it is a figure moment for Pakistan in that category. Nothing for figure-free in terms of worrying. It is a figure-free moment for all of you. You can download and subscribe the app, and you need the insurance, and you've got it for them on your fingertips. Coming back to the point that we were making earlier, 4 of the 5 in action tonight. Again, this year in ODI cricket in the last 5 overs, that economy is slightly concerning. Also for the number of wickets they're yielding, not too many. Shaheen Shah Afridi 13.08. Naseem Shah going at over 10s. Haris Rauf going at over 9s. So far, once again, with Pakistan will hope that they can keep tightening the screws here and close the innings out, whether they can bowl South Africa out or not, and if not, for not too many. JP just spoke about the ability of Matthew Bretsky. He, on the other hand, will be hoping the exact opposite.
Well, if ever there was an opportunity to rectify those numbers, it's particularly today. And particularly I say that based on the situation of the game. South Africa 6 down, under pressure. Still 7.1 overs remaining. So it's not like they can just go helter-skelter. They have to be smart about how they go about it. Great improvements in that middle phase as well, 10 to 40. We spoke about the numbers and wickets that they've been short on. But so far, so good. End of the 43rd, 228 for 6.
You can sort of make out that South Africa want to carry on at this momentum for maybe an over or two and then finish on a high with guns blazing, because they've got Bretsky, who's batted himself into a very nice position to go for an onslaught come the last few overs of the innings. Anything over 250, Amir, would suit South Africa quite well.
Yeah, then Pakistan will have to bat well. Oh, he timed it too well. Timed it too well to reach that fielder, who did a grand job to hold on to that one. But it will be checked by the umpire.
Yeah, just as we're saying that he's got it all covered, he's played uppishly and he's fallen. Very good catch, I think, by the man at long off. Mohammad Nawaz once again showing his talent in the field. I don't know whether the umpires are going upstairs for this catch, but the batsman is on his way back to the dugout. wanted to go maybe a little bit more squarer. Yeah, easily held, beautifully held. No need really to go upstairs. Sliding and making sure that he grabbed the ball, and so he's done for 42. It's 2-8 for 7. New man in, beyond 14. 74 runs, 14 matches. Oh, that's close. Wrong and wrapped in front of the stumps. And I'm sure that he'll have to take the long walk back. Is asked for a review.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Ball's close to the bat there. Can we go to ultra edge when ready, please? Can we just go back, please? Just go back a few frames, please. And now forward. Next frame. And then go back, please. Go back. And then just play it forward. Go back. And then forward. Yeah, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. Shoykot, you can still have your original decision of out. You're on screen signal now.
Looked absolutely out when things were going live. Review taken, not to be. South Africa lose a review, lose a wicket. Not of just one delivery, 228 for 8. Now then the focus is on Ngidi. Can he avoid a hat-trick? Oh, that's close, is it? Finger goes up. It's a hat-trick for Abrar. 7th Pakistan bowler to achieve the feat. South Africa will have a review.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Let's just go to ultras, please. Yeah, freeze it there. There's a clear spike as the ball's next to the bat. Shoykot, get you to reverse your decision to not out. Stand by, you're on screen, signal now.
Thank God for the ultra edge. Well, the hat-trick celebrations cut short. Massive inside edge.
How this game has changed on its head. At the completion of 35th over, South Africa controlling the game, but by losing wickets at regular interval, the thing's been messed. But Pakistan managed to tip the scales. They are way ahead in this game.
And need a bowler like this against the tail enders, and Ngidi enjoyed it. He had no answer to this one. It went the other way. Gripped, spun, perilously close to that off stump. More flight, a little bit more spin. Double wicket maiden for Abrar. 2-2-8 for 8.
Yeah, bowled the right pace in the previous over. Abrar to be able to pick up a couple of wickets. Yeah, he's got so much in his repertoire. He can bowl the top spinner, flippers, the googlies. A promising start made by South Africa, but lost their way in the middle. They're struggling to get to 250.
But the must 6 overs left in the innings. Pakistan just a couple of strikes away from making it less than 250 for South Africa. It's a big slog there. They probably will come back for 2 if Ngidi is more athletic. He's running back, struggling, gets back in time.
It's a first game for Shaheen Shah Afridi as a captain. He handled things quite nicely. At times he was challenged by the opposition, but he made the right decisions at the right time to have the opposition struggling.
He holds the key now to South Africa's success. The last few overs are going to be critical.
Yeah, he played well. Contributed more than 30 runs in the last T20 I played. Huge attendance. That was expected. International cricket returning to Faisalabad. And they are the enthusiasts.
That's got to be reloaded again. Trying a few things out there, variations, different lines. In the meantime, it's good time in the Isles for the Faisalabad fans. They've turned up in huge numbers and it's a house full. They had to wait for a very long time just outside the stadium. There were long queues to get in. Oh, that's gone into the gap. 4. Nicely struck by Bosch.
With that shot, you're reminded of that saying, luck favors the brave. He took his chances and became good. Finds a boundary, an important one for his side.
Half-tracker put away into the gap for another boundary. That was absolutely muscled.
A lot of disdain easily be spotted with that stroke. Yes, it was a half-tracker, slow one. Afforded a lot of time for the batter to decide where the ball has to go. Picked up the right area. Gave everything behind that stroke. Bosch moves to 19.
There's got to be a single around the corner. He wants to have most of the next over, Bosch. 2 balls left in the over. Works it away nicely. Wristy shot for a run. So 1 ball to be faced by Ngidi. Pakistan ideally would want this innings to fall very quickly, not allow South Africa a reach of 260 plus. A lot of adjustment in the field. Fine and third, both being sent back. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. That's got to be rebowled. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Well, it's not given a wide. So it's 240 for 8.
Yeah, we saw all the varieties in this over. A googly, flipper, top spinner, and to complement it, leg spinner. Becomes very hard for the lower order batsman to deal with. He really struggled in his first 2 spells abroad, but ever since he has started to flight the ball, looks a different bowler, more potent.
Beautiful shot, really is one hell of a shot. Measured and calculated improvisation.
Yeah, the trajectory and the pace with that delivery really help batsman's course, and also the line, easily managed. They're finding important boundaries for his side now.
Played him really well. Used the crease well. Times when he's been pushed to play him off the front foot, he's been on the money. Reading him more off the hand than off the stumps. Oh, sorry, off the surface. There's that big shot into the gap. That's gone. Absolutely gone. Couple of bounces over the rope. And he's been put under a lot of pressure here, Abrar. He was smiling when he was on cusp of a hat-trick in the last over, not anymore.
Yeah, you have to appreciate the effort of Bosch. Every time he has hit the ball, he has made sure it goes into the gap. This one too. Is he bewildered? Is he?
Safe to say that he's not happy. A little puzzled, perplexed. Well, once again, played off the back foot quite nicely, solid defense. That's gone up in the air and inches away from advancing Shaheen Afridi at cover. It worked well in the end for South Africa. Single for Bosch. He has the strike, 249 for it.
Every time he has bowled slower, the pitch responded to him. makes you wonder why he over-tries things abroad.
Spread of highs and lows. And South Africa very close to the first target, which is a 250 score, 249 for 8. Bosch helping them to a position of strength. Here he is facing Afridi. Oh, he's down for the count, going down the leg side. I don't think he'll get it. Floored him with a seriously good Yorker.
Hey, good to see Shaheen Shah Afridi trying these deliveries, trying to bowl those Yorkers. Not the first time in this game, but the third time. And was able to find that length. The batsman in trouble.
Makes room. Rizwan. They're messing it up slightly. Bosch not in a mood to take a run. At the second ball of the over. Once again, good piece of thinking from Shaheen Afridi. Saw him draw away from the line and bowled it just a little bit wider.
And not a bad ploy, especially in depth of the innings, where batsmen are looking to up the ante. It was appreciated by the batsman.
There's another Yorker of good quality. This is nice from Shaheen Afridi. Bosch wanting to hit a 4 or a 6, and he's been denied that option through some very good bowling, intelligent bowling from Afridi. Abra there, down for the count.
Yeah, Bosch has tried too many things in this over without any luck. This time around, he was able to middle the ball. Wasn't able to hit the ball into the gap.
May improve his six-pack, that blow. Right, this has to work now for Bosch. 4 dots. And scoops that one up in the air away from the mid-off fielder. Denied a run. This is seriously good stuff from Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, bowling 47th over and has been able to bowl 5-dot deliveries on the trot. A remarkable over. And thinking from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Showing a lot of control with the ball.
Picks up a single. 250 comes up for South Africa. But it was Afridi's over. Really bowled splendidly well. 250 for 8. It's been a hard-fought innings, this, from South Africa. They'd gotten off to a very good platform. Almost a 100-run opening partnership. And then Pakistan came back strongly in the middle phase of the innings, and it's been a seesaw battle in the last 5. South Africa eyeing possibly a 260-plus score here. Oh, big shot attempted. Once again, change of pace, keeping the ball away from his bat's reach.
Yeah, how many times we have seen bowlers prevailing with that kind of thinking, bowling away from the off stump when the batters are looking to up the ante. Took the pace off too, Naseem Shah.
He's asked for two. Will he get support from Ngidi? He's hustling back. But this is good batting. Bosch trying to keep things in his control.
Well, in modern day ODI cricket, 300 runs in 50 overs, rife. And if you curtail any team less than 300 runs, you have a chance to win the game as a unit. And the Pakistani team definitely ahead in this game.
Nice run chase in a day-nighter here at Faisalabad is 245. Pakistan versus Zimbabwe. So this should make an interesting run chase. This game still delicately placed. Oh, how did that miss that leg stump? Wonderful piece of Yorker bowling.
Yes, significant change in pace on that occasion from Naseem Shah. Found the Yorker length as well, and the batsman had no answer. I don't know why people think ODI cricket is boring. For me, this 50-over game gives you the taste of T20 and also Test match cricket's flavour. That's into the gap. Much needed boundary. He's been desperately trying hard to find a boundary. Now he gets one.
Hard done by, because that edge shouldn't have gone over to the fence. Partly stopped by Salman Ali Agha, who's been positioned fine. Tried his hand at it. It was always going to be a difficult stop, but a welcome boundary nevertheless. 36 of 35 really has been a top quality innings from so many different angles. Game awareness, big shots, just holding himself back when it was needed. Short ball, gets an inside edge, gets him a single. He has the strike again. 257 for 8. Pakistan still in this very much. 257 for 8. Afridi's cracked straight pass. That's well fielded. Salman Ali Agha does a good acrobatic job. Saves a 4.
Now this partnership is of 31 runs, and all of them scored by Bosch. He's gathering important runs, but at the same time, what he has done so well, he's guarded his partner Ngidi, who looked completely out of sorts against Abrar. Good effort by Salman Ali Agha. He's all right there.
Yeah, really well done. Managed to keep hold on. Hanging on to the ball really was special. That's a wide one, given wide by the umpire also. The idea is right to keep the ball away from right-handers' reach so that he doesn't get strength behind the shot. What are the areas of interest for Bosch? Over cover, over mid-off. Mid-off's been asked to go a bit squarer. So I think it has to be a wider Yorker. Well, it gets it back into the stumps, actually, so well done. No room. The backlift was curtailed because of that wonderful Yorker.
Yeah, only one option for a batter with this kind of a delivery. Defend it. If as a bowler you have the ability to bowl these deliveries consistently, you can be annoying to any batter.
That's been indicating a bit of reverse. Had a massive angle on that one. Shaheen Afridi will try his luck again. Goes wider, is slapped. Ngidi is not going to make it for the second. Well, the throw is at the keeper's end. Ngidi was definitely struggling to get going.
You could easily say Ngidi is a silent partner in this partnership.
Oh, ball him. Richly deserved this, Shaheen Afridi. We saw the entire range of how to bowl in death overs, the Yorkers, the slow balls, the balls keeping away from the reach of the batsman. Bosch has been striked out.
Yeah, he's bowled so well, Shaheen Afridi, in all of his spells. And he needed to be rewarded. And that wicket was the just reward. Once again, finding that Yorker length and cleaned up. But a good contribution from Bosch of 41 from 40 deliveries, 262 for 9.
Williams is a new man in on a fresh knot, while his partner has been on a knot now for 25 minutes in Ngidi. Where's that Williams? 17 runs. The sample size is not a convincing one, but let's see how long do they last. There's still over and a half left. The last 9 balls could be massive for South Africa. Get to 270, 275. Who knows? If they have a good time with the ball tonight, they could outsmart Pakistan. But it's been Shaheen and his repertoire as a death bowler that's been enhanced. Oh, very close to the off stump.
It was precariously close to the off stump. The last delivery, but that was bullseye for Shaheen Afridi. He's been trying his harder to knock Bosch over and finally was able to do so.
Plays it rather nicely and he's off the mark. And South Africa go to 263 for 9. Last 6 balls of the innings. Naseem Shah making sure that the field is where he wants it to be. Long off comes into the ring. Ball aim, slow ball attempted, and he's done. He's looking at the umpire. No dramas, no accidents. I think that's the end of the innings. Second time Pakistan have bowled out a side in an ODI this year. Tremendous last 55 balls, 52 runs, 4 wickets for Pakistan, and this was beautifully done off cutter.
Yeah, of late he's been over-relying on these slow deliveries. And he has picked many wickets with those slow deliveries. The number 11 batter didn't have a clue. A couple of wickets for Naseem Shah in his second spell, third spell.
In a huddle straight away, Shaheen Afridi now chalking out a strategy, how to go about the business with the bat. Take this high of the last few overs into batting. They need to get off to a good start. It's about managing different phases of the ODI innings, and it's about keeping wickets in hand and making sure that you get a couple of good partnerships that can give you a good chance of toppling Proteas. He bowled magnificently, led them from the front. Tremendous results for Pakistan in the death part of the innings. And so, Ahmed, they probably will walk off feeling confident.
Yeah, especially with the fact that one time South Africa was actually threatening Pakistan to breach 300 runs. But they managed well, started to pick up wickets at the right intervals and were able to restrict South Africa to 263, which is, for me, gettable.
Needed good partnerships. The first one was a very good one. Pretorius on debut and De Kock 98, then 43, 44 between the newcomer Kusele and Britsky. In the end, clearly a few runs short. They would have liked more. Shaheen Afridi was outstanding with the death part bowling effort. Naseem Shah picked up 3 for Abrar, 2 for Siam, 1 for Nawaz. Zainab Abbas is ready with an interview.
Well, I've got Saim Ayub here next to me, who took 2 wickets, and that all-important partnership at the top. आपने वो वहाँ पे breakthrough लाके दिया. Spinners के लिए कितनी help है इस wicket में, थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में बताएं.
I think pitch का behavior slow है, and नए बॉल पे थोड़ा सा easy हो रहा था उनके बैट्समैन को, थोड़ा skit हो रहा था बॉल इस वजह से जब तक बॉल नहीं आया था. दैन जैसे जैसे पुराना होना शुरू हुआ बॉल, तो हमें थोड़ा सा स्पिन मिलने लगा और विकेट का जो बिहेवियर है वो थोड़ा स्लो है, तो हमने उसको असेस किया और कोशिश की कि उनके रेंज में बॉल ना करें.
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि ओवर द लास्ट फ्यू मंथ्स इनफैक्ट जो हमने देखा है आपकी जो एक एवोल्यूशन एज अ बॉलर है, ये आप कितना एंजॉय कर रहे हैं?
बहुत एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ. मज़ा आता है बॉलिंग करने में, बट उसी पे ध्यान देता हूँ जो कोच मुझे बताता है, कुछ अपनी तरफ से करने की कोशिश नहीं करता.
ठीक है, कोच क्या बताते हैं, चलिए ये भी बता दें.
ये मैं नहीं बताऊँगा.
अच्छा, ओवरऑल थॉट्स ऑन द टारगेट, बड़ा अच्छी बीच में पार्टनरशिप्स जो हैं ब्रेक थ्रू मिला पाकिस्तान को. क्या लगता है टारगेट के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा हम लोगों ने इसमें आई थिंक 10-15 रन और हम कम कर सकते थे, बट हमने स्टिल बहुत अच्छा रोक लिया उनको. एक टाइम पे ऐसा लग रहा था कि 300 तक जाएगी बात, बट क्रेडिट गोज टू द बॉलर एंड फील्डर्स जिन्होंने एफर्ट करके इसको इतना कम किया.
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच एंड ऑल द बेस्ट. यू आर बैटिंग फर्स्ट, सो गुड लक.
थैंक यू.
That was Saim Ayub there for you. He's just talking about the fact that when the ball got a bit older, it was getting difficult for the batters to face, and definitely got a little soft as well, which is what helped him. And he said he tried to stick to his plans, whatever plans were given to him by the management. He also spoke about his evolution as a bowler in the last couple of months, that he seems to be enjoying this new role where he's taking more responsibility. About the target, he felt that they were able to get breakthroughs in the middle, and he feels confident about Pakistan chasing this target down.
Right, then Pakistan need 264 runs of 50 overs at 5.28 RPO. We'll take a break and come back with lots more in a while.
Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad is sort of a venue where Pakistan won quite a few matches, important ones, and it used to be a happy hunting ground for Pakistan.
You know, it adds flavor to our cricket canvas, Faisalabad. You know, the people are so hungry for cricket. They come in large numbers even for test cricket, and I still remember full houses there when we were playing West Indies, for example. And later on, I think I captained Pakistan in Faisalabad against Sri Lanka also.
So Faisalabad was neglected for a long time, but I'm so glad that PCB had a look at the Faisalabad Cricket Stadium, and they have decided that we have to revive the history.
जब से पाकिस्तान में क्रिकेट आई है, फैंस ने हमेशा ही बड़े नंबर्स में आके सपोर्ट किया और फैसलाबाद में 17 साल बाद इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट बहाल हो रही है और साउथ अफ्रीका बड़ी टीम है.
The greatest memory that I have of Faisalabad is beating West Indies, where Abdul Qadir picked up so many wickets, and I probably took the best catch of my life at short leg to dismiss Viv Richards for a knot.
I think giving importance to Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad is a great initiative taken by Pakistan Cricket Board.
A very colourful city, very colourful crowd, a crowd that wants to watch cricket.
जब भी फैसलाबाद में हम वनडे अभी चैंपियन कप भी जो खेले थे, काफ़ी लोग आए थे, बड़े नंबर्स में प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट किया था.
स्पेशली यहाँ के जो लोग हैं इतना क्रिकेट से प्यार करते हैं, उनके डोमेस्टिक मैचेस में भी क्राउड फुल हो जाता है, तो वो लोग आए एंजॉय करें और हम लोग भी यही कोशिश करेंगे कि जीत के उनको खुशी दें.
Wonderful to be back on pitch side. Wonderful crowd here in Faisalabad. It's almost deafening noise when you talk about the kind of support that we've seen here. So wonderful to see them turn up in huge numbers. And we are here for the mid-innings break, where South Africa has made 263 in their 50 overs, 49.1 overs. This is how things went. Great partnership at the top, 57 and 63 for Pretorius and de Kock. And then Pakistan was able to get some wickets in the middle. Pritska and Kishore making 42 and 22. And in the end, there was some contributions from Bosch, which is why they were able to make 263. From a Pakistan perspective, Naseem Shah picking up 3 wickets at the top as the pacer. But the spinners had plenty at offer. Abrar Ahmed taking 3 wickets, Saim Ayub picking up 2, and Mohammad Nawaz picking up 1. Back on pitch side, just discussing how that first innings went. South Africa were batting first after Pakistan won the toss, and they decided to field first. And it remains to be seen whether this is enough or not. To talk us through whether it's enough or not, I've got with me Ramiz Raja and JP Domini. Ramiz, great partnership at the top by South Africa. They started off really well, but Pakistan managed to pull things back.
Yeah, I mean, they held their nerve because South Africa read the plot and they batted very sensibly against the new ball, and then things started to happen for Pakistani spinners. I think it was Siam and Nawaz, put pressure on them, and they lost wickets, lost their way in the end. Bosch kind of made it happen for them to get to 260, but still about 10-15 runs short, definitely short.
Pretorius, then starting off well, getting those runs at the top, and they were 98 for 0. So just how do you sum up this innings by South Africa?
It's a really impressive start, particularly in his ODI career. And what was really impressive was just his stillness at the crease at point of delivery. He has a bit of a trigger, so he gets into a strong position, but his ability to play all around the ground was top-notch. The way he stroked through the line of the ball, and he's got a bit of a shimmy with his hands, but he's got great flexibility to play all around the ground, the ability to have an aggressive option as well, going the aerial route from time to time. We think back to this year has been a phenomenal year for him, debut in Test cricket, in T20 cricket, and now in ODI cricket, and he certainly made his mark on the international stage, and I think the best is yet to come from a young man of Leandro Pretorius.
Absolutely, he's only 19 and loaded with talent.
Absolutely, he's got a bright future ahead. Just looking back at how the Pakistan spinners bowl then, you've got Abrar Ahmed picking up wickets. Saim Ayub, he seems to be becoming somebody who can get you regular breakthroughs in T20s and now one-day cricket as well. So how do you look at that performance by the spinners?
I think it started to spin for Pakistan after the 20th over when the ball got a bit softer, but there wasn't kind of prodigious spin of every delivery. Certain deliveries spun more, especially the wider angle that Saim Ayub kept on pegging away, and then inside edge helped the bowler really to pick up dangerous looking the ball stopping on D'Souza. And so there were kind of pressure being exerted, not largely because of the pitch, but because of how Pakistani bowlers bowl, especially the spinners. Maybe because there's so many cracks on the surface that some sort of drew more in for the spinners, some kind of spun more than the rest of the deliveries. But overall, I thought it was a very, very disciplined performance. The catching was good, and South Africa kept on losing wickets just at the wrong time as well.
I think most importantly, there's been great questions, particularly in 2025, when it comes to 11 games being played and 9 of them being lost by Pakistan. But it's the middle phase that there's been great questions around the ability to take wickets. And then also, if you think back to what we spoke about in the commentary box, the ability to finish and close inningses. And I think today was a great example of the ability that lies within the bowling attack of the Pakistani bowlers. And they read the surface well. Yes, South Africa played really well, particularly in the first 20 overs, but then brought it back. And I thought the 20 to 25 over period was actually where they changed. They bowled quite a wide line in terms of getting the spin on the ball, but then they straightened it up and asked a lot more questions, bringing a lot more dismissals into play, making the batters play. And I think that was the important thing. So you couldn't just waft outside the off stump. You had to be able to have a good technique, a good solid defense, but the ability to score as well, particularly against the spin. And well finished off in the end by the seamers.
Just in terms of, like you rightly described it, I mean, South Africa also has spinners at their disposal who can really make good use of these conditions. How do you think they should be approaching this?
If they can take anything out of that back 25 overs, it's the line and length that they bowl. So yes, it's the ability to spin the ball, but more importantly, can they get that length that allows the batters not to be too sure about whether to come forward or go back. The odd one might just straighten, but importantly, build pressure. So Bjorn Fortuin is not a big spinner of the ball, but he has the ability to bowl wicket to wicket, where George Linder will probably try and exert a little bit more spin out of it. And from a seamer's perspective, yes, hitting top of off stump again. I think if you go back to the first T20 in Pindi, that was the game plan. And I think this is suited in terms of the conditions here and then using the change up from time to time.
Quickly then, Ramiz, do you think Pakistan can chase this down?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, then you heard it from Ramiz. Pakistan can chase it down. We're ready with the second innings now, so it's over to everyone in the commentary box.
Now welcome to everybody for this chase. Pakistan required 264 in their set of 50 overs. And you just feel towards the back end as Pakistan closed the first innings out, momentum in their favour. We saw the hard new ball in the power play. Seemed like the best time to bat, but they will be up against a challenge with what South Africa can pose. At the moment, Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub, the Pakistan pair into the middle. Plenty of experience for that man on screen. We can all trace our minds back to the 2-1-10 not out. And he's a match winner single-handedly on his day. So is the guy down the other end. Fine prospect for Pakistan and has picked up form coming from a good T20I series. Can strike the long ball as well. Still very new into his ODI international career. Held the average as well. Alongside me is Vernon Philander. Vernon, how do you see this game set up?
Yeah, good evening, Aruz, and good evening to all our viewers. A fantastic fight back by Pakistan, picking up the last 8 wickets for 122 runs, which simply means they've got momentum on their side. But I expected the surface to play a massive role in this fixture, and it has done so after that opening partnership between Leandre Pretorius and Quinton de Kock. Like you've mentioned, this new ball is going to be key. It's going to be key for both sides. Pakistan, they will have to look to score against this new ball, because we have seen once the ball loses the hardness, the spinners do come into play. Open the bowling, Lunkasani and Gidi for South Africa. Yeah, just on my thoughts, I think I called it from the get-go. If you get 260 plus, you are going to be in with a very good chance this evening. I think South Africa seamers would have learned a great lesson by just watching how the Pakistan seamers have operated on the surface.
And again, it's those straighter lines which prove to be effective. Well, that man in picture, you do not want to offer any width. Fakhr Zaman.
Hint of shape as well. Important to see what lines the South African bowlers employ and whether they get some shape through the air or off the surface. Because the ball did come on to the bat quite nice in the first 10 for South Africa.
Yeah, I think it's one of those surfaces where the variation is actually in the surface. I think from a Pakistan perspective, we've seen with Shaheen Shah Afridi as well as Nasim Shah, they were looking to swing that new ball, but in doing so, they offered up some width, which those two left-handers absolutely capitalized on up front. So the key is to use the surface.
Slashes just away to the diving point fielder. He does get a hand to that. A tough chance, but maybe the replay will tell us how far it was. Pakistan off the mark with 2.
And this is the danger when you offer up some width. That new ball coming on quite nicely. You can trust the hands. Excellent bit of fielding. Definitely stop and save his team 2 runs in the process.
One similarity on both sides, 2 left-handers opening the innings.
This is a dangerous left-hander, I can guarantee you that. Fakhr Zaman, I've watched him when he was in full flow. And that's excellent from Lungisani Ngidi. So he's the guy you want to get early, because if you let him off the hook, and he's got some fantastic reference points against South Africa. Watched him almost win a game single-handedly at the Wanderers. He's the one batter, especially at the top of the order, they want to get rid of.
Mid-130 is the pace in the first 4 deliveries. 2 slips still in place. Just straightens. It's a very good line.
Yeah, I think the key up front is to try and get those stumps into play. So use the angles. If there is a bit of swing, yes, you can persist with the line of coming over the wicket. But I wouldn't be surprised if Lungisani Ngidi changed up the angle of coming around the wicket quickly or quite early in his spell. And just to go back to that innings he played at the Wanderers, we almost single-handedly won the game for Pakistan. 193 he scored on that occasion. So he's a dangerous player.
Great over to start from Lungi Ngidi. Pakistan 2 for no loss.
Fakhr Zaman, Saim Ayub getting a bit of form in the last 2 T20 games for Pakistan. Saim, Baba Azam, good to see him back. Mohammad Rizwan back in the fold as well for Pakistan. If they are to get anywhere near their target or get across the line this evening, the bulk of the runs will have to be scored by those top 4.
To share the new ball, Lizard Williams bowling with the slip in place. So far, just that one wide delivery, that previous over from Lungi Ngidi. So far, they've kept it tight in line with the stumps. You mentioned, Van Philander, that the variation is within the surface. So you keep it simple.
Yeah, I think he's the one bowler that might actually enjoy these kind of conditions as well. With the ball squatting, it's quite skiddy. The one thing he does particularly well is he does bring those stumps into play. Yeah, I think when you tour the subcontinent, you look at your modes of dismissal. Very often, those slips don't come into play that often. So it won't surprise me if we lose that slip quite early. Maybe a catching mid-wicket, a catching cover. But you have to think wickets in this power play.
Just goes over. He played it at the vertical bat face and gets it over the inner ring for 4. Saim Ayub continuing on his merry way from the T20 format.
Yeah, and it's exactly into that space that I've just called out. It was airborne, but because there's no one in that catching mid-wicket region, he's picked the gap and he's picked up a boundary.
We saw that in the first innings as well. There was a few deliveries where hitting to the line, the ball just held up. Doesn't get off the turf too far either. So 2 dots either side of the boundary.
And I think early on in the spell of Lazard Williams, we saw the previous ball, a couple of bounces through to the wicketkeeper, so we see that inconsistent bounce already. We expected the surface, because it was this dry in nature, that it will deteriorate over time. So even more important for Pakistan to get a good start. Told you a little earlier about losing that slip. And we have a catching mid-wicket in play now.
Clips it off with its legs and clips it away to the boundary for 4. A couple of 4s in Williams' first over. Pakistan 10 for no loss.
Yeah, just a touch too straight from Lazard Williams. With pace on, all you need to do is get a good piece of willow on that. But in the process, I'd be bitterly disappointed with the attempt to stop this from Lungi Ngidi.
Couple of boundaries in the previous over. Ball now back with Lungi Ngidi. 1 slip this time. The ringer field is on the offside. Extra cover slightly closer in. 2 fielders in front on the leg side as well. So far keeping it very straight. Off the boot will give him 1.
Yeah, South Africa will be mindful of the start. Talk about momentum. Yes, Pakistan earned the momentum going into this batting innings by some excellent bowling. The plan was to keep it real simple. This power play is key for either team. There's too many little soft runs being given away here by South Africa at the moment.
Has just come off the seam as well. Release point high, that of Lungi Ngidi. The ball just pinging off the surface.
I think the one thing that really impressed me with all the T20 games as well. So we're so used to almost waiting for the batters to make a mistake, but the intensity at which these bowlers have started out with in all those 3 T20 games have really impressed me. Reverting the pressure back onto the batters. They've been excellent with control, plans, the execution thereof was magnificent.
Brilliant stuff. This is top quality bowling from Lungi Ngidi. Constantly hitting that channel just outside the off stump, off a length.
Again, you can see Saeed Mayub, he's trying to get onto that front foot, but the length not quite there. It's real good stuff by Lungisani Ngidi. Hitting that surface hard, asked the ball to deviate off the seam. I think, like I said earlier, there's enough natural variation in the surface. It's about being consistent in that area. How long can you last in that zone?
Also a good test for Saeed Mayub. Still relatively new on the international circuit. The longer version, that of the ODI format, allows a lot of awareness of the game situation-wise. Technique, temperament. Now he's played 3-dot deliveries. There's been a few plays and misses. That's straight, maybe just the inside edge. Lungi Ngidi pleading. Don't think he's getting any support whatsoever.
Yeah, I think there was 2 noises arose. Now it's too late. Pakistan 11 for none after 3. And if we have another look at, yeah, fair piece of willow involved there.
Lungi Ngidi said, well, it's always worth asking. Throw the ball into the other court. Let the men in the middle who have the decision-making authority to tell us yes or no. 3 done, 11 for no loss, Pakistan. Beautiful evening here in Faisalabad, the first of 3 ODIs.
Yeah, I think we also have to bear in mind with Bank Alpha's 1100 plus branches, open your current account from your nearest branch to enjoy various free services and earn orbit rewards by maintaining or growing your balance.
Top stuff, Vernon Philander. I was watching you downloading that app a little while earlier. Opening your account in there as well.
Offshore accounts, arose, paramount importance.
This is really good bowling. Bowling with decent pace as well. Both Lungi Ngidi and Lizard Williams, and they haven't strayed away from that plan that they've come out with. It's exactly what you were referring to, Van Philander, that the adaptability to the surface and knowing what works on a particular surface. Length is key, but more importantly, like we saw Pakistan giving a little bit of width, South Africa have done better. They've kept it tight in line with that off-stump line, that channel. Now change of angle. Around the wicket. Oh, what a beauty. Just holds the line. This is quite spectacular stuff.
Yeah, excellent from Lizard Williams. Talk about the natural variation. The first one just staying down, angling back in at Fakhar Zaman, but on this occasion he also has the ability to take it away. That is just utilizing that seam on offer. This is brilliant control by Lizard Williams.
3 dots to start this over as well. Make that 4.
I think in many ways the ODI format has almost become a vehicle of affording younger players opportunity to see what potential is out there. But I think we also have to bear in mind that we're perhaps 20 months away from the 2027 World Cup, which will be held in South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe. So as much as you want to afford players the opportunity, you also need to look at that final combination of 15 players, which you might take to foreign conditions.
Gives it the charge, but it's straight to Dizorzi in the ring. And you can just see the pressure of the dot balls. 5 dot balls in this over. The previous over as well. Now coming back to what they have in this tour, the South African ODI squad.
Yeah, and I can actually foresee a couple of those players featuring in that home-bound World Cup. Players like Leandre Pretorius, Dizorzi, Nandri Berger.
Calls for 2. Top stuff from South Africa in the field, keeps it to 1. 4 done, 12 for no loss.
Yeah, but right now, we'll have to face conditions that's at hand at the moment. Same stage, South Africa was 18 for none. But like we've seen in so many ODI games, it's not about how quickly you can start. It's about affording yourself the opportunity of getting in, understanding conditions, and then apply the pressure back onto the opposition bowlers. I'll tell you what, spectacular in Faisalabad. Good to see a sold-out crowd.
18 for no loss, South Africa at the similar stage. Pakistan 12 for no loss and still no sign of dew, which is a great sign for South Africa. Wide delivery, swing and a miss, and Quinton de Kock barely gets a hand to that. 4 important runs come Pakistan's way.
Yeah, he can make it 5. He's been so impressive with the control, Lungisar and Ngidi, but it just looked like he's trying to go across the left-hander. That's gone out the hand and afforded the wicketkeeper absolutely no chance of stopping that.
Yeah, just had a bit of a grin on his face, asking Asif Yaqub, is that a wide? Yes, sir, that is. Started quite wide outside, and the ball with the angle taking it further across. Touch 2 straight this time round, and through the hands of the fine fielder. Back-to-back boundaries for Pakistan.
Yeah, and it does look like Fakhar Zaman is looking to change gears. Previous one wide, less outside the off stump, which was too wide, but on this occasion Lungisar Ngidi trying to get straighter and just a touch too straight on those pads of Fakhar Zaman. Yeah, not impressed with the effort down at fine leg from Lazard Williams.
Is this straight enough? Umpire doesn't think so. Maybe a touch too straight. Well, you have the review if you want to take it.
Yeah, you certainly feel that standing right behind the batter might have just pitched on, but you certainly feel that there was an element of too much movement through the air. Perhaps just missing leg stump. Umpire Asif Yaqub, he's had a magnificent match so far. Certainly feel he's got another one absolutely spot on.
Not the line. Not to the line, but Fakhar Zaman will take all of them coming his way. Just losing the radar here in this over, Lungi Ngidi.
This is the danger when you have a swinging new ball in your hand. You just a touch too straight. Yes, there's a bit of swing on offer. But when you're going to operate into the body and you go too straight, that's the danger. Bit of pad on the way through. 4 leg buys.
Felt like it started with the one that he bowled first up with the angle away from the left-hander. Just changed his plan slightly coming into this over as opposed to trying to hit that length around off stump. And since then, trying to get a touch straighter. Strays down leg side for 2 boundaries. Well, no matter how intense it gets in the middle, on the boundary ropes is always fun. KFC flip the bucket challenge. Flip it, land it on your head. Get some delicious prizes coming your way. Maybe look after your teeth as well, gentlemen.
Yeah, Ritz coming from a dentist.
A swipe into the leg side. And Fakhar Zaman on the charge. 4 boundaries in this over so far, still 1 delivery for Ngidi to bowl.
Yeah, I said it a little earlier, he's a dangerous player. And I think he's summed up. You've seen enough from Lungasani Ngidi, and he's decided to take the short to him. He gives it a big swipe. That's Fakhar Zaman. But this is when he becomes so dangerous. It's when he's looking to revert the pressure back onto the bowlers. You get a sense from the South African body language in the field, they're just starting to delve a little bit deeper, almost waiting for Fakhar to make the play.
Expensive over for South Africa, 17 off it, 5 done. Pakistan 29 for no loss.
Similar states, South Africa just above the white worm of Pakistan. Let's not forget that partnership between Lionel Pretorius and Quinton de Kock started to gain a bit of momentum towards the left end of the power play. 98 runs it yielded in good time.
Change of tempo in the game. Donovan Ferreira, just to see whether South Africa can impact the game with spin earlier on.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent option, given the nature of the surface. The new ball coming onto the bat, I think batters have excellently enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat from the seamers, so take a bit of pace off. He also has been real good in terms of maintaining a good line, a good link, Donovan Ferreira.
That's what it's been throughout the day. First innings as well, the slower the ball, the more air it got, the more revs and more bite and purchase.
I certainly feel that the ref count is important. That occasion, just a bit of air given. It's almost the flatter you bowl it, the more pace there is for the batters to work with. But this is excellent back-to-back ball from Donovan Ferreira, challenging that outside edge of Saim Ayub. Bit of turn, bit of purchase. Want to see a slip into play, Rose.
Just the one off the over. 30 for no loss. $234 is what Pakistan required in 44 overs. Very even Steven at this stage. It was the opening partnership that South Africa were up and running with 98 runs. Lungi Ngidi will continue 17 runs of that previous over that he bowled. It's a good start. That's the line and length he wants to be hitting. Seemed to have lost his radar in that previous over.
And it's also about the intent that Fakhar Zaman is sent over to Lungi Ngidi. Very often as a bowler, balls start getting a bit tense in your hand, you're not letting go. Always talk about that energy that you feel, that you can bowl to, either bowl to a batter or you know he's coming after you. And I do feel that Lungi perhaps feeling that Fakhar is coming after him. Might not be surprised if we see a change-up from Lungi Ngidi in terms of the slower ball being utilised.
It's a kind of nature that Fakhar Zaman possesses when he's in the middle. He's always looking to take the charge on and throw the bowlers off their lines and lengths. And he did that in the previous over to Ngidi. Well, across the left-hander. Those two occasions, first two deliveries, very good.
Definitely much better from Lungi Ngidi. Becomes a completely different bowler when he lets go, when he really commits to the delivery. Every now and again, when he just doubts himself, that's when he goes off the radar a bit. Told you a little earlier, it would not surprise me if he comes around the wicket early on, and I think he's going to make that change right about now.
Every call Vernon Philander has made so far has been right on cue. Exactly like this one as well. Lungi Ngidi around the wicket. Top stuff, Vern. Guy knows what he's talking about.
Definitely not my first rodeo, Aruz.
$224 test wickets. The guy ought to know what he's talking about. Vernon Philander. You had your time out with the Pakistan bowling contingent at one point as well, a couple of years ago. How do you see the growth of those bowlers from when you were a part of that squad up until now? Areas of concern and way they've improved? Excellent, just held the length back slightly, Lungi Ngidi.
Yeah, I think to answer your point, a wonderful group of bowlers that I've had the opportunity to work with. Mohammad Wasim, Saeed Shah Afridi, Nasim Shah, Hassan Ali, and the natural ability, natural attributes which they possessed at the time. Certainly for me, I felt that they could have been a long way ahead in their careers by now. Yes, there's different coaches which see things differently, implement different bowling plans and styles, but from what they had naturally, I was impressed. I was mightily impressed. And I'm one of those guys that I love working with what a bowler brings naturally to the party. We can formulate plans, strategies around what they bring naturally, and I do feel from time to time we try to change bowlers into what we feel they should be. But from a pace perspective, wow, natural pace, natural athletes. I'd love to still take that tape ball back to South Africa, because I do feel that's where a lot of these guys generate their pace from.
Calls for two, could even be four. Good job on the boundary from Tony De Zorzi. 7 done, 34 for no loss.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have another look whether this has gone to the boundary or not. It was a good effort by Lazard. Oh no, Tony Lazorzi out in the deep. I've seen enough. It's not a boundary.
It's a safe start. 230 more with 10 wickets in hand. Equation favors Pakistan. Wow, that is a ripper. He bowled a couple before in his first over. The ball is spinning.
This is encouraging for South Africa. The amount of turn is extracting at the moment. The captain has opted for a slip fielder. Not a bad ploy.
Well, you got to say aimlessly down the pitch. Fakhar Zaman trying to get to the pitch of the ball, and had that spun across, would have been curtains for him. Got to be careful here. What are the options there then, Ahmed, for a left-hander against an off-spinner? The sweep shot?
Or maybe over extra cover. Yawning gap there. Plenty of open field. Playing with the turn is always a safer bet.
Picks a single. He'll watch this now from the non-striker's end, which is not a bad ploy as well. This is good from Prochase, keeping things nice and quiet. If they get a breakthrough or two, then it'll be pressure on Pakistan. They've not allowed them to run away with the power play session.
Yeah, the asking rate has been 5.41, and they've been able to keep them under 5. That's in the air, into the gap, and a boundary scored. .40 without loss.
Good crowding. A lot of interest in this ODI series. Robin Bosch batted brilliantly, played the situation, dragged the innings right till the 49th over.
He really bowled well during the first T20I. The ball was searing pace, had the ball jumping from awkward lengths. The captain asked, break this partnership.
Oh, what a smash that is. Saim Ayub has played a scintillating cut shot. The very best from him.
Yeah, it was effortless and very elegant. Afforded him a lot of time to get into a good position and then swing the bat. Not a great start to the over. That boundary has forced the bowler to change the angle.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Movement away. And that's the thing regarding this pitch. At times the ball has done more than your expectations. It has hit one of the many cracks. And has had a massive reaction there after being absolutely nailed for a 4. That's his comeback delivery, a very good one. Had more behind that one. Bosch.
You're trying to tell me moody pitch, this one?
Yes, very. It's going to make a suggestion that you're probably never in on a surface like this. You've got to be very careful right throughout your knock. Watch the ball closely, don't take things for granted. South Africa would be hoping that they are merely a break or two away from making it tough for Pakistan. Made innings. Preparation of the pitch.
Or maybe reparation.
Forget about the pitch, about the match, it's about the selfies. Vigotel mobile selfie moment. Oh, watch out. He plays the ball with an angle bat, so that inside edge is always in play.
Yeah, more pace on that occasion, behind that delivery. No, wasn't in control. Fakhar Zaman.
It's a typical Fakhar knock so far. End of another over, 45 without a wicket. .263 plays 45 without a wicket. I say a typical Fakhar knock because ebbs and flows you see in his batting. He'll power off hitting 4s and 6s, and then there'll be plenty of blocks.
He looked very threatening for Ferreira when he was looking to bowl outside the off stump. He was getting prodigious turn and bounce ever since he had changed the line, looking to bowl wicket to wicket. No impression on the batsman, none whatsoever.
Yeah, his speed is up as well. We're talking about bowling at almost 100 kmph. He's got to soften it up, maybe look for a little bit loop. That's the attempted sweep shot of a quicker ball. 101.4.
And it turned. And bounced. This pitch is offering a lot to Ferreira. It's all about landing the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, that's gone all the way for 6. To the pitch and crashed it over the rope for a magnificent 6.
Once again, darted the ball in. And that really helped Fakhar Zaman's cause. Didn't hang back, never stuttered on the cue, went with the stroke. And the ball kept going. A biggie.
Works it away into the gap for a single. And after 10, Pak moving quite nicely, 53 without a wicket down.
And Pakistan needed a solid foundation, and both these openers did a very good job. It was a mixture of defense and controlled aggression. And Faisalabad hasn't been afraid to jump out of the trees.
There are quite a few dots for Batsman in power play in ODIs. Dot percentage is 63.4. He's 25 of 35 balls. But good thing about his batting in ODIs is that he plays a big role in a big innings. Every now and then you see him play a blinder. He's got a bit of pace, Corbin Bosch. Jumping out of the crease and almost pulled it off. There's this surprise element to go with that big swipe. First ball of a brand new over from Bosch. Trying to put him under pressure.
Yeah, we all know that Fakhr got the ability to tonk the ball out of the ground, hit boundaries and sixes. If he can bring that skill, scoring singles, can be doubly dangerous as a batter.
It feels wintry, so time for the fans to enjoy cricket with Pakistan's own brand, Tapal, at the Tapal Tea Lounge. It's the #1 tea brand of Pakistan. Consumed by zillions. Zillions and Brazilians. Yeah, that's a typical Saim Ayub response to that length. Lazard Williams there does a good job. Sliding, skidding, making sure that this time it was a good fielding effort. Allowed one to slip through his hands. Just a few overs back.
Okay there. A couple of left-arm spinners in South Africa lineup haven't been introduced as yet. These two left-handers are deterring the captain. Bring them on.
Seen a lot of pace on from Bosch. Maybe it's someone needs to go and ask him to vary his pace a little. The cutters maybe needed a slow bouncer, who knows. So far he's been a little one-dimensional. One slow ball in this over so far. Linda can be a handful on a surface like this. And I think you've got to read the pitch, not that the two left-handers are out there, that a left-armer's angle cannot be useful or made use of. On target. Bosch, none for 9 of his 2, 57 without a wicket. Pakistan off for a reasonably good start, 57 without a wicket down. I feel it's going to be a close encounter. It's a strike or two away, South Africa, from making it an interesting contest. Leaves it well alone. It's been given a wide.
Wasn't a bad thinking from Williams. The ball a bouncer there. We haven't seen this ball being used properly in this series so far.
Like you're sitting in a cockpit. This time he's played one and gets it over that fielder's head. He's tried to throw it back into play. We'll have a boundary check. South Africa inches away from making it happen.
That is Saima Youth's preferred length. He's so adept in executing that stroke. His heart must have been in his mouth when he saw that ball going straight to the fielder. Very lucky he got the right elevation where the fielder wasn't in control. It's a 6. Sheila was the fielder.
Kashile was the fielder. Kashile, that's how it is supposed to be pronounced. With a
well done.
I timed it well enough. And that fielder was on the cushion as he caught that one. A very good catch.
We haven't seen South African bowlers, like you suggested, bowling those slow ones and cutters. The last delivery was indicative of the fact if you land the ball in the right area by taking the pace off, can really disturb the batters here.
I think South Africa are keen to work on a squeezing strategy where they do not allow a lot of runs and they feel that the wickets will come through that squeeze. But Pakistan are playing it perfectly because they've got wickets in hand, they're not really being pushed. And there's not been enough relentless pressure from both ends. So if one bowler has bowled well, the other has given away runs. It has to be a collective squeeze effort in a way.
.67 without loss, Pakistan.
George Linde coming on to bowl. Probably the right choice. Corbin Bosch was looking just a wee bit one-dimensional. I think it's the test match kind of bowling that is needed by the left arm. A little bit of loop. Look for that extravagant spin.
Yeah, to expand on the point you were making in the last over, the South Africans, they are looking to squeeze run scoring here rather than thinking of wickets. In T20 format, you can afford to do that because batters are taking too many chances there, and they will give you a chance as a bowler to pick up wickets. But here, as a bowler, you need to take few chances in ODI format to be able to pick up wickets and create a difference.
Questioning umpire's decision. That one spun quite nicely for the left armour from off to leg side. This time it's a wide. Consistently bowling on that line obviously will attract attention from the umpire. Letting his captain know how much the ball is turning. Maybe they need a change in field. Right now, pretty keen to have the same set of fielders in the ring. 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Oh, chance. Oh, bad throw. Otherwise, it could have been all over for Saim Ayub, who had to run to the keeper's end.
No damage done. Yeah, a good throw was needed. Almost a perfect effort from Dizosi.
Yeah, no dandruff effort from Zosi. Got a slip in place, in fact a leg slip in place. Oh, almost got a good result there. The leg slip was in for that top edge. This time it's a 4 full-length dive. But Pretorius, with tactically not a bad delivery at all. Got the desired response from the left-hander. Had enough on it to get a 4.
Linda needs to adjust the line. He's getting enough turn, and to be able to be effective, he has to bowl from outside the off stump. Yes, if he's worried about that slog sweep, there is a fielder present at deep mid-wicket. Not bad on that occasion.
Playing his first game, Pretorius. Needs to just calm down a little in the field. South Africa had a 98-run opening start. And Pakistan featuring quite well in that regard. They're 76 without a wicket. Yeah, there's this left arm angle from Linde. Played safely by the left-hander. 76 without a wicket. All of them wicketless. Some have been smarter than the others. The ball is definitely gripped and spun, so let's hope for South Africa, come the middle phase of the innings, that the ball may just do something extravagantly for them and give them results. Right now it's Pakistan all the way through Fakhr and Saim. Oh, nice delivery, good start. Shape away from Fakhr's bat.
Yeah, a bit of movement of the surface. It was a very good presentation of the seam. Last few overs have seen Pakistani batters getting the run rate jump up. He's closing in on 6 per over.
Of course, there's that figure-free moment. Download the app and relax like these gentlemen. Insurance you need on your fingertips, they say. In ODIs, Pakistan looking for a bit of stability at the opening slot. This is the 8th opening pair that they've tested in the last 21 games. Been a bit of a hit and miss.
Perennial problem for Pakistan.
Such an important position, the opening slot, because it gives you stability, hope, and then you can chase any score. If you've got class at the top order, you feel comfortable with a running in opening pair. And all good teams do have that luxury or ability to find good opening pair. Yeah, he's good with that shot this time. It goes along the ground to the fielder.
So far, a decent over from Blizzard Williams. Hasn't allowed a boundary to be scored in this over. They all gathered here to watch this man, Babar Azam, slotted at number 3 to come out and bat.
Drive through the offside. That helps him maintain the strike. 79 without a wicket after 14.
Excellent start from Pakistan. In reply, now requiring another 185. Required rate just a hint over 5. They're ahead at the moment, Pakistan. Linda has found turn. Pakistan required a good opening stand. South Africa slightly ahead at the same time. They were 93 for no loss, but importantly for Pakistan, they haven't lost a wicket. Fakhar and Saim have played their shots. Held out periods of good bowling as well. JP Dumini alongside. JP, what can South Africa do to break this partnership open?
I think first and foremost, from George Linder's perspective, is there an opportunity to change the angle, coming around the wicket, straight in against the stumps. It's always a difficult angle to get an LBW unless it's really full. Particularly with the height that it's delivered. Angle that he is quite tall and high over his left ear, and naturally it's going to turn, because of the amount of turn, it's going to turn past the stumps. Is the ability to come around, try and pitch it onto off stump, and hopefully bring in the stumps as well, bringing in 3 modes of dismissals essentially.
That's been really hit hard, belted down the ground. George Linder almost just gets out of the way, picks up 4, does Fakhar Zaman.
One thing about Fakhar Zaman, when he commits to come down the wicket, he doesn't hold back. And that's the key to trying to execute, his full commitment. Even when he's not to the pitch, he still gives it a good kitchen sink. Good running. It's, 7 runs off that over, 15 gone, 86 without loss.
Talking about his bowling action, of how he comes right on top. So a high bowling arm, the vertical, the release point. Because of that, he gets the amount of turn, but more importantly, the bounce that you associate with George Linder. Because he's over the top, he's also got the revs of the ball diagonal into slip, so it gets more turn and purchase, not square spin. South Africa will hope one of those knots can break in the wickets column. Firstly, to break this partnership open, and then from there get a grip on the game. Spin will continue. Donovan Ferreira. Through the air, finger goes up as well. Maybe a slight discussion will happen whether it was sliding down, but on naked eye seems like he's been trapped in front. We will have a look. It's time to throw this upstairs to the TV umpire.
You okay? TV umpire's a director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Can we go to ultra edge, please? Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Let's go to ball tracking, please, when ready. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Shoycott, you can steal your original decision of out. Stand by.
Three
on-screen
reds,
signal
and
now.
the finger for confirmation will go up again. Pakistan lose a review and lose their first wicket. Saim Ayub, handy knock that off 39, walks back. Pakistan 87 for 1. Turn the volume up on your television screens. You will know why the crowd is roaring. They've come out in numbers, they've come out as a house full to watch Babar Azam, and he is out in the middle now, in at 3. He comes in because a quicker, straighter one traps Saim Ayub right in front. He thought maybe there was a chance, and 3 reds do the trick. They are out there in full house capacity, and they've given Babar Azam the welcome that he always gets here in Pakistan. But more importantly, a job at hand. Pakistan require 177. The home crowd will hope Babar Azam can continue with the form that he's found. 71 match-winning knock in that third and final T20 international in Lahore a few days ago. But JP, we've seen from the surface throughout the course of the day, as a new player comes in, it's not been that easy to score. So it just maybe allows a window of opportunity for South Africa to string together dot deliveries, and more often than not, one can bring 2. Welcome back from the drinks break. Babar Azam out into the middle. Donovan Ferreira picks up with the first wicket, that of Pakistan opener Saim Ayub. Much needed breakthrough in the partnership as well. Umpire rightly so not happy with the batters having a chat at this point. Change in field. Mid-on falls back to long on. Glorious, impeccable timing from Babar Azam to get off the mark with a 4.
How many times have we seen this in international ODI cricket? Just leans beautifully into it, waits for it under his eyes. Timing sublime. No need to overhit that from Babar Azam. Change of angle for Don Ferreira. Cut down the opportunity for him to free his arms through the offside. It also creates that opportunity to straighten onto the stumps. Oh. Healthy outside edge for Babar Azam. Comes back for the deuce. 16 gone, 93 for 1.
It's a change of the angle. The ball continues on with the arm. Genuine healthy outside edge. One right out of the middle of the bat, one off the edge. Pakistan 93 for 1. In 16 overs, Saim Ayub the wicket to fall. Fell to the off spin of Donovan Ferreira for 39. Fakhar Zaman 37, been joined by Babar Azam.
Went to Cock, just politely telling George Linder just a little bit too slow in the air, a little bit quicker needed.
Smack that! What a strike from Fakhar Zaman. The Faisalabad crowd have plenty to rejoice. Another 6 pings off the bat of Fakhar.
It doesn't matter the fact that they've lost the wicket when the opportunity is presented. Goes above the eye line and into the arc of Fakhar Zaman, and he's not going to ask too many questions. He only has answers against the left-arm spinner of George Linder. All the way for a maximum. Change of angle now for George Linder.
We've been calling for this change of angle for a while now, JP. The better angle. With that single, Pakistan bring up their 100. And so far, they've dealt with the pace that was thrown at them, the spin as well. More importantly, the rotated strike. Bad deliveries have been dispatched to the boundary. One slip in place. This is good from South Africa. 2 men catching close in front of the bat either side as well. Pakistan's leading home appliance brand, the automatic washing machine by Super Asia. get onto their website as well. A good delivery. So we're asking Fakhar to run through. Don't think there was a single there. 9 of the over, 102 for 1. Neck and neck, 102 for 1 Pakistan, 101 for 1 South Africa at this very similar point. South African spinners are just finding it tough to bowl an over without a boundary. Just feel every time a boundary is hit, the pressure just releases a little bit more. The asking rate under 5 now. 9 wickets in hand. Pakistan in front. The charge, catches the call, catch has been taken. Beyond 14, takes a boundary catch. And a massive wicket in the context, 45 for Fakhar, but he has to go.
Well, a change in momentum here for the Proteas. Back-to-back wickets of the openers. Fakhar Zamani was certainly set. An option that he's found great success with thus far in the innings. But on that occasion, doesn't get the elation for the bowler in Ferreira. He gets his second. Fakhar Zamani goes for 45. Pakistan 102 for 2.
Mohammad Rizwan in at 4. Experience galore in terms of numbers. Held the average as well, over 2,700 runs. He's been out of international colours for a while. Last played the ODI format versus West Indies. Last time he played, he was also the ODI skipper.
You feel it was set up quite beautifully by Don Ferreira, a couple of dots. I always felt that Fakhar Zamani was never going to hold back in terms of trying to find a boundary option. Certainly found the middle of the Baton Rouge, but unfortunately the elevation wasn't there. Straight to Bjorn Fortuin, comfortable catch on the deep.
Excellent over. The wicket as well for Ferreira. 103 for 2. George Linda now to Mohammad Rizwan, bowling with a slip. Mohammad Rizwan very proactive on the crease. His initial 10 deliveries, the opposition always feels they're in with a chance. South Africa on the hunt for wickets. Important wicket that of Fakhar Zaman, and if they can pick up one more. Most experienced duo for Pakistan in the middle. Remember last time Mohammad Rizwan played ODI cricket, he was the captain of the side. Captained in 20 ODI games, 9 wins, 11 losses. CBs against Australia, West Indies, New Zealand and South Africa. Had the Tri-Nation and the Champions Trophy earlier in the year as well in terms of his ODI experience and captaincy. Fair few leaders in the side have already played the role. 2 in the middle, former captains. So experience in terms of understanding the game of plenty. Change in field, 45 comes across to the offside. Excellent hand, excellent effort. Beyond 14 in very close. Acrobatic effort there.
Yeah, it's really trying to find this balance between attacking too much and also just dotting them up, allowing them to make the mistake. I think this is a great strategy currently by South Africa, stringing together a few dots. The pressure's on Pakistan now. Yeah, good over from George Linda, just the one. 104 for 2.
Pakistan in pursuit. Require another 160 off 31 overs. For South Africa, they've dismissed both openers. 2 of 9, the partnership between Rizwan and Babar. The last 5 overs, South Africa have just pegged the game back, 25 for the 2 wickets. Beyond 14 into the attack. Targeting the stumps, bowling off that length. Just have Rizwan in 2 minds. The pace is quick enough so he can't really jump out at the ball. He gets one to nip and turn from there. It's a figure-free moment. You can download the app. You have the insurance you need on your fingertips. Boundaries have dried up as well. 19 deliveries since the ball crossed the fence. How about the experience the two of them bring for Pakistan? Mohammad Rizwan and Babar, and have batted in these positions together for a very long time. Well, speaking about Rizwan's captaincy record. Trapped in front. Is it in straight? Yes, it is. What a big wicket, and the cheer for the South African men. You can see the elation, and Babar Azam turns his back. Huge wicket for South Africa.
Yeah, King Baba has to depart. And is that man on your screen, Bjorn Fortuin? He's renowned for wicket to wicket, not a massive turn of the ball. Hits the bird and just skids on beautifully. You could tell by the celebrations that they were very, very confident. Confirmation from his partner, hitting wicket to wicket. South Africa on top. 3 down now for 105.
There's still a game on, people. And that game is that Pakistan require another 159. Where you see the crowd exiting the stage because Babar Azam has been picked up by the opposition. Out walks the T20 international skipper for Pakistan, Salman Ali Agha. Good numbers in this format. Off the mark. 20 overs done, Pakistan 106 for 3.
Bjorn Fortuin into the attack because of 2 right-handers at the crease. Don Ferreira doing his job with the left-handers, and in comes the veteran of Bjorn Fortuin. And why not? It's been a struggle to break the partnership up front, but since then, in the last 30 deliveries, they've managed to get 3 wickets for just 20 runs.
Top 3 dismissed for Pakistan. George Linder to continue. What the 2 men in the middle do possess in terms of attribute of their batting skills are being able to maneuver the ball. They will be very proactive. Both can play the sweep. Both are known to play spin very well. Salman Ali Agha and Mohammad Rizwan. This will be a period of game where the next 4-5 overs will be extremely important for either side. If South Africa can pick up 1 more wicket, or if Pakistan can just build a partnership and pull the momentum back in their favor. Talking about Mohammad Rizwan's numbers with the bat, he's been phenomenal for Pakistan. Since 2023, in the 41 innings, he averages 53. Highest for Pakistan in that time period. he's played this role plenty of time where he's had to just stick it in, play out the difficult period, build partnerships with that middle order. Spoke about the sweep, extremely effective and very good at it as well. Umpire signals run, so Rizwan picks up one more.
Yeah, most times you find that the sweep is a premeditated option. But the beauty of Rizwan is he plays it to such great effect that he picks it up very quickly on line and just helps it on its way down the leg side.
In conversation, Pakistan's Mohammad Rizwan, 53 that average. Highest runs for Pakistan in that time frame. Salman Ali Agha in there as well. The good captaincy record as well while Rizwan was captain. Had good numbers with the bat even during that period. Just feel momentum now shifting towards South Africa. 21 done, 1-1-2 for 3.
Protest making it very interesting now. 112 for the loss of 3 Pakistan. Feeling the pinch and a little bit of stress here. 152 to get in 29 overs with Babar gone. It now rests heavily on this pair.
Yeah, and you certainly feel that this is going to be the big threat for Pakistan. Beyond Fortain. He's a smart bowler. He's got a wonderful change-up. But the one thing that he does all the time is he brings those modes of LBW ball into play. Wonderful variation in pace. But it's to be able to control that zone, Ramis, that makes him so effective. We've seen a lot of him in the T20 format, Beyond Fortain. But I still feel he's got a wonderful control that makes him effective across all formats.
Yes, so far is attack the stumps, which is not a bad thing to do on a surface like this. Some will jump at you, some will spin more, some will stay straight. There you see him attacking the stumps. Babar Azam in 2 minds and undone by a ball that skidded off the surface. Didn't bounce a lot, but great variation, change of pace. Oh, almost a cotton ball.
Yeah, I was actually surprised not to see him with a new ball, because in the T20 format we've seen him, how effective he has been with that new ball. And he gets wickets similar to how he's trapped Babar Azam, because he gets the ball to go off the side and just skids on you, rusts you as a batter.
Yeah, there's that quicker one, this time missing the stumps. Seems to do it with the same bowling action. Hardly seems to alter his steps or his arm. Just quick through the air at no prior notice to the batsman. Once again trying to work the ball against the spin. Great over. 113 for 3.
Yeah, fantastic skill by Beyond Fortain, and a similar trend that unfolds here in the run chased, like we've seen in South Africa's innings, as they try to set up a score. Got off to a wonderful start, and then towards the latter end, just falling by the wayside. Pakistan need a further 151 of 28 overs.
Pakistan boxed in a corner. 3 wickets down for 113. Trial by spin. South Africa are bowling a lovely line here. Looking to attack. There's a slip in place as well. Rizwan is a keen sweeper of the ball. Let's see whether he opts for that option at this stage of the game. 9 he is of 15.
Yeah, I think he's a wonderful sweeper of the ball, but George Linder won't mind it. He's tall, he's going to extract an extra bit of bounce. So if he's willing to take it on, be my guest.
Losing his footing, but saving a 4.
Yeah, and I just wonder, we spoke about a bit of dew expected here this evening. That's just a touch too full from George Linder. He absolutely adores that shot, he loves it. You can see he's just losing his footing as he's trying to race across the turf. Young Loandre Pretorius.
On the pass, this one has gone fine once again. It's Pretorius who dives, stops the ball. Salman Ali Agha wanting an impossible second run.
Yeah, he's quick across the turf, is young Loandre Pretorius. Just angling down the leg side. Smartly played. Just using the pace on offer, but excellent slide and up. Something that we've seen from the great Jonty Rhodes back in the day. The ability to release the ball quickly and prevented Pakistan from gathering a second.
Last 5 overs and only 13 runs scored by Pakistan. Still no dew. Tyres look pretty dry. Oh, Spain played well in the end. Didn't go with hard hands, Rizwan.
Yeah, I think the one thing that George Linder shouldn't forget is to slow his pace up every now and again as well. There has been a bit of purchase for the spinners. You almost want to invite Mohammad Rizwan to take the risk.
This time it's an easy single. The rebuilding phase in the middle of the innings can be very, very taxing. And you've got to read the situation, you've got to stop yourself from improvising. It's about taking deep breaths and how you take the pressure, how you read the situation, test your temperament, resolve. Shot making, that's beautifully played away for 4. What a shot that is. Wonderful piece of timing, picking the line early and hitting it square for 4. 120 for 3.
Yeah, it's the extension of the arms. But just the line outside off stump means he can hit it in front of square. No risk attached to that shot, with no fielder being back on the fence. Excellent execution of the hard sweep. Yeah, and they've been thoroughly entertained. After 17 years, cricket returns to Faisalabad. I think we are in for an absolute blockbuster as we're heading towards the back end of this game.
That's the equation. 27 overs, 144 to get. And we know that this pair bats well together. Got a massive 260-run partnership against South Africa. In Karachi earlier this year only. Oh, that's the straighter one. Once again, guile and so beautifully bowled.
It's just that control. If you get one to turn, he beats you outside heads, and then he gets the one to go straight on with the arm. So he's challenging both sides of the bat, which is key.
Pakistan will have to deal with him for 10 overs, so it's not a T20I where he'll bowl a couple of overs, then he'll field deep somewhere and then come back for the last hurrah. This is good from South Africa, that they've got plenty of overs left for 14. It's his ability to hit the stumps. It's just mind-boggling control.
I suppose that's the beauty of this format. Like you've alluded to, can't just face 1 or 2 overs of a bowler and get off strike, or face the next bowler. It's about persisting and getting through that spell. Bjorn Fortuin, he's in the middle of an excellent spell in terms of control. So as much experience as you have in Rizwan and Salman, there's a bit of a battle on their hands at this moment in time.
Nicely bowled. Another impressive over from the left armer. 1, 2, 3 for 3. South Africa opting for Bosch, none for 9 in his 2 overs. What could be the criteria here? What could be the strategy here to introduce pace at this stage, Vern?
Yeah, I think the mindset would be to have a bit of pressure ball from both ends. South African captain, he'd be looking at Corbin Bosch, who's been the most consistent bowler throughout the tour so far, to extract a little bit of pressure from that end. Whilst Fortuin was bowling an excellent spell, runs were leaking from the other end, so the mindset behind all of this would be a couple of tight overs that will create an opportunity. And he's gone to his premier bowl on this tour so far in Corbin Bosch.
It's about hitting the hard length and keeping the ball within the stumps. Doesn't seem to have a lot of variation. He's kind of one-dimensional in that regard, but when on song, he'll deliver you with that option of hitting the hard length and keeping it straight.
I think the one element that he does possess in this format especially is he gets the ball to nip back at the stumps. For a long period of time, batters are being challenged in that department. They're so used to the ball going away from the bat where they can offer and free their hands. When the ball comes back, that's when your techniques get challenged a bit.
That's a very good start by him. Proteas needing a bit of calmness from his end. On target, on stumps. 2 batsmen in conversation. It's about making sure that you don't lose your way. No need to rush things. Still plenty of time in a way. 25.3 to get 140. This is a critical partnership for Pakistan. Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha. There's a strong appeal. Is it off the pads? Proteas. What are they thinking? What are they feeling? Keeper doesn't seem to be that much interested in this.
Yeah, Quinton de Kock signaling straight away that it come off the pad. But like you say, it's the awareness. The communication is so key. Understanding why Britsky has gone to his premier fast bowler. This one just angling down the leg side. Yeah, perhaps just catching a clip of the pad on the way through. Quinton de Kock straight away not interested. Yeah, just clipping a little clip on the way through to the keeper. Excellent from Quinton de Kock not to go for it.
Cut shot into the gap, runs away from the fielder. Such a nice connection and a welcome relief for Salman Ali Agha. A little bit of width provided and made use of.
Yeah, for the first time in the over, Corbin Boss going away from the ploy of going into the stumps, creating a bit of width. Like we know, in this part of the world, batsmen will welcome it any given day when there's a bit of pace on the ball. And it generates so much hand speed through that ball. It's make that ball accelerate to the fence.
On the pass, worked away, dive, Pretorius. Is it? Linde there doing a very good job of it. 1-9 for 3. .263, will it be enough? Pakistan 1-9 for 3. 135 of 150 balls. Coach is desperately looking for another scalp here.
Yeah, I think it's important not to start getting greedy. From time to time, when you urgently need a wicket, you could go into the mode of trying to bowl wicket-taking deliveries, and in doing so, you offer up scoring opportunities. This game is a long way from over.
Oh, the angle delivery coming back. Umpire is being challenged. He says not out. Probably has made the right call.
Yeah, brilliant again from Fortuin. Just held it back a bit. But South Africa in conversation on whether to send us up or not. Have they? Yes, they have, just about in time. We'll have a little look, ladies and gentlemen.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please, when ready? I just go back a few frames, please. And then forward. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line. And wickets missing. Shoycott, you can still have your original decision of not out. Stand by.
Yes, it looked iffy, missing the stumps down the leg side, but to Salman's credit, what he did well was to be on the front foot. And you got to be on the front foot most times against Fortuin, because you can never tell of that slant that comes back and surprises you. And on a spinning track, that is such a lovely variation, because you're usually playing for spin. So the one that straightens can get you into a lot of trouble. Oh, that's quick and jumped. Ranjan Madugale there working away, making a report. I don't know whether he makes a report on commentators as well, Ranjan Madugale.
Well, for you and me, I hope he doesn't.
My under-19 partner, Ranjan Madugale. Uppish and away from the infielder. Salman Ali Agha seemed to struggle against Fortuin. Not entirely there. Usually is so strong against spin. What are the chances of a sweep shot here? There's in down the field for a run. So interesting passage of play continues. 131 for 3. Azim is busy with quite a few useless stats. He's doing a fabulous job. Mr. Azim, well done. Even though you test us at times, but it's okay. We've gotten used to it now. Right, Bosch coming on to ball again. Nicely played into the gap. That's gone all the way for 4. Great piece of timing and placement. Rizwan wants them there.
Yeah, fantastic timing, but what impressed me most about this shot is the balance. Slanting down the leg side, but just look at that balance. He was in control of that shot all the way through, not looking to overhit it, using the pace on display. Fantastic to pierce that gap right in front of square.
Yeah, it's that in-between length where you can not be forward nor back. And Rizwan at times can be caught in that no man's land. Plays from the crease at times, especially to the ball that comes back into the stumps.
Yeah, I feel from a seamer's perspective, can perhaps a little bit on the shorter side. Because every now and again we have seen the ball squatting coming back into the stumps. So almost try and get the batsman to play with a horizontal bat. Paramount importance that you want to bring the top of that off stump into play.
That's it, trace to the fielder. Fielding as a result becomes that much more important now. Right, time to visit the Tapalti Lounge area. Nation's favorite tea brand. It's about keeping that ball as dry as possible. A little bit of dew around, not a lot. There's a slow ball to Rizwan and a misfield now. It just upsets the rhythm of your team, such a misfield.
Yeah, it certainly does. This game is all about momentum, and whilst you have it on your side, you want to make sure you take care of little disciplines like that. A touch on a little point. Of course, South Africa has a lot of youngsters in this group that have sent over for the ODI series. The one key element that you want to take away from a tour like this is the learning aspect. Got a lot of senior players who have played for Pakistan. Excellent bouncer. So whilst you're learning, go across to the opposition chain distance. One of those players whom I've learned from, a guy called Mohammad Asif. And everybody asks, where does the wobble seam come from? It comes from conversation with a bowler like Mohammad Asif. You still have to go out there and make it work, find out your way of doing it, but it's those little things that set you apart from become a great player in your own right.
Pakistani bowlers at this stage would have been looking for a bit of reverse. That's a wide one down the leg side. An area where some of the South African bowlers could learn a little bit. How to keep one side of the ball shiny, the other side as rough as possible, and what lines, what lengths to bowl then when it's reversing.
That's exactly to my point. It's about having a conversation, understanding when the ball's going to reverse. Very often we've seen when the greats like Waka Yunus, when they got the ball to reverse, they just lowered their bowling arm. That's also a bit of a skill, an art too, reverse swing that you can learn. It's the end of the boss over. So Pakistan 137 for 3. The bowling coach for South Africa, Piet Botha. He's a very structured guy. Very mechanical when it comes to bowlers. Want to make sure that you're fluent in your action, at point of delivery. You've got a good balance, point of release. He's did his rounds on South African domestic circuit.
But it's an era of being unstructured, Vern. Especially here in our part of the world, where natural ability and instincts are credited with a selection. And that has its own value, the unorthodoxy, being different. Ideally, you should be looking for that match, that marriage of unorthodoxy with a bit of structured course.
And that's the one thing I love about this part of the world. As much as I can give you control and all the rest of that, natural skill level, natural ability, that's something you can't teach. You can't teach a guy to bowl quick. That comes naturally. I don't know how you guys keep churning them out, but a wonderful, wonderful record of fast bowlers just keep coming out.
Oh, he's got to be sensible here, Rizwan. Curb his natural instincts to sweep the ball. South Africa would be exactly like this for the next few overs. Disciplined, wicket to wicket, and hoping for a follow wicket. Hope for the best. That is what they'd be reminding themselves. Let's keep on plugging away like that.
Yeah, this is going to be a test of temperament. Mohammad Rizwan is a player who loves to be aggressive, who loves to impose himself on the opposition bowler. This is an excellent piece of bowling by George Linder. Big question mark would be, can he keep his calm?
There's the big shot. Where's it gone? Into the gap. Took a lot of risk, Rizwan. That was enough for him.
Yeah, it certainly seems like your nerves can't hold up in the commentary box here, Ramiz. But that's the nature of the player. He's always going to look to take the positive route. Mohammad Rizwan is not going to be dominated by a bowler. That's very often where they get themselves into trouble, by taking that element of risk at a crucial juncture of the game.
Hits it into the ground. There's a cry of anguish. He wanted more out of that shot, out of that length. None for 42 for Linde. If South Africa are to flavor success, he's got to have nice last 3 overs. There's the drive into the gap. That is a brilliant stroke. Freeing his arms and letting it go smoothly through the offside to the fence. Disappointing end to the over, I think.
Yeah, just over pitch on this occasion, but he got himself into a wonderful position. Over the top of it, hitting it into the ground. In the process, dissecting that fielders on the offside. 144 for 3 after 28.
Yeah, this innings of Pakistan is gaining momentum after that stutter of losing 3 wickets in a cluster. But these two are making the recovery, already featured in a partnership of 39. They need to eke out more. Fortin is regularly posing problems to both the batters out there in the middle. exploiting the state of the pitch quite nicely.
Change of ends for beyond 14 as well. Bowling from the far end. Excellent figures tonight so far. Just the 8 runs in his 4.2 overs. The important wicket of Babar Azam. 120 of 130 now. The gap just starting to close in that difference for Pakistan. The first time Amir, the required rate has also just gone above the run rate that they are at.
Still not threatening. It's all about staying out there in the middle, keep on hitting the holes, keep on ticking the scoreboard. Yeah, he's really bowled well tonight. That's high in the air. Into the gap. Well-earned boundary.
Corbin Bosch signals he's not sure. He might have just stepped outside the fence while the ball was in his hand before he could throw it back into the playing field. So we will have a look. Tall man, so his reach is good. One bounce, he does take the leap. Just feel he lands with the ball in his hand. Just there. Just there, just the way his steps had gathered, he could not do anything. Takes it back. He's already made contact with the ground outside the fence, so that'll be 4, much needed 4 as well for Pakistan.
A dentist having such eyesight, amazing. Well spotted.
Oh, we ought to have good eyesight. Don't want to be plucking the wrong tooth out, Amir. Another good over. Just that boundary. 4 dots either side of that. Oh. He sweeps well. The sweeper also does a good job on the fence. Pretorius with the cleanup job. 29 overs done, 150 for 3.
Yeah, the ball has followed him. But he has done a good job out there in the middle. Saved plenty of runs for his side. Although he doesn't look athletic at all. But still, very decent in the field.
Just how far the slide takes him. Yep, that should be 4. His right foot, once on impact with the ground, just makes contact with the advertising cushions, just there. And he's still in contact with the ball, so it should add 2 more to Pakistan's tally. Means Pakistan 152 for 3. The young man disappointed. Was an excellent effort.
A change of friends for 410 hasn't worked. He was bowling efficiently from the pavilion end. Well, last over yielded quite a few runs for Pakistan.
Lizard Williams now back into the attack. It'll be interesting to see whether there are change-ups bowled in that middle phase and if the ball does grip into the surface. Rizwan and Salman both as good as they are versus the spin, but they won't mind the ball coming onto the bat with pace on either. 48, the partnership between the two in the middle. With the two of them, the longer they stay out, the longer Pakistan will feel they are well in control. Just the way the field is set as well. The two men catching, extra cover and mid-wicket, both very straight.
And for that particular reason, take the pace off. That is the demand from the captain. Now we have seen Naseem Shah prevailing with those slow deliveries. It won't be a bad idea to pursue it.
So far, all three deliveries with pace on. Also good ploy against Mohammad Rizwan, who does sometimes leave a gap between his bat and pad. More with hand-eye coordination, a slow one into the surface, the off-cutter in particular.
And you're absolutely right. He's sort of a batsman who doesn't try to get to the pitch of the ball. He likes to hit the ball on the up without any footwork. It might work. Worth a try. Stays busy, Rizwan.
Clips into the leg side, very fine, and 4 will also bring up the 50 partnership, 53 of 61 now. And Salman Ali Agha, since he's come out into the middle, has provided a little bit of more positive attitude into this partnership.
Desperation is creeping in, and hence we have seen bowlers faltering now quite consistently, but a timely partnership between these two steadied the ship. And the runs came at a very good rate too.
It's a good over for Pakistan. 7 off it, 30 done, 159 for 3. $159 for 3, Pakistan requiring another 105 runs. This first ODI contest here in Faisalabad. 1 of 3, all 3 of them at this venue. Oh, how close is that? My goodness, almost dragged it back onto the stumps.
Yeah, almost dragged it on, almost.
A little bit of a contest brewing in the middle. Beyond 14 to Salman Ali Agha. 13 balls, only 3 runs. So he's found it extremely difficult, and that's exactly why he went for the reverse. Found himself in a huge mess with that also. Is that hit the pad first? Now the fielder in the inner ring caught napping with the appeal, and Salman Ali Agha will run through for true. Beyond 14, just checking if there was bat on that. If not, that was extremely close. Maybe just picked up 2 sounds. Well, after deliberation, we will send this upstairs. Let's have a look.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Ball's close to the bat and the gloves there. Can we go to ultra edge when ready, please? Yeah, just go back and then play it through again, please. Yeah, and just play it in through from there. Thank you. Yeah, there's no bat or glove involved. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets missing. Asif, you can still have your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen.
Twice, 14 has urged the captain to go for the review. Both times disappointed.
There was no bat involved. That was confirmed on ultra edge, but just with the angle. Remember, not a big turner of the ball beyond 14. That will mean a couple of leg buys. But still 3 or 14. The little challenge between 14 and Salman Ali Agha.
Bruce, you must have noticed one thing. Salman Ali Agha probably had the best defensive technique out of all the batters in Pakistan. Now, of late, when he's looking to defend the ball, the arc of the bat is not correct. Not playing the ball with the full face of the bat. That's a concern. Oh, that one turned. Good delivery.
He came off and broke onto the scene in that test series versus England, where him and Saud Shakil batted extremely well as the sun went down in Pindi a couple of years ago, and that came off good runs at the domestic circuit. We'll come back to that. 31 done, 162 for 3. Great opening stand out of 87 for Pakistan. Then a couple of wickets came in quick succession. Since then, a partnership is built. Quite nice for Pakistan in terms of 57 runs. Lizard Williams starts his first over with a change of pace. His previous over was all pace on. Captain for South Africa, Matthew Bretsky, will hope next wicket for Pakistan comes from somewhere. If they can break this partnership open.
He's not a confident batter at the moment defending the ball, Salman Ali Agha. And the suggestion is for Salman Ali Agha, he should have a look at the recording of this innings. I might identify a thing or two for him.
We're speaking about the previous over, how techniques change over time. You reckon he was very good with his defense when he first broke onto the scene. I turned down the numbers for a long time in List A cricket and the domestic format for Pakistan. Could that be down to the advent of T20 cricket and how the modern players now want to evolve, especially given the approach Pakistan T20 side has had of late?
Could be few reasons. Can be one of them. Another inside edge onto the pad. He does live dangerously, Mohammad Rizwan, anyways.
Once again, you watch his footwork, so the stride on the front foot is not extravagant. He's never really looking to get to the pitch of the ball. It is more of his hands through the line of the ball. And he's especially vulnerable to the ball that just darts back in. A few balls ago, big inside edge onto Mohammad Rizwan's pad. Just see where his foot just gets planted. You see, it's not a bent front knee.
And also the back knee. When both the legs are very alert, you're not very balanced as a batter. And you tend to push at the ball.
Another over goes by, 32 overs done. Pakistan 164 for 3. And time for a much required drinks break. Pakistan required 100 from 108 deliveries. They look in good shape at the moment. 59, the partnership between Mohammad Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha, that of 74 deliveries. The asking rate 5.5. Pakistan have kept up with that.
Yeah, both these batters are marching along relentlessly for Pakistan. Much needed partnership. And both handle the pace and spin quite well. Now there was a scare for Pakistan And a couple of wickets fell back to back. And from there on, this partnership has augured well for Pakistan.
Partnership's always key. The first one was important to get a good start for Pakistan in this chase. And now for the fourth wicket as well. 59 off 74. Still no due Amir Sohail. There's plenty of conversation around that it does normally come in. That's what Shaheen Shah Afridi said at the toss, that one of the decision's reasons was that due later on. So far, so good. That's picked up nicely. Went down early. Length pickup was good. He picks up 4 on the first delivery.
Yeah, he set himself for the sweep a bit too early for his own liking. The length was dragged back and he waited on the delivery and changed the stroke. Just a paddle sweep. Another boundary scored by Mohammad Rizwan.
He's extremely effective with the deliveries that are angling into his legs or the leg side, starting at middle stump. Trouble he has is when the deliveries are starting just outside the off stump and land within that off stump, middle stump line, where he leaves himself slightly vulnerable. The channel outside the off stump deliveries ending up in line with his pads is extremely effective. Like you said, sets himself early, can play the ball very fine all the way up into the long on area, so his range is quite elaborate onto the leg side.
Yeah, not many batters are comfortable sweeping the ball from that line. Is one exception, Mohammad Rizwan. Usually batters, they pick the ball from outside the off stump or outside the leg stump. And he spends a lot of time at the net sweeping the ball and takes that practice to the games. That's why that stroke comes off often than not. .169 for 3 Pakistan.
.191 for 3 was South Africa. Pakistan 169 for 3. There was that stage in the game where Pakistan just picked up a few wickets in that middle order for South Africa. At the moment, South Africa to deal with a partnership which is good from Pakistan. The ball V runs as well in Pakistan's favor, 94 of 101. Pakistan still have Hassan Nawaz, Hussain Talat and Mohammad Nawaz, all who can bat.
Easy does it. A play full court of overs. Pakistan will get over the line. Now Lazard Williams hasn't been able to bring any impression on the batters. He's been dealt with adroitly by the Pakistani batters. Another inside edge on to the foot.
when you and I came on to commentary, there was a question around whether they will bowl the change of pace deliveries into the surface. Out of the 3 overs Lizard Williams has bowled in his second spell, I can only remember the one delivery that was off pace. Everything since has just been on pace. So maybe that is something that you can look from a tactical point of view. Change of pace into the surface, drawing both batters to maybe go for the pull shot. Done well to keep it down, because the spinners for South Africa have bowled 19 overs, 91 for 3. Both wickets, 2 wickets to Ferreira, 1 for 14. Going at 4.8 runs an over. George Linder hasn't picked up a wicket and has gone for a few runs as well. So that's where beg your pardon, Matthew Pretsky has given the ball back to the seamer. Dungi Ngidi, just the 4 overs. Yeah, he's got his head in his hands, because that is not the first time that has happened. The inside edge. It's found all sorts of body parts for Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha, not the stumps. Saw one chopped on into his own body. Salman Ali Agha earlier on. Rizwan plenty of times has dragged it back on his stumps, back onto his pads, beg your pardon. Banged! Absolutely crunched to the offside. Some way to end that over. 175 for 3.
They have finally decided that it's time to charge at the bowler, and did it comfortably.
The last over was almost a Mohammad Rizwan special in terms of, you see a few plays and misses, you see a few chopped on deliveries, you see him getting frustrated with himself, and then you see him jump down the track and absolutely crunch one through the offside. Lizard Williams has just gone off the field.
Once again, change of ends for Fortain.
Just to remind you of the new ICC regulations as well, that onwards from the 34th over, only 1 ball will continue for the remaining 16. Up in the air, is that a chance? One running back, one running forward, falls right in the middle of the 2. Really feel Amir Salman Ali Agha knew exactly where the field was, and that's why he took him on.
Placed it quite nicely. Not deliberately though. He survives. That's important for Pakistan.
Asking politely, just failures too far down the track, outside the off stump as well.
Yeah, can't review it anymore. Yeah. Exhausted both reviews, South Africans.
Well, a little while earlier, we got Azim Siddiqui, our stats guru, next to us, and Ramiz Raja referred that he keeps providing useless stats, which I agree with. A lot of the times they don't make absolutely no sense, but this one for the Pakistan fans will make sense. This one once again might just fall in the middle, just away Zingaba Peter, who's come in for Lizard Williams. And quickly get that stat in, Amir, for the Pakistan's fans, all the way from Azim Siddiqui. Every time Mohammad Rizwan is in a chase and has remained not out, it's on 13 occasions that has happened. Pakistan have gone on to win 12 of those games. Never easy running back. Twice now in 2 overs. The sweep shot has just taken the top edge. Once from Salman Ali Agha, once from Mohammad Rizwan. This is the guy, Azim Siddiqui. You can make up your mind whether you like him or not. End of the over. 181 for 3.
Yeah, Pakistan definitely ahead in this game. Are going after the job. Very workmanlike. Mixture of singles, doubles and boundaries.
Lungi Ngidi now to bowl. Been out of the action for a very long time. Bowled the first 4.
Why are you after our stats guy, Azim Siddiqui? I mean, I think not useless, maybe irrelevant at times.
Brilliant, Amir. That's 2 adjectives now, useless and irrelevant. Keep them coming. We have Ramiz in next. He'll add on to that. Especially when the stats come in at 2 in the morning. Make absolutely no sense. And when you don't say his stats, he's almost relentless, like they're making absolutely no sense, but he's still on your case.
He's a thorough professional. There is no doubt about it. We're just pulling his leg. That's all.
Yep, we try and work as a team. A lot of the stuff that we say come from a lot of other people who put the hard yards in the stats.
One suggestion, he has to get his timing right.
Well, Amir, that just seems to be an overall concern in our part of the world. Just to the left of your screen as well, Ramiz Raja, Zainab Abbas.
Just been handed over another start.
Relevant? Not relevant?
Kind of.
Right then. Back to the cricket. 47, Rizwan steadying the ship as he's done on so many occasions for Pakistan. 78-run stand between the two. Lungi Ngidi, first delivery pace on, since then just taken the pace off. It's been the cutters into the surface. Again, slightly fuller but pace off.
Yeah, Rizwan is a kind of a player who can play the situation very well. He's got the ability to hold the helm when things are turbulent or the sea is choppy. Is the evidence that Pakistan in this game is in a very good position.
Just cuts him in half. That's the length he was looking for. Amir, we've been talking about Faisalabad and how international cricket has returned after 17 years. You've surely played on this ground. Any fond memories from back in your time?
There are many fond memories, but one memory I want to share with you. When Ramiz was captaining here, when he played as a captain his last game in a test match here, he bowled me about 60 or 70 overs in extreme heat, and I still hold it against him.
Well, we can find out why Ramiz Raja did so in a couple of deliveries. And I leave that question with JP Dumini to follow. 36 done, 184 for 3.
It's been Mohammad Rizwan show once again. He at times goes under the radar as a middle order architect. Averages in the 50s. Right, Azim? In the middle order? Less? Okay. Less than 50, but mighty consistent.
Well, I've been forced to ask the question, Ramesh. 51 overs for Amir Sohail in a test match here, is it? Your first comment was poor captaincy.
Oh! That's gone fine for runs. And I'm not going to elaborate on that. As they say, you learn from your mistakes. Now more at home playing spin. That's the advantage you carry if you're out there for any length of time. Salman Ali Agha, 33 or 43. But it's Rizwan who's carried the momentum forward, just a single away from a 50. Plays it away from the infield for a couple of runs, runs back. And I'm sure that he would absolutely love this knock. Raises his hands to the gallery, to the audience. Look a lot more resolute, look a lot more consistent with his strategy and game plan. More firm in his mannerisms, and I think at times you just become a little bit more stubborn. And there's a lot of stubbornness and there's a lot of smartness to go in this innings from Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, 17th 50 in ODI cricket for Pakistan, and it came at a critical time. Pakistan 105 for 3, losing back-to-back wickets.
That's the beauty. That really is a cracker of a ball. No one close to the bat to put pressure on Rizwan. He averages 48 in Pakistan in ODIs, Mohammad Rizwan. And as a clear-cut match winner, if you bat in the middle order and average at such a healthy strike and maintain that healthy average, you've got to be termed as a match winner. .191 for 3. A lot of people left when Babar Azam got out. But it's now about crossing the line. Pakistan 73 from 78 with wickets in hand. They've got to be the favourites to get this done.
Yeah, it's been a critical partnership. Rizwan, Salman, 86 or 87 rather, 105 deliveries. I guess the one thing that stands in South Africa's favour, particularly in the subcontinent, things can happen quickly. And you certainly don't want to throw in the towel at this point. 72 of 77, a few dot balls, all of a sudden that run rate creeps up. A few wickets in there, all of a sudden you're back in the game. More importantly, how do you get that? Do you bring an extra fielder in to create a little bit more pressure?
It's been brilliant. He had to get a partnership rolling, then he had to look after his own skills, his own innings. Stopped himself from being instinctive and natural. It was for the team. It was for himself also. Wanted to prove a point. Got this innings back on track with a lovely 50. Bounces it off the surface and well collected by the deep fielder. He runs beautifully. Full length dive from Rizwan earns him a couple.
Yeah, ability to play all around the ground, particularly against the spin, which was probably the biggest threat in the middle phase.
So in a way it becomes the first Pakistani to score a 50 after a gap of 17 years here in Faisalabad. It's a kind of a record as well. You're right, JP. South Africa would want this equation to be run a ball, and then if they can have a strike or two, make it tough for Pakistan to get over the line. They're just struggling a little bit. 50 overs impact. Some of these young bowlers, young kids, haven't played a lot of ODI cricket. It can test you out completely like Test cricket.
Yeah, a little bit of cramp for Bjorn Fortuin by the looks of it. Well, a really good spell. 9 overs, 1 for 35. At the important wicket of Babar Azam.
Obviously didn't like what he was offered. Making faces, not nice. What is it, pickle juice or something like that? Oh, a great spell. Both of them actually. Shaheen Shah Afridi, the last part of his bowling spell was so good to watch. It had everything. Yorker, bit of reverse, and a lot of intellect behind those last 3 or 4 overs. Ends with a dot. 195 for 3. .69 now of 72 balls. Proteas want things to happen quickly. In the meantime, it's Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha once again at it. They feature well as a pair in ODIs. Facing Pakistan in a very strong position in this chasing event. If you want to have an extra fielder in, JP, where will you have it from? So they've got a deep point and a deep square leg. They have 5 men in the ring. Bosch will be looking for some reverse at this stage. Remember, it's going to be 1 ball after over number 35. New rulings in ODIs. Oh, that's a big hit. Is it a big hit? That's beautifully held. Pretorius there with a wonderful catch. He's signaling out. Rizwan is gone, and so twist in the tail. Is it going to be a little bit better now for the Proteas? Really was a remarkable piece of fielding. He must have been blinded for a little while and then had to adjust. Took a great low catch to dismiss dangerous Rizwan.
Yeah, it's a moment in the game that can swing the momentum, and Proteas will be elated. A very good innings by Mohammad Rizwan. He goes for 55. Pakistan 196 for 4.
Hussain Talat is a new batsman in. A better fit in ODI cricket, Hussain Talat, because his numbers are impressive. 5 international matches, best of 41 not out, but in domestic ODI cricket he averages in the 40s. Over 41 with a strike rate of over 90. And his job will be to tap the ball around and not look for any heroics at this stage. It's about getting another partnership rolling for Pakistan.
Yeah, both mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. And he felt he wanted to go the aerial route a little bit straighter, but gets a thick inside edge and lifts it beautifully to the deep square leg, and a real comfortable catch by Pretorius. Frustration. He was the set batter in that partnership, going well under pressure.
He's off the mark. He'll have to now control the flow of innings right till the end. Salman Ali Agha. Guide Hussain into the act. Been given as a wide. I'd call that. Maybe it was the height. How high was this? Pretty high.
Is this the window of opportunity now for South Africa? We spoke about just bringing that run rate closer to that 6 mark and getting it up with the left-hander in play as well now. Do we see Don Ferreira come back to the mix? Quick single. Comfortably home. Brings up the 200 in the 39th over.
It's definitely become breezy. First 50, 59 balls, then 40, then 75, then 60. Coaches haven't allowed this game to run away from them. Really, it is breezy out there. Could be the reason why we haven't seen a lot of dew. Nice one through the offside. That fielder at long off is square. They come back for the second. Excellent piece of running. Salman Ali Agha is quick enough. He initiated the second call for 2, and he's made his ground quite well, quite nicely.
And a tight game is always some part of the game that really has to work well. Literally targeting the off stump, hitting the pads. The odd one has spun. And to get the one that goes on with the arm to possibly hit the stumps as well.
Takes a little bit of time adjusting to the pitch conditions. The ball not coming onto the bat, so got to be careful square driving or cutting the ball. Oh, beautiful ball. Lowered the shoulder and still got that desired impact. Good spin off the straight. Beautifully done through the offside. That's a cracking cover drive. Everything's so right about it. Picked the speedy ball. Ball at a faster pace in the slot and driven gracefully.
Previous delivery, 103 kilometers per hour. It's the arm ball, but it's the width on offer that Hussain Talit pounces on. And just a clean flow through the line of the ball. Gets the boundary.
Oh, chance. Stumping chance is down. Quinton de Kock feeling that it was very close of being bowled to a 6 for 4.
And we saw the seam-up delivery in the previous one. And going back to the conventional and getting the purchase. Oh, opportunity missed by Quinton de Kock. Even trying to get back to his crease, couldn't get that back foot back. Disappointment.
The last power play. Power play 3 overs, 41 to 50. Maximum of 5 fielders are allowed outside 30-yard circle. Just a wee bit late on that one, and Bosch has got this ability to hurry you, to rush you. Ideally should have finished the job. Mohammad Rizwan is batting so well. That's a beauty. Ball kicking off the surface and shaping it away from Hussain Talat. Hanging his bat at that one. It's exactly 6 and over now.
Slight hint away from the left-hander. Coming around the wicket, the natural angle that you're looking for as a left-hander is coming into you, trying to hit the stumps. So at times you can just wave your bat outside the off stump, not fully committed to it. So the dismissal of George Linder, very similar.
If you got pace like Bosch, you can extract something extraordinary out of the surface, especially at this stage of the game. At speed, who knows whether one will keep low, one will jump off the surface. I think slip is definitely in play, especially against Hussain Talat. That's good running. The fielders in to stop an easy rotation of strike. Ngidi there just a little bit lazy on the take. Guides it well, plays it down for a run. After 41, 210 for 4. Proteas making a fist of things. Pakistan now need exactly 6 per over. Maintaining their presence, South Africa. Making use of the conditions. Hussain Talat urging his partner to be aware of the gap on the offside. Yeah, perfect. There's that gap.
Yeah, it was the change of field. He had the slip in place in the previous over, did Don Ferreira. So exquisite cover drive for 4 in the previous one, and just the change of field, getting into the extra cover position, creates that space along the point region. Soft hand, so critical when you're facing spin, the ability to rotate strike.
Yeah, that's the obvious angle, and worked extremely well by Salman Aliagha around the stumps. He's quick through the air. He's not going to get a gigantic spin from that angle back into the stumps. He was absolutely ready for this angle.
Don Ferreira, known for his flatter trajectory. Yes, he's been extracting a little bit of purchase. But you always have a little bit of pace to work with, and he gives the width outside the off stump. And welcome Batsman.
Sensible batting by Salman Aliagha, into the 40s now. He had his tough moments, Salman Aliagha, early on in the innings, but weathered the storm. It's more a mental game to survive. Ngidi does well. A little bit more flight could be interesting for Ferreira. Once again goes straight, goes flat. Engage him into playing a lofted shot over mid-wicket or long on, because this strategy hasn't exactly worked. They're quite happy milking him for ones and twos. Yeah, quick single, and Ngidi once again. After 42, 217 for 4. Put up a good fight, Proteas. Didn't have enough runs on the board. I think they were clearly about 20 runs short. At one stage, they were eyeing a 270 plus score. Then things fell apart in the middle phase of the innings, and Pakistan made a strong statement in the death overs to limit them to 263. Ngidi coming on to bowl. On the pads, and a single. What will be his brief, JP, Ngidi at this stage? Change of pace, bowl a straighter line to take this average back to run a ball?
Yeah, there's not much more that probably could offer. If anything, maybe an adjustment in the field, maybe a catching position in the cover or mid-wicket region that brings that slow ball into play. It's quite deceptive, gets nice dip on it, and in a surface such as this one, where at times it can sit in the surface, it might bring those guys into play.
Slow ball, punished. That's well fielded at mid-off. Really isn't a grand effort. You've got to call it that. That ball was running away from Bosch. In the end, a big dive, a bit of chin to go with the hands. Oops.
Yeah, there's certainly two schools of thought here for Matthew Breedska and Lungingidi. Do you bring an extra man in the ring, try and create some pressure, play a false shot, or do you take it deeper? The 1-2 sweeper. Are you happy to try and take it into that last 2-3 overs and try and put the pressure on there? Do you take the risk now and try and squeeze, try and get another wicket, possibly two, squeeze that way?
He's tried his hand at slackening the pace, but the ball is skidded off the surface. A couple of deliveries in this over, ball around 110, 111 speed. It's just exactly not gripped for him to cause any concern to the batsman. You got to get an extra man in, just to let them know that we are here to get a wicket. Let them think about a new strategy. Right now, I think it's business as usual as far as this pair is concerned. Just work the ball into the gaps, pick those singles, not worry about the big shots. And if we play the 50 overs, we'll win this. Very fidgety with his gloves, Salman Ali Agha. That came back, still is able to pick up a single. But with soft hands, and so it's 2-2-3 for 4 after 43.
.41 needed, 6 wickets in hand for Pakistan. They should cruise at home from here. Alongside me, Amir Sahil. You certainly feel the team to make a play will be South Africa. Perhaps bring an extra field up in the ring and force the hand of Pakistan.
Yeah, chances are bright for Pakistan to win this game. Opening game of this. That's in the air, clears everything. He tried similar kind of a stroke with the previous delivery, but the length was fuller. That's why he wasn't able to hit the ball aerial, but slightly back of the length helped Salman Ali Agha to execute that stroke.
Yeah, and what a way to go to his half century this evening. A calculated risk, understanding the ball turning into him, but the placement to perfection. Straight down the ground, what better place to hit it? His half century comes up in 56 deliveries.
It has been a painstaking innings. But Salman Ali Agha had to survive for a little while. And now he has gained enough confidence to go after the bowlers and to finish the game in a jiffy for Pakistan.
Yeah, you look back at both sides, and the real difference has been Salman Ali Agha to go with Mohammad Rizwan. And like to say, you can't buy that kind of experience in any supermarket. Wonderful innings, wonderful partnership. Came at a crucial time for Pakistan as well.
And especially with the fact that Pakistan lost wickets in a cluster. And things were looking ominous, but that partnership you're alluding to made the difference. Huge difference.
Yeah, so much learning to take from that partnership. At no stage would they look bothered or flustered. It's gone about doing their business. Excellent partnership, and they're in the commanding position. 2-3-2 for 4. Yeah, fantastic contributions. Fakhr Zaman, Saeem Ayub got him off to a wonderful start. 87 at first partnership, held it. And South Africa will be looking back at it last 10 overs, where Abrar Ahmed played a massive hand for Pakistan. And that's the beauty of having a mystery spinner towards the back, especially when tail enders are in. Cleaned up the South African tail, kept them to 262, where South Africa at one stage would have felt they could get to 280 and beyond. And this is what this game is about. Always looking to take wickets. Never let a game meander on too far.
And when you talk about South African effort with the ball, the spinners, they have done a very good job. They did manage to exploit the conditions, but they needed some help from the faster bowlers. It didn't come. That's why they are lagging behind in this game. The usage of the new ball wasn't appropriate. Pakistani openers batted with all the confidence in the world, brought a lot of pressure on South African spinners. You know, they had to make the play. They tried desperately hard. Were not able to make a huge difference.
Yeah, I think you look at their tactics utilised from a seam bowler perspective, and I just don't think they were on song this evening. Yes, the new ball was swinging a little bit, but Lungengidi just went astray a little bit in line from time to time. For me, again, those modes of the RBW bowled are paramount importance. We spoke about it all through the series so far. And this guy operating here, Bjorn Fortuin, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, mainly he relied on the arm delivery. Wasn't able to turn the ball viciously. And that's why those figures are not justifying his effort.
Yeah, I think we also look at the release points of Fortuin compared to George Linder. Because Fortuin is so much wider, he creates that angle of the ball coming back into the right-hander and attacking the stumps all the time. Whereas George Linder from much higher is a lot straighter. And very often creates the width that the batters are after. Well, 29 needed, 5 overs. Pakistan 2-3-5 for 4.
Yeah, the equation is not asking a lot from the Pakistani batters. 29 runs from 30 deliveries in this day and age. Shouldn't be a problem. With plenty of wickets remain.
Yeah, you look at that equation, you'll take that any given day. No matter the format, no matter the conditions. It was 29 needed with 6 wickets in the bank. You should easily get over the line. But Amir, I've seen this all too often. You lose the in batter right now, and there will be butterflies. It's a return into the attack for Lungisali Ngidi. Oh, waffling outside it off stump. And it's perhaps that in-between length that they're not used to. See, Salman Ali Aga, he knows the importance of his wicket at this juncture of the game. Perhaps saying to himself, he needs to be the man there towards the end of this innings. And we also know what it brings. It brings a bit of jitters, a bit of butterflies. There's an appeal for LBW. I'll have to see what the umpire is going to signal here, whether it's leg byes or runs. Bear in mind, South Africa has no review left. Has given it as runs.
Yeah, attempted a Yorker. It turned out to be a full toss, but still bothersome for Salman Ali Aga.
Yeah, don't leave that reviews up to us bowlers, Amir Bhai.
Yeah, you have to think twice when a fast bowler or bowler is urging you to take the review.
Oh, he's gone airborne, but I think he's picked the gap on the leg side. A couple of bounces, and this will ease the pressure of this run chase.
Yeah, batting is all about maneuvering the length and using the angle. How conveniently angle was used by the left-hander. Roll of the wrist, and a very good result.
Yeah, this partnership just backing up the last one. 44 coming at runner ball. That is all that's required at the moment. Nothing extravagant, no need to take a massive element of risk at this juncture. Just get the job done. Oh well, you'll have to re-bowl that.
Yeah, it's Pakistan's game to lose now. They're in a comfortable position. Easy does it. Now, one thing these two batsmen should be reminded of, the bowlers are desperate. They are going to try different things, and in the process, they will offer a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, in many ways, South Africa has to make the play, pardon me, but you also have to give a lot of credit to the thought process behind Pakistan in that middle period. Constantly looking to pick up wickets. We talk about two young captains. First time they're captaining this format. There's so much to learn and to take away from today's game for both camps.
Yeah, like it was aforementioned, the faster bowler in the South African lineup were not able to create impression here. Lungi has been able to create an impression with that slow delivery. Went through the drive, not realizing the pace has been taken off, and he's been hauled out.
Yeah, he's outfoxed Hussain here. It's that slower ball. He doesn't slow his arm X and down at all. Hussain reaching for it, and this is an excellent catch by George Linder, having to dive forward. Yeah, many would argue maybe a little too late. But nonetheless, Hussain goes for 22, Pakistan 241 for 5. To the crease then, Hassan Nawaz. come in with his team in a very comfortable position. He'll be crying out, just get the job done. There's his career, only 4 matches in, the best of 63. Well, you can erase all of those stats. You can go at the runner ball this evening and you get your team across the line. But it's Lungisani Ngidi with 1 ball remaining in this over. I think he's stayed just inside the wide line. Well, success for South Africa. Pakistan 241 for 5.
Yeah, when you're looking to drive the ball as a batter, you need to get to the pitch of the ball. Especially once the pace is taken off, it becomes imperative. He wasn't given attention to that, and hence he has to walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, there's the run chase for Pakistan. Contributions from Fakhr, Saeem, Rizwan. That was a crucial knock from the experienced wicket-keeper batsman. And together with Salman Ali Agha, that was a fantastic partnership to get him into a very commanding position. But this game is not done yet. Similar stage, South Africa was 249 for 8. Oh, he's gone for the big sweep shot. Now then, a couple of dot balls here might paint a completely different picture.
No need to panic, Salman Ali Agha. There is no need.
Yeah, and I just feel that with the new batsman at the crease right now, this might be the opportunity where South Africa can squeeze a few dots. Get the feeling they might have to take the element of risk by bringing up a couple of fielders, inviting Hussein Hassan Nawaz, pardon me, to take that risk.
Get a slip in. Last 2 deliveries spun prodigiously for the left armour.
Yeah, just that fielder, get that extra fielder up. Let him have a go. He wants to be the hero, let him take that element of risk. But you afford yourself an opportunity. This man in picture, Salman Ali Agha Khan, I think he holds the key for Pakistan here. Can he hold his nerve? That's the big question everybody is asking at this juncture.
They wanted to surprise the batsman by increasing the pace on that occasion. George Linda turned out to be an easy full toss for the batter.
I've got a little question for you. Do you look to get it done now, or do you try and take it as deep as you possibly can?
I don't mind taking this to the last over as long as Pakistan is getting over the line. Oh, he's gone. He is gone. Once again, intemperate style of batting was Hassan Nawaz's downfall. He doesn't believe in slobbing out. Somehow is impelled to play his strokes once again, deceived by the flight and also a lot of turn for the spinner.
Yeah, fantastic piece of bowling by George Linda. Game of cat and mouse continues. Nawaz gone for 1, Pakistan 244 for 6. From the one Nawaz to the second, Mohammad Nawaz to the crease for Pakistan. 40 matches into his ODI career, best of 53. Comes in with his team needing a further 20 of 19 deliveries. How is he going to tackle this situation, Amir?
Just do the job. Oh, is that close? Oh, he's getting the ball to turn viciously now. Successful over from George Linda. It's 2-4-4 for 6.
Yeah, he's almost preempted the shot. He's made up his mind even before the bowler has bowled. Fantastic piece of bowling by George Linda. Saw him come down, just dropped it a touch shorter. Yeah, he won't be too impressed with that attempt of that shot.
Yeah, somebody has to make him recognize that his belief is false, that he can hit everything out of the park. Batsmanship is not all about tonking the ball. It's about hitting the ball into the gaps as well. He has to learn quickly because the selectors have shown a lot of faith in Hassan Nawaz, but he hasn't come good. So the selectors might lose the patience.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and come back for a second. The call is no. 18 needed of 17. Lungasani Ngidi. I've got a feeling he's got a couple of those slower ones in his armory this over. Is he going to use it early on against Salman Ali Aga? That's a question we'll find out in the next couple of balls.
What's he thinking, Salman Ali Aga?
Oh, it's a slower ball. You just get a sense that someone was trying to line him up for exactly that delivery. But as for South Africa, you won't mind him taking that element of risk. Not at this stage of the game anyway.
Yeah, this pitch is offering more grip now. Everybody thought batting second, Dew is going to be the major factor.
Yeah, he bowls that, he disguised that ball so well. You can see Mohammad Nawaz trying to line him up, but irrespective of whether you pick it or not, you still have to hit it off the surface. And like you've alluded to, the surface has played a lot better than we all anticipated. From the initial stage this afternoon, we thought it might turn a lot, it might grip a lot. It's actually held up quite nicely. It's another slower ball, single into the leg side. Amir, I can just sense there's a bit of tension building. Salman, he tried to look composed, but that previous shot he played sent me a signal that he's going to try and get this job done as quickly as he possibly can. Big question I've got for you, is it worth the risk at this stage?
Well, if it's in the slot, go for it. Do not try to manufacture something. Equation is simple. In this day and age, 16 from 14 deliveries. Piece of cake.
Oh, that is some shot. It's advanced down the track and it's going to pick up a boundary. Smeared it over the offside and also bring up the 250 for Pakistan.
Yeah, he's been relying on slow deliveries throughout this over. Just because Salman Ali Aga stepped out of the crease, changed the pace, offer a lot of plays for Salman to work with. And a timely boundary for Pakistan. Pressure relieved.
Oh, he's gone with the slow ball. He's hit this high up in the night sky. Catch! The cries of catch. Yes, he's got it! And it's Donovan Ferreira who takes the catch. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen.
What a catch. What a catch that was. He had to cover a lot of territory. Kept eyes peeled on the ball. And took it with ease in the end. Makes you wonder why he offered some pace to Salman Aliaga if the slow ones were working.
Yeah, it's certainly the ball that proved to be effective this evening, but that is some catch from Donovan Ferreira. He had to cover a lot of yards. Yes, and that's what it means. A bit of hope, a bit of belief for South Africa. Salman Aliaga makes way for 62. Pakistan 2-5, 2 for 7. Captain to the crease. And as much as everybody is shouting, get the job done, he will know the importance of picking up a couple of crucial runs alongside Mohamed Nawaz, who will be the entrusted batter. I get a feeling that he will have to see his team across the line this evening. And how is this for a thrown off the dice by the South African captain? Bring off on the off spinner in Donovan Ferreira.
Intelligent move. Because Linda is not a comfortable bowler, bowling to the left-handers. Gone with the off-spinner. Played into the gap. Running hard for the second. Not available. Well, who knew this contest is going to turn out to be a humdinger of a contest? It's going to the wire.
Yeah, he's got an excellent slow ball, that's Lungi Ngidi. And again, you ask yourself the question, the previous ball with pace on, was that necessary? Does that just release the pressure somehow? But nonetheless, he picked up the all-important wicket. It was the in-batter that they got rid of. Like you say, smart captaincy from Brietska. Well, now I get a feeling they might have to bring up an extra field into the ring. They've got 3 on the offside and the mid-wicket. They know Afridi, he's no muck with a bat, but he's probably going to look to go downtown. That's a dot. Pressure.
Yeah, his preferred area is mid-wicket. In between mid-wicket and long on. He'll be looking for a bit of room outside the off stump. But he's just darting the ball in.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, how long do you reckon he's going to last the temptation? Saying Afridi. But I think that dot ball might have just crept into the mind of Mohamed Nawaz. You might get the sense that he's going to try and finish it in this over, or at least look to.
Yeah, that's what you do as a batting side when you're chasing a total. You want to finish the game in the penultimate over. A good strike.
Oh, another dot ball, Amir, another dot ball. Pressure mounting.
Yeah, every dot delivery is going to tip scales here. The tension is mounting up. Some tense faces in both the dressing rooms.
excellent piece of bowling here by Donovan Ferreira. Pakistan will be asking themselves, how did we get ourselves into this position? From a commanding position where nobody could touch them. They are now up against the 10 of 7 required.
That's his ability. Yes. He played few dot deliveries. He was waiting for the ball to come to his zone and he was ready for it. Pounced on it, made the equation very easy for Pakistan. It's 260 for 7.
Yeah, just the pace on from Donovan Ferreira. Pace on over Pitts in the slot. And Mohammad Nawaz said, thank you very much. I'll ease the pain of this run chase. And that's what it means to the folks out here in Faisalabad. But we are not done yet. Who does he turn to? The final over of this match that has provided us with so much entertainment. And guess what? He's gone to Kurban Bosch. He's been having a fantastic series so far in Pakistan. Can he close it out for his captain? He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Sainsar Afridi. We have seen him just grip a couple away from the left hand a little earlier. He will have to start spot on, pretty much spot on from the get-go.
Has to be a miraculous over from Corbett Bosch to be able to win the game for South Africa. Driven, and driven nicely. Only 2 needed now.
Yeah, you get a feeling that that should seal it for Pakistan. Many would argue Lungasani and Gidi with that slow ball option of his might have been a wonderful option right now. Because as a batter, you want pace on.
And especially to the left-handers. Slow deliveries, moving away from the left-handers. Not easy to deal with. Worked for Pakistan so far. That move from South African captain.
He's brought the field up on the offside. And he's going to pick one more. Well, scores are tied. Pakistan now only need 1 run. Captain in the background taking his shoes off. Perhaps feel that he can just relax a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be highest successful chase in Faisalabad in ODIs. And what a start for Shaheen Shah Afridi as a captain. Was able to make his mark. Handled the pressure quite well, both with the ball and bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't leave your seats as yet. Because that is the wicket of Mohammad Nawaz. A little head shake from Bjorn Fortuin. And what a moment to lose your wicket.
Yeah, turn the face of the bat a bit too early. An easy catch for Fortuin. And the result has been delayed because of that wicket.
Nawaz goes for 9, Pakistan 263 for 8. Nasim Shah with 1 run to get for his country. Oh, that is straight, but not straight enough, says the umpire. And what South Africa has got no reviews left means Pakistan crossed the line of victory. They draw first blood in this 3-match ODI series, and they go victorious by 2 wickets here in Faisalabad.
For some, it might not be convincing, but win is a win. And that's a very good start for Shaheen Shah Afridi as a captain. Made the right calls. And congratulations to Pakistan by opening up this 3 ODI series with a win.
Yeah, it's a match that's provided us with so much entertainment this evening. At no stage will one team dominating procedures, but it is the captaincy of Shaheen Shah Afridi that prevails victorious in this first match of the 3-match ODI series. Both teams have given it their all. South Africa feel that the young team, and you feel that there will be a lot of lessons learned from this first outing. The crowd out here in Faisalabad, they packed up the stadium and they were thoroughly entertained by the home team.
Yeah, closely contested game. The scales kept on tipping. But in the end, Pakistan got over the line in the last over. That partnership made a huge difference for Pakistan. A partnership between Mohammad Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha.
Yeah, that certainly proves to be the difference between the two teams. It was the experience in that middle order for Pakistan. And that's what it means to the crowd out here at Faisalabad. Joyous, they've got reason to celebrate. It's the first time in over 17 years they got to see the national team playing right in front of their home. Absolutely beautiful scenes out here at Faisalabad.
Yeah, one has to appreciate Pakistan Cricket Board for thinking about Faisalabad, that the international cricket should return here because people are enthusiastic. And that's how the innings of Pakistan panned out. Good opening partnership, set the tone, few starters, but that partnership we were alluding to between Rizwan and Salman made a huge difference.
Yeah, you talk about partnerships. The opening partnership really set up the game for Pakistan. Yielded 87 runs, but then they needed that partnership in the middle. 91 between Salman Ali Agha Khan and Mohammad Rizwan, really to break the backbone of the South African bowling lineup.
Yeah, to turn the game in South Africa's favour, the usage of the new ball was of highest importance, but it wasn't effective. Created a lot of pressure on the spinners, who did bowl well, but not good enough to win the game for South Africa.
Well, it was South Africa who has been inserted once again in this series. 263, that's what they managed to get. De Kock 63, Pretorius 57. They were the standout batters for South Africa, but it was all about that bowling lineup of Pakistan. They picked up wickets at crucial stages. 3 for 40 for Nasim. Abrar, he closed it out fantastically towards the back end. And in pursuit, Pakistan 264 for 8 to clinch victory by 2 wickets. Well, we'll take a short breather, and once we come back, we'll head down to the post-match presentation.
R1, 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 R1. Ah, okay. Happy, happy.
Well, that's the news here from Faisalabad. Pakistan victorious by 2 wickets. And in the end, it proved to be the experience from Mohammad Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha. Let's head down now to Ruz Mumtaz, who's standing by with the post-match presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the first ODI of 3, and this one goes in the favor of Pakistan, winning an interesting competition by 2 wickets in the end. Now let me introduce the presentation party, starting with Mr. Raja Jahangir, Commissioner, Faisalabad, Mr. Captain Retired Nadeem Nasir, Deputy Commissioner, Faisalabad, Mr. Abdullah Khurram Niazi, Director Domestic Cricket, PCB, Mr. Zain Aftab, Sales Partner, Vigotel Mobile, Mr. Babar Jabran, Regional Sales Director, Jazz, and Mr. Mohammad Ehsan on behalf of Inverex Electrical Vehicle. Once again, plenty of awards for tonight. Can I please ask Mr. Raja Jahangir to come forward to present the PCB moment of the match to young 19-year-old Luandre Pretorius on his ODI debut for South Africa, 57 of 60 deliveries, and took the game on at the very onset of the day. Can I now please ask Mr. Nadeem Nasir to come forward to present the Super Soft Dishwash Bar Striker of the Match cash award of 1,50,000 rupees. Once again, Luandre Pretorius. Thoroughly impressive with the bat, providing impetus up the order. 7 fours, 1 6, striking at 95 on ODI debut. Moving on, Mr. Abdullah Khurram will now present the Super Soft Bowler of the Match cash award of 1,50,000 rupees to Naseem Shah. Tonight, 9.1 overs, 40 for 3 and 3 important wickets just to plug South Africa back in that first innings. Next award, can I please ask Mr. Babar Jabran to come forward to present the Jazz Super Power of the Day cash award of 1 lakh rupees to Mohammad Rizwan. 17th 50 in one-day international cricket, 55 of 74. 6 fours and a healthy partnership in that middle with Salman Ali Agha. Mr. Mohammad Ehsan will now come forward to present the Inverex EV Batter of the Match cash award of 1 lakh rupees to Salman Ali Agha. Providing stability in that middle order, 62 important runs and a good partnership, like I mentioned, with Mohammad Rizwan. He will also stay on as the player of the match tonight to sign the bat for Vigotel Mobile collaboration project in association with the Al Mara Foundation. And he will also now collect the Vigotel Mobile Player of the Match cash award of 300,000 and a trophy from Mr. Zain Aftab. Player of the match tonight, Salman Ali Agha from Pakistan, 62 of 71, 5 fours and a big 6 at a strike rate of 87. Salman, what were the nerves like watching from up there when Pakistan made the match interesting at the back end?
No, I would have finished the game, so it was on me. I could have finished the game, but yeah, I think it was a great win for us, and we needed that win.
What did you make of the total at the halfway mark? Do you think they were at par, or you think there were more runs in the surface?
To be honest, I was expecting a due today because it's been due like all the time since like we have played T20s and all the even like T20s. But yeah, there was no due, so without due it was tough. Second inning it was turning and it was like reversing and it was keeping low. But me and Razi was talking, if we bat through the inning, we will be able to chase this down. And I think that partnership made this total chase down.
Yeah, partnership of 91 and 111 provided stability when Pakistan lost a few quick wickets and also kept it going till the end to make it easier for the other batters to come in.
Yeah, it was tough at that time. We lost like 2-3 quick wickets and we just wanted to build a partnership. We knew we have enough time. If we bat through the inning, we will be able to chase it down. And that's what we did.
The surface looks slightly tricky because the ball did grip when the faster bowlers blowed the slow ones, and especially when the spinners were on. What was the conversation for that big partnership?
We just wanted to play like ball on merit. We just wanted to play where, like if he's turning, we just want to take like a bowler, like if he's bowling well, we just want to give him respect where he needed. And when we need to score runs, we just communicate with each other and whoever going to take a charge, and that's what we do whenever we bat together.
It was great watching, great and well-deserved award tonight. Thanks, Salman. That was your player of the match tonight. Now, can I please ask the South African captain, Matthew Bretsky, to come and have a chat? Matthew, let's go to the start of the first innings, leaving 5 deliveries out there and getting bowled out in 19.1 overs. You must have felt you were a few runs short.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were probably 20, 30 runs short there. I think we lost quite a few wickets in clusters there, which at the end cost us the game.
But your batting group, irrespective of that, there were plenty of runs through the order, and you must have been thoroughly impressed with young Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, a lot of positives. Obviously, Luandre, a really special player, bright future ahead, and obviously to have Quinton back in the mix, he batted really nicely. So, yeah, a lot of positives.
Now, fresh under the captaincy led in the ODI format, what was the conversation like? Because the game did go down to the wire eventually.
Yeah, look, they were always favourites there towards the end, but yeah, just proud of the bowlers, the way they fought back and you know, took it to the last over. That doesn't often happen. So, yeah, we kept believing and we thought we had a chance, but luckily it didn't happen.
All right, then, Matthew, brilliant watching, and we hope you go well for the remaining 2 games of the series.
Thank you.
Captain of South Africa, Matthew Bretsky, will be followed by the captain of Pakistan, the victorious skipper in his first outing as ODI captain, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Shaheen, great start to the series. From a form point of view, to go 1 up and also as captain, how much did you enjoy that? How many nerves were involved?
No, I think it's a normal game for me and nothing special. I just, whatever situation, just go your best and nothing more.
Break the game into 2 halves. Let's talk about the bowling group up front. I'm sure there must have been momentum because of the way you guys bowled in the last 10 overs. You really held South Africa back.
Yeah, I think we thought maybe a little bit help early on, and we thought the second innings also due, but totally changed. But we as a bowling unit, we try in the last overs, we strike them in a short target. But I'll give credit to our batsmen because the way second innings ball turn and swing, so I think they handle it very well.
Yeah, certainly handled it well because the partnership at the top, Saim and Fakhr, and then Rizwan and Salman, your experienced group coming to the party.
Yeah, of course, when you experience bat like this, and I think this ratio is up on winning side, I think credit goes to them, and they bat really well on tough surveys.
There must have been some nail biting in that dressing room because Pakistan just tends to make things interesting.
Yeah, that's always happened, but we try to not happen again.
Great going 1 up in the series. A word on the fans. More than about 17,000 people came to Faisalabad.
No, I think thanks to Faisalabad, all like, you know, after a long time, no international cricket, and they come with the big numbers, and thank you for that.
Shaheen, great watching. Go well for the remaining 2 games. And that's all we have from the presentation party down here.
Thank you, Ruz. Well, join us for the second ODI, Thursday, 6 November. Same place, same time. From the Iqbal Stadium here in Faisalabad, it is good night.
Well, what a wonderful start to this ODI series for Pakistan. They have won this first ODI against South Africa. South Africa were bundled out for 263 in their 49.1 overs, and it was a team effort. Naseem Shah, the pick of the bowlers, taking 3 wickets. Abrar Ahmed as well. The spinners did their job. Nawaz, Saim and Abrar all picking up 3, 2 and 1 each. And in response, Salman Ali Agha, once again the top scorer for Pakistan in ODI, 62 in just 71 balls, and then also supported really well by Mohammad Rizwan Fakhr at the top, also scoring some runs. So overall, we've got to say that it was इतना थोड़ा सा एक relief मिलता है कि आपने शुरुआत में ही सीरीज जो है एक पॉजिटिव नोट पे स्टार्ट की.
बिल्कुल इम्पोर्टेंट होता है सीरीज़ के स्टार्ट में. अगर आप अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस करो तो अपोजिशन ऑब्वियसली थोड़ी सी प्रेशर में आता है अगले मैच के लिए, और अच्छा स्टार्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है. तो अच्छा एक स्टार्ट हुआ और उम्मीद है कि इससे बेहतर क्रिकेट खेलें और आगे जो 2 मैचेस है उसमें इससे बेहतर क्रिकेट खेल के सीरीज़ जीतें.
आप अपनी परफॉर्मेंस पे आ जाते हैं. आपकी 3 विकेट्स थी. यू टुक 3 विकेट्स टुडे, एंड रिदम के बारे में बताएं थोड़ा सा, कैसा लग रहा है? ऑब्वियसली डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट हमने पहले भी डिस्कस किया था. T20s डिफरेंट होते हैं, ODI क्रिकेट मुख्तलिफ है, तो आप कैसे एडजस्ट करते हैं फिर तीनों फेजेस में बॉलिंग करना, न्यू बॉल के साथ, मिडिल फेज में, डेथ पे, इसको कैसे आप डिस्क्राइब करेंगे?
देखिए बिल्कुल, एक तो बहुत अरसे बाद जब आप मैच खेलते हो तो ऑब्वियसली आपको एज अ प्रोफेशनल एडजस्ट तो करना होता है, और स्टार्ट में थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है, लेकिन आप एडजस्ट कर लेते हो. और मैं हमेशा जहाँ भी खेलता हूँ तो तीनों फेज़ में बॉलिंग करता हूँ, नए बॉल से भी और मिडल में भी और डेथ में. तो मैं इस चीज़ पे कोशिश करता हूँ और हमेशा डे बाय डे कुछ ना कुछ नया सीखते हैं, इम्प्रूवमेंट की कोशिश करते हैं, और जो भी टीम का हेल्प कर सके तो उसमें 100%.
सबसे मुश्किल फेज कौन सा है? यू सेड यू बोल इन ऑल 3 फेजेस विद द न्यू बॉल, या सबसे मतलब चैलेंज किस में आता है? डेथ पे आता है, मिडिल में आता है, या फिर नए बॉल के साथ?
देखिए डिपेंड करता है. सम टाइम क्योंकि अगर जिस तरह आज का पिच था तो इस पे नया बॉल कुछ ख़ास हो नहीं रहा था, तो हमारी ये कोशिश थी कि हम नए बॉल पे कम से कम रन दें, क्योंकि बहुत मज़े से बॉल बैट पे आ रहा था. तो इसमें आपके पास बहुत कम चांस होता है कि आप आगे पीछे बॉल कर लो तो आराम से चौका हो जाता है. और फिर डेथ में ऑब्वियस सी बात है, बैट्समैन यही सोचते हैं कि रन्स के लिए जाते हैं, तो आपको उससे आगे जाके सोचना होता है और अपनी बेस्ट डिफेंसिव बॉलिंग करनी होती है. तो आई थिंक ये है कि ओवरऑल आसान तो नहीं होता, लेकिन एज अ बॉलर आपको ये सारी चीज़ें देखनी.
एक जो चीज़ रमीज़, I mean of course you can ask questions to him as well, but we need to touch upon closing out the games for Pakistan, because वो एक ऐसा एस्पेक्ट है जहाँ हम देखते हैं कि पाकिस्तान एक लग रहा होता है कि कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन में है, और उसके बाद अक्रॉस फॉर्मेट्स हमने देखा है, चाहे वो टेस्ट मैच हो चाहे ODIs में, थोड़ी सी दिक्कत एंड में नज़र आती. इसका क्या रीज़न है? उसको कैसे इम्प्रूव किया जा सकता है? व्हाट्स योर सॉर्ट ऑफ आई डोंट नो सॉल्यूशन, और हाउ डू यू लुक एट दिस?
मुझे कुछ आइडिया नहीं. ये सवाल इनसे पूछना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये उस डग आउट में होते हैं. हमारे लिए हमेशा हार्ट रेसिंग थ्रिलर एक प्रोवाइड होता है, और ये खासी देर से हो रहा है मैं समझता हूँ. बट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात तो आपने इनके बारे में की नहीं है. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इनकी जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो जो लेग बाय लिया और मैच जिताया इन्होंने. बॉलिंग तो की है.
नहीं पूरी बैटिंग भी अब कर
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ.
अफगानिस्तान के खिलाफ मैचेस जिताए हैं.
एक जो फीचर आजकल चल रहा है वो नसीम यही होता है कि डर लगा रहता है कि एक स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सिचुएशन जो है ना, अभी ख़राब हुई. अंदर आप क्या समझते हैं कि क्या चीज़ ठीक होने वाली है? कहाँ पे पाकिस्तान टीम गलती करती है? आपकी क्या इसके ऊपर एक ऑनेस्ट टेक है?
रमीज़ भाई, ऑनेस्टली ये है, हकीकत है कि हम कुछ अरसे से इस चीज़ में स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं कि मतलब हम बहुत जल्दी विकेट्स जो है ना वो लूज़ करते हैं. जिस तरह एक मैच फिनिश करना होता है, आई थिंक वो चीज़ थोड़ी सी मिसिंग है. अब आई डोंट नो, इस चीज़ पे देख के सोचना चाहिए, और इस चीज़ पे ऑब्वियसली हमने काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं कि इस चीज़ में हम थोड़ा लेक कर रहे हैं. तो इस चीज़ को ऑब्वियसली देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि एज अ बॉलर अगर आप बैट्समैन को बॉलिंग करते हो तो आपको आइडिया होता है, और हम जब लास्ट में आते हैं तो हमारे लिए मुश्किल होता है. ऑनेस्टली हमें ऑब्वियसली उस तरह की बैटिंग तो नहीं आती, हम इस तरह के सिचुएशन में मोस्टली आते हैं. तो आई थिंक ये एज अ बॉलर मुझे आइडिया नहीं है कि बैट्समैन अंदर जाके क्या सोचते हैं या किस तरह उनकी थिंकिंग होती है, लेकिन इस चीज़ पे हम स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, ये हकीकत.
बिल्कुल, इसलिए कि अच्छी भली सिचुएशन थी, पहले रिजवान आउट हुए, उससे थोड़ा सा प्रेशर पड़ा, फिर सलमान अली आ गए, गलत टाइम पे आउट हो गए. सो आपके जो एक मैच विनिंग पार्टनरशिप थी वो एक दफ़ा तितर बितर हुई, उसके बाद फिर से प्रेशर क्रिएट हो गया. मुझे ये बताएं, जो जब देर के बाद आप बॉलिंग करते हैं या पाकिस्तान के लिए खेलते हैं, उसका कितना प्रेशर होता है? क्योंकि देखा कि नो बॉल्स भी होते हैं, एक रस्टी पना आ जाता है बॉलिंग में. आप क्या समझते हैं कि रिदम कई दफ़ा आपको दोबारा से डेवलप करना पड़ता है कम बैक्स में?
देखो ऑब्वियसली जैसे मैंने बात की कि समटाइम थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है जब आप काफ़ी अरसे बाद आते हो और मैच खेलते हो, तो आपको सारी चीज़ें जल्दी से एडजस्ट करनी होती हैं क्योंकि आपके पास इतना टाइम नहीं है गलतियां करने की. तो ऑब्वियसली बात है, उसका अपना एक प्रेशर होता है, लेकिन कोशिश यही होती है कि जो जो चीज़ें हैं जिस पे काम करना चाहिए उन सारी चीज़ों पे काम करके ऑब्वियसली आप आते हैं. और जब परफॉर्मेंस होती हैं तो वो सारी चीज़ें ख़त्म हो जाती हैं, फिर आपकी सारी चीज़ें अच्छी नज़र आती है. क्योंकि क्रिकेट ऐसी गेम है कि सम टाइम सारी चीज़ें आप कर रहे होते हो, अपनी ट्रेनिंग सारी प्रैक्टिसेस आप कर रहे होते हो, लेकिन आपकी रिज़ल्ट उस तरह नहीं आते. तो एक टाइम फिर ऐसा आता है कि आप खुद हैरान होते हो कि मैं जस्ट बॉल कर रहा हूँ अपने रिदम के साथ और मुझे विकेटें भी मिल रही हैं और सारा चीज़ हो रहा है. तो उस चीज़ में आई थिंक जितनी आप कंसिस्टेंट होते हो, कंसिस्टेंट आप खेलते हो, तो ये चीज़ें साथ आती है.
लास्टली जाते जाते ये बता दें कि फिटनेस पे कितना काम हो रहा है ऑन अ पर्सनल लेवल, बिकॉज पाकिस्तान टीम की जब भी बात होती है तो फिटनेस की हमेशा मेंशन होता है. ओवरऑल प्लेयर्स की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, बट खासी आप जो है किस तरह से जो है इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं या बेहतर कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज फिटनेस इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ ऑलवेज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस. मतलब कभी ख़त्म नहीं होती, हमेशा मज़ीद इम्प्रूवमेंट की जा सकती है.
नहीं बिल्कुल, फ़िटनेस पे ज़ाहिर है अभी टाइम मिला था, फ़िटनेस पे काम किया. और अभी जिस तरह के डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट्स हैं, जैसे T20 से हमने चेंज किया, वनडे पे आए हैं, तो आपका वर्कलोड ऊपर नीचे होता है. और ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग जितना मर्ज़ी फ़िट हो जाओ, इंजरी ग्राउंड में ऐसी टाइम पे आ जाती कि उसके आपके फ़िटनेस से ताल्लुक़ ही नहीं होता. मतलब आपको कई पैर मुड़ जाता है या कुछ होता है, तो स्पोर्ट्स में ये होता है. लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पे ये होता है, जो मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे इस चीज़ की अवेयरनेस नहीं है कि हर चीज़ को फिटनेस के साथ जो है ना वो जोड़ लेते हैं. सम टाइम ग्राउंड की इंजरी होती है, आप डाइव मारते हो, आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता. दुनिया के फिट प्लेयर्स जो होते हैं वो भी इस तरह के इंजरी के शिकार होते हैं. लेकिन फिटनेस ये है कि आप 10 ओवर कर रहे हो, 15 ओवर कर रहे हो, वो किस तरह कर रहे हो, ग्राउंड में भाग कैसे रहे, वो चीज़ें मुझे लगता है ज़्यादा.
बिल्कुल. थैंक यू सो मच, आपने टाइम निकाला टू शेयर योर थॉट्स, एंड ऑफ कोर्स रियली वेल बोल टुडे, एंड वी विश यू लक कि आप इसी तरह जो है परफॉर्म करते रहें. एंड ऑफ कोर्स अब आप वापस जा सकते हैं और अनवाइंड कर सकते हैं. वील टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक ऑन पिच साइड, एंड व्हेन वी डू कम बैक वील बी हैविंग अ क्लोजर लुक एट दिस मैच, सो डोंट गो एनीवेयर. we're back on pitch side, and Pakistan has won the first game of this three-match ODI series, and all the games will be played in Faisalabad. Great crowd in today. The atmosphere was absolutely electric, and we can hope for more of the same in the remaining two games. We had Naseem Shah before the break talking about his spell, and now we've been joined by JP Dumini to talk about South Africa and where they went wrong. JP, they started things off so well. You know, they had a partnership of 98 at the top and then sort of lost their way somewhere. I mean, do you think perhaps they were short of runs?
Yeah, I think the obvious one, if you look at the outcome, yes, 20 or 30 runs short. Matthew Brieske spoke about that in the post-match presentation. But I think if we dissect it a little bit more, you know, you have to give credit as well to the middle phase of the game, particularly for the Pakistan spinners. They really honed in on hitting the stumps well, bowling a good line and length. Then, you know, particularly towards the back end of the batting innings for South Africa, the ball started to turn a little bit more, so asked different types of questions. But I think if you look at the top six on a whole, you got three debutants there, an opportunity to play in foreign conditions, an opportunity to expand your game, and I think that's the learnings that South Africa will take out of this. Yes, great to have Quinton de Kock back, you know, in good form. Leandro Pretorius looks like he's played his 50th game already. Just you feel that he's somebody that's going to be around for a really, really long time. He reminds me a lot of Quinton de Kock coming onto the scene and just looked like they belong. And it's great to see players like that, of that quality coming through. But great lessons to be learnt. Opportunities for us now to look at this and see, in terms of our options, is there something different that we can look at against the spin? Because it's going to be very similar, isn't it? Even though we might see a different surface, but really about, are we needing to employ sweep shots more, using our feet more, reverse sweeps? These are the questions that are going to need to find some answers for come second ODI.
I'm sure Pakistan is also looking for a lot of answers because, you know, towards the end it got a bit difficult. But we'll come to that, Ramiz, just in terms of, you know, how they bowled and set up the match for themselves. Because at one point it looked like South Africa might, you know, well get 290, you know, 300 maybe even. But that middle phase was impressive from Pakistan.
Very impressive, and the end was impressive as well. To limit South Africa to 263 was a grand job. I was expecting this pitch to crumble and be just a little bit more devastating for the batsmen, but I thought the pitch held up quite nicely, and Pakistan would have been a little surprised as well at the trueness of the pitch, and then they galloped and made a strong comeback in the later part of the innings. The spinners were on song, the catching was good, and overall they had a strategy and a plan, and then Shaheen Afridi and Naseem Shah did the job so well. They spin, but not off the straight in the first part of the game, but the second time around I thought the ball spun off the straight, and Robin Bosch, even though he steadied the ship for a little while, but getting out before the 50th over was just not good enough from South Africa on a surface like this, which didn't have a lot of demons.
Right. Also, the role of Saim Ayub, the bowler. I mean, he's, if you look at his career, it's only been recent when he's been sort of given that responsibility. But it seems, Ramiz, like he's relishing the challenge because he's making a difference.
Yeah, it's not like as if he's asked to roll his arm over. Now it's become a match winner for you in a way. In the middle phase of the innings, there's a lot of sly bowling, there's a lot of foxing the opposition, you know, he's got a bit of control as well, and so he's challenging the established spinners. And he's a great plus for Pakistan because he bats so well. He bowls in the middle phase of the innings. He can bowl with the new ball also. He feels well. So he's become an all-important player, a three-dimensional player for Pakistan.
Bowling-wise, do you think South Africa could have done things a bit differently? I mean, is there any area where they could have worked on? Of course, we spoke about debutants and Pretorius, and a lot of the others did really well with the bat. But I'm just saying in terms of the bowling.
Yep. Yeah, I think first off the bat, I thought Don Ferreira was really good. You know, he's not necessarily seen as a frontline spinner, and to be able to bowl in the power play and execute his skill as well as he did, I thought that was really good. Bjorn Fortuin, I thought also, based upon his skill, is really about hitting the stumps, and I thought the accuracy was really good. If I look at George Linder, he'll probably be a little bit disappointed in terms of his execution. I thought his plans were good, but on the surface such as this one, can he be consistent in hitting the stumps more often than not? And he probably leaked at a touch on the leg side, and that can happen from time to time when you're looking to bowl consistently straight. And from a seamer's perspective, yeah, they will probably go back and look at, is there an opportunity to maybe use the change-up a little bit more? You know, probably Lungi Ngidi was really effective towards the back end there, getting a few sticks. But I thought, you know, even in the end, you'd feel that Pakistan should have won it comfortably. And I think the benefit that they'll take out of it, or the confidence that they'll take out of it, is really that they took the game to the last over. And for a young squad such as this one to be able to fight till the end, I think shows a lot of character and what they are building in the change room. And that certainly bodes well for what the future holds for ODI cricket for South Africa. There's been a great rotation policy and giving opportunities to young players, particularly in these conditions, which I think will only bode us well going forward.
There was definitely responsibility that they showed, you know, and a lot of character, considering the kind of inexperience that they've got. Mohammad Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha seem to love this format, the ODI format. They seem to really sort of bring out their A game, and we've seen that a lot in chases. You can talk about finishing the game, and that's another aspect, but just the fact that they've been contributing augurs well for Pakistan, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult situation for Pakistan because the top order was removed, and so they needed a partnership, somebody who could play the situation and not be worried about the end result. They remain in the present moment. I thought they were complementing each other. They match each other for skill. There's good rotation of strike, and there's purpose, and they both seem to play spin expertly, and that's the advantage that they have in the middle phase on a surface like this. But Pakistan making a heavy weather of it, it doesn't augur well, because every time we see a couple of them losing the plot at times, and the pressure is on the tail enders, as Naseem Shah was just alluding to. So I think once you're in, then you've got to finish the game. And I think that is where Rizwan would be just a touch disappointed.
Is it a case of better shot selection, or how would you, you know, what would be the missing part of this chase that Pakistan is sort of struggling in terms of really winning it convincingly? When the scores are over 300 and you're playing, you know, in a World Cup, how do you face that situation?
Yeah, it's a tough situation because our sample size is not very encouraging. But having said that, I think it's important that once you're set, you've got to finish the game. So take it to the 48th over. Let's see what happens. And there's always advantage to be had if you've got a set batsman right till the end in a chasing situation especially. But somehow, you know, we lack that confidence at times. And it shows in the way the dugout was responding to a couple of wickets that fell at the fag end of the innings. They were in a mini huddle. They were questioning each other. They were saying, not again. What if we lose this? And so that's a very uneasy feeling to have in the dugout.
All right, so lots of areas to work on for both these sides. But remember, tomorrow is an off day. It is off for all the players, as well as everybody's working on the game. And then you've got the next game on the 6th of November. And this coverage, remember, it starts at 2:25 p.m. for this KFC Presents Vigotel Mobile ODI Series. All right, thank you so much, Ramiz, and thank you so much, JP. It's getting a bit chilly now. I think it's time to head home. Your jacket is hopefully keeping you warm. And I'm sure that all of you were super entertained while you were at here. Faisalabad crowd was absolutely amazing. So hope to see you guys once again for that second one-day international. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us.